There we go.
How do we sound? Mic check?
Pretty good. Go ahead, do it again.
Hello, hello, welcome. We are so excited.
Good to go. All right, ready for me to start and letting people in?
Let's go.
Let's rock.
Bam.
Can you turn that off?
There we go. Get a bunch of everybody checked in. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I see some West Coast friends hopping in. It's like 7 a.m. over there, guys. What a treat.
Yeah.
Do a little ding. Good morning.
Good bang right there.
Sorry.
No, that's good. Juliana, good to see you.
Oh, it's so good to see your face. We got Juliana in the house. We have Abby. Don't get confused. She's not another Jen and Joe over there, but Abby is going to be behind the scenes. So she's helping us all out here, letting everybody in. Good morning, Christian. Guys, this is so awesome. We got Matt Brown, Megan, all the people coming in here. So today is action-packed. We have some wonderful guests lined up for this. And guys, we are ready. We are ready to just give away all of our secrets because they're not secrets and they're not hard. And my biggest ask of you today is if you're listening or you're watching right now, I want you to by 12 o'clock Eastern, post your first ad for free. And I want to see by and maybe do it earlier if you can, but I'm going to give you till 12 Eastern. But then I want to see what's happening on those leads by the end of the call today. So we're going live from 10 to 3. If you have to hop out, hop back in, no worries. You're going to get a recording, but this is all for you guys today. We are just sharing every single thing that we can think of to help you get started in your real estate investing journey, buying rentals without banks, without using your own credit, and literally
Make
so
it,
simple.
yeah, break it down simple. I think that's the key to it, right? I mean, I think we always want to, what does our coach say? Business is easy, owners are difficult,
People make it hard.
right?
Yeah, we
So,
do. We get into our heads. Who out there is like what we would call a thinker brain? We've got reptile brain, just Mr. Action taken. I'm going to figure it out as I go. And then there's the overthinker. I need every plan laid out. While I'm a reformed total thinker brain, I've learned to start taking what I like to call the messy, massive action. And so while I do think it's important to think things through, you want to cross your T's and dot your I's, you got to jump in. And you wouldn't be here otherwise. So, oh yeah, Lisa, you are not alone. I'm telling you, seriously, once you can just start stepping out one foot in front of the other out of your comfort zone, you'll realize that the comfort zone is really the scary place. It might feel safe, but if you can just one foot at a time get out of your comfort zone, make your first Facebook post, go dust off your Facebook profile if that's what you got to do, and literally just take it baby step at a time. Anybody seen that movie, What About Bob? Totally dating myself. It was like an 80s movie. Abby, did you ever watch that yet? Because I don't know if you were born when it came out, but one of the best movies. Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. Who is it? Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
He's so good, such a good actor. But I always repeat that in our head sometimes. Like, there's another line in there too. I forget that you always say, but it's a great movie. But baby steps is kind of the theme of today. And babe, rip the band-aid off. Who is on here right now and is gonna be able to post into Facebook groups today, right? Me in the comments.
Me.
Oh yeah, let's hold ourselves accountable. So again, you need to join some Facebook groups. You need to be on Facebook. Costs $0. Did you guys know that? Facebook for now is free. And I think that we are missing the boat if we're not really taking advantage of that. Love him or hate him. I don't know if you guys heard of like Gary V, Gary Vaynerchuk, like talks about, social media and all of that. He's kind of predicting that in the next 7 to 10 years, there really won't be organic lead generation like we're able to do today because everything is going to turn into AI and everything's going to get monetized. And so we're kind of in this really cool gap of it still really works and it's still really free.
Well, and that's the point of it too, is like when we first got started, or even go further back, when I first started, I knew this is what I wanted to do. I just didn't know where were we going to find sellers.
Yeah.
where were we going to find these people willing to sell me their house? Was I going to have to actually go knock on doors? And I know some of these people talk about knocking on doors. Well, knock yourself out. I don't want to be driving around. We live in Florida, y'all. You knock on the wrong door down here, you might have something in your face. Not good.
Well, it's also like it's hot, it works, but like I don't know, like if you just have one of these, my gosh.
Well, I think like what Brent Daniels said in our last 5 hour.
Mhm.
He was like in Arizona and it's 100 something degrees. He's like, I am melting knocking on these doors, going down these neighborhoods. And so if you're an OG and you were down before the internet was really a thing, you had to really get creative on how to connect with people. Okay. And this is where moving forward in 20, I don't even know when social media really started launching. We've been through it the whole time, but 2025.
Yeah, I was like 2008, I made my, or 2007, I made my Facebook, and then met you in 2008, and I'm like, well, I have to make you a Facebook, otherwise people think I'm like making you up,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm dating a guy. Oh, yeah, okay, but he's not on your Facebook page, right? So I made his Facebook page. That's how reluctant he was, and then I forced him to go live with me, and I really just started slow and steady, one step at a time. And now you're on Facebook more than I am, I think.
Well, you know what? It's loving me, those algorithms. But the thing is, I'm connecting with so many people, and it's never been easier in the history of humans to connect to other humans now than ever before.
Mhm.
I mean, I could talk to a seller today in Tennessee. I could talk to one in the state of Washington, California, Alaska. It doesn't matter. Does not matter. It's never been easier. And so the thing is, when I first got started, or so many other investors first get started, we're like, okay, we want to do this. I want to buy off-market properties. Because let me tell you, you're trying to buy stuff on the MLS these days, good luck. Don't get me wrong, you can still find a deal, but it is like diving through a dumpster looking for a scrap of bread.
Yeah.
There's bread in there, but you got to move a lot of garbage to get it.
Yeah,
And for
and
me,
I just went live with another agent. She's out of New Mexico, but she's also a real estate investor.
Mhm.
And it was an excellent live. So if you're on Instagram, Jen Delafave, or Facebook, Jennifer Delafave, go watch some of that. We went for an hour, but like she really dove into like it's hard to get through the barrier of another agent if they don't understand. So if something's listed on the MLS, guess who's the gatekeeper?
well, during our call, I did the support call for our clients for a coaching program. And one of them has a deal under contract, and she's like, hey, can you talk to this agent who maybe has some real estate investors that she knows, and maybe we could team up and find a buyer for this cash deal, fixer upper small town in Indiana. I talked to the agent. I mean, it was the most difficult thing ever.
Ugh.
And it was terrible. I don't help you do that kind of stuff. She was just, and then the very next phone call was a different agent about something different. Completely amazing.
Yeah,
Completely amazing.
it's
So,
lack of education.
well, talking to the right people make key. And this is what it is. And this is why, for me, I'm big on going direct to seller, off market. By far, those are where the best deals are hiding. And they're hiding out all over the country.
Mhm.
There's more of those properties out there than there are people in this group or any other group looking for them. So there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of these properties out there. But how do we find them?
That's a great question.
Well, we're going to go over
That's
that
what we're here
today.
for today.
Bang on.
So first and foremost, you do need some way to access the internet. I think now in 2025, we've got that checked off, right? We're not having to do any dial-ups back in the day, like AOL.com, shout out. Sorry, mom and dad, if I racked up that phone bill one
Ah.
summer. But so you've got your internet plan, you've got your cell phone, you've got either a laptop, iPad, pick your device, right? And so what I need all of you right now to do is figure out where is it that I want to invest, right? Like what area do I want to either own rental properties? Maybe you want to get into rent to own like we love. We're going to be diving into that a little bit. Maybe you want a short-term rental, midterm rental, or maybe you just want a wholesale. Maybe you're looking to get some cash to assign that contract to somebody else to do a fix and flip, and you're just looking to get in the game. Honestly, that's one of the best ways. That's how you started. Literally no money, broke, bad credit.
Let me tell you, I had bad credit. I had Crohn's disease. Okay, I still have that.
We still have that.
But my credit got good, my money got good. Okay, but back then I had all the trifecta. I had bad credit, I had no money, and I had Crohn's disease. So I was sick. And I still found a way to find a deal which was life-changing to me because the course that my friend bought on TV said make $3,000 in 30 days. Now, $3,000 is a lot of money today.
Mhm.
$3,000 25 years ago, it was even more money, okay? What you could get for 3,000 back then. So I begged my buddy to let me borrow this, and finally, reluctantly, he let me do it. And I didn't make 3,000. I made $12,733. It was life-changing to the point that check was the biggest check I've ever seen in my life at that point. I was 22, just turned 23.
So did you have a full-time job, or was this what that was what you were kind of
No, I was
transitioning?
doing that. No, I was actually working with the same friend, paving driveways.
Mhm.
So,
In the
yeah,
heat in the summer?
yeah, but we're in upstate New York, and you know me,
Oh.
I love heat, so it didn't bother me.
So you're pouring
Asphalt.
asphalt and that's stink. And so you're doing that all day long. So
Hmm.
when were you finding time to even like find a motivated seller?
Um,
This is the hard way, by the way. I'm painting the picture of this is what you had to do back 25 years ago.
so I'll tell you what I did. It really worked,
It still would work today, but
and it works well today too. And everybody listening should do this in your own area where you want to buy.
write it down.
It works. I called, I pulled out, okay, I'm gonna go way back. I pulled out the phone book. Some of you might not know what a phone book was or is,
Was
but
it the white pages or the yellow pages?
it was the pages that told me where like the towns, all the different towns around our area. So the town of Greece, the town of Ron, it was all these suburban towns, even the city. And what I would do is I would call every one of the towns in our area and I'd ask to speak to the code enforcement. And I would just introduce myself and say, "Hi, my name is Joe. I'm looking to buy a property in the town because I love it here. Do you have any homes on your maybe list of problem houses that
Mm.
maybe could, somebody wants to sell?" And every one of them were like, "No way, get it, beat it. Nope, nope, nope." And everybody would just hang up. Nope, not, I can't help you. Except for the town of Henrietta. Shout out, his name was Terry. I still remember that. So, because the guy got me that big old check.
So what is a problem property for these towns? Like what kind of
Okay, so I'll talk
issue?
about the one that I actually did.
Yeah. This is before I even knew him, guys. This is 2000.
2000, 25 years
I was
ago.
still in college.
Yeah. So what happened here was two partners had a home in Rochester. They were renting to college students, but neither one of the two partners lived in Rochester. One lived in Connecticut, the other lived in San Diego. And what happened was the college students wrecked the place, moved out, and neither one of the two partners could fly into Rochester to spend a week or two or three to remodel it, to make it better again. So it just sat there vacant. And the guy in California is making the payments while the partner in Connecticut is now ghosting him. So he's now making the payment by himself for years. And meanwhile, people broke into the house, stole the gutters, basement flooded, covered in mold, floorboards are buckled.
So neighbors are complaining about it.
The whole town
The whole
was.
town. Okay.
And there wasn't even a key to the door. You just push open the front door, you could walk right into the property.
Yikes.
So when I talked to the guy, Terry, he was like, "Yeah, there's actually this house. It's on 841 Bailey Road in Henrietta." And he told me the situation. I was like, "Can you put me in touch with the owner?" He was like, "Yeah, one owner doesn't call or answer his phone, but the other one would. Here's his number." So I talked to the owner. And he was like, "Are you kidding me? You would buy this thing?" I didn't know what I was going to do. I've been making this $900 payment for years, and I don't want to ruin my credit, but I own my own business cleaning windows of like big buildings. He's like, "I can't fly back to Rochester to fix it." So I had to do some legwork, get some liens removed from the property or negotiated those down, but I put it under contract for $25,000. Now, if you're listening, Joe did not have $25,000. I probably had $25 back then. But I put it under contract for 25,000. And I did exactly what the course said. It was like find some cash buyers. So I knew a contractor looking for a deal. And he says, if you ever find anything, I'd be interested in buying it. I meet him there. And what Ron LeGrand, shout out Ron, he was like, "You don't show junkers. Don't go walking through the house with the contractor trying to say, oh, this is the kitchen and this is the bath." They know. And there's nothing you're gonna be able to tell them that they're not gonna figure out more or better than you.
Or C.
He's like, "So you don't show junkers." So I met the guys there and he's like, "All right, you got a key?" I'm like, "Nope, just push the door
Push the door.
and it goes right open." I sat out in the driveway the whole time when they were doing the walkthrough. I did not go in the house. I sat leaning up against my car. Guys, there wasn't cell phones. I'm just awkwardly standing there looking at traffic go by for like 15, 20 minutes. But what happened was they came out. He's like, "So what do you again want for this house?" Now, don't forget, I had it under contract for 25,000. I said, "I want 40,000 for it." And he's like, "Well, can you do any better than that?" I was like, "Honestly, I wanted 45, but because it's you, I would do 40." He's like, "Done." I was like, son of a gun. I knew I could have got 45 easily, but grateful over greedy.
Right. Your
And then the
first
next
deal.
question that I was told to ask in my training was, okay, good. How's, uh-oh. I don't know what happened there. I asked the question was, how soon would you have the money? And he's like, I could write you a check right now. I was like, darn it, that's oh, did we just mute?
Are we back? Okay.
Sorry about that. But that's what I did. I just asked how soon he'll have the money. He said, I'm going to give it to you right now. I said, nope. I have to have this closed with an attorney. Hang on to that check, but we'll see you in a few weeks. And I went to closing. In is the attorney for selling. In is the attorney and the team from buying. We're all sitting downtown Rochester. I've got no clue what's going on, but my attorney said, just sit here and just sign a whole bunch of papers. And I'm signing my life away. And now I bought the property. 2 seconds later, I'm signing all the paperwork. I sold the property. So my first house, everybody has stories about their first home.
Or will have.
Or will have. Well, my first house that I've ever bought, I never lived in it, and I only owned it for half an hour. But when I walked out of the closing, I didn't walk away with a check because, they got to let the dust settle. But I picked it up in a few days later. But I remember being so excited walking through the parking garage. I lost my car. I forgot where I even parked. And it's freezing. It's like December. I'm walking around the parking garage in New York. But that's really what it boiled down to, guys, was I found a buyer, I found a seller, and I stuck with it. There were days I cried because I didn't think the deal was going to get closed. There was days where the seller's attorney is telling the seller, don't sell it to Joe. Let's bring in another buyer. And for some reason.
Yeah.
And all of these challenges that came up. So I got to tell you, what's going to really make that big difference is not just getting the deal under contract. There's going to be challenging points along the way. But the ones who are just so stubborn and I am only seeing one thing. I've got my blinders on. I'm not getting distracted from anything else. I am just staying so focused. I'm going to close this one deal. Because if I close this one deal, I'm going to get a check. That means I did it. Holy cow, I did a deal. So what was it like? I mean, it took time, but we got it closed. And I walked away. Now I did a deal. I'm a real estate investor. Holy cow. At 23 years old, I finally got my first deal. So it was a challenge back then. Let's fast forward 25 years. Much more of those things. There was no Zooms like this. I didn't know of any local meetups to go to where there was other real estate investors. If there wasn't really a place to advertise it very well.
In the newspaper.
Maybe newspaper. Yeah. But so, and how do you find the sellers? Well, in 2025, it's been so much easier. Let's talk about Dawn. We just closed that deal yesterday.
Yes, I just confirmed the wiring instructions this morning as I was preparing your eggs.
Yay.
So again, like that's real life. So sometimes I know I was guilty of it. I thought it was just this big office and everything had to be like really professional and we do everything through professionals. But guys, I'm literally making eggs, confirming a wire. Like that's how it goes sometimes. Like, so if you're in a car line, you're going to be able to do these hacks that we're going to tell you of how to talk to your sellers, because our seller, Dawn, that reached out, was it in the middle of the night?
She reached out at 3:19 a.m. So when I chatted with Dawn, I was in bed. Not gonna lie, I was in bed. And guys, when I sleep, I'm not wearing nothing. Okay, just letting you know. So
good morning.
But there we go. But this is the point. We talked about the big office. We talked about all those things. I'm lying in bed. It is 7:30 in the morning.
Real.
You said keep it real today.
I did. I said we're gonna be authentic. Like you are here, which I'm grateful for. And if you don't feel well, you're gonna step out with your Crohn's. But Crohn's ain't got nothing.
I'm on it. But this was the point. The message came in the middle of the night. I messaged Dawn some questions first thing in the morning. Husband passed away 3 years ago. The house needs everything done to it. She sent pictures. There's like piles of mattresses on the side of the house. My contractor did the walkthrough. It's like I could smell it from the road. It was just in rough shape. Hoarder situation, filled with stuff. She's like, I bought a mobile home. I need the money from this sale to buy my mobile home.
Yeah, terms was not going to work. It was
no seller financing. And it was this thing needs a lot. But what happened was, she's like, I want 100,000 for it. We put it under contract at 100,000. The rule that Jen and Joe have is we were going to do no flips in 2025. Well, we already got 2 we're doing. So that rule was already broken. But this was going to be another flip. This was going to be a flip. We were going to do it. until I called my agent and I said, "Hey, can you do me a favor? Walk the property. Let me know what you think I could list this thing for and give me the checklist of all the things I'm going to need to do to it." He walks the property. He says, "Joe, if you do the deal, I think in September, by the time you do the close on it, do the renovations, stage it, list it, bring in the buyer, and then wait another 30 days, you'll probably get your money around September and you're going to make probably 60,000, 50 to 60,000." Or he is like, "I know you don't want to, but would you take 25,000 and I'll just buy the contract off of you?" So I guess my question, everybody asking, I want to see in the comments below, do you take the 60 in 6 months or do you take the 25 in a few weeks?
Now, to be fair, this is an area we know really well. Like my sister literally lived down the street. I even said, "Hey, why don't you guys check it out? Might be something you want." But she has a 1-year-old in her own business, and she said, "Heck no, thank you for thinking of me."
I'm seeing 25 grand.
Well, I see a lot of smart individuals then, because that was my vote, and obviously it was Joe's vote too. But sometimes just collecting the assignment fee, and now the wire has hit our account. We have more money to go now buy properties that require little to no money down, maybe just some closing costs, putting in an insurance policy, and then maybe a couple $1,000s for moving expenses if a seller needs something.
Well, and that's the point. On that deal there, we just wholesaled it. That's what we did. I got the 25 grand. I said, absolutely, I don't have to lift a finger. Although we live in Florida, that property's in New York. So even if it was in New York,
And this market's hot up there.
It is.
Like, I hope it goes over asking. Things are crazy up there right now. But
I wonder how our listing's doing because we have our flip that just hit the market. But they're not doing
delayed
negotiations till this weekend. But this is the point, guys. When you're getting leads, what success and what wealth is more and better options. Okay. So I had options on this deal. The old Joe never had the ability to do the fix and flip. I didn't know the right contractors or how to raise the funds or any of these things. You learn over time. So now we had some options, which I love to do. I love option 1, option 2, maybe even option 3, because I saw, keep it and refinance it. I see a few people say take the 60 grand later on. For me, I took the 25 and ran, and I had to think about it. Not gonna lie, I had to think
literally the discussion every time, but yeah.
So that's what we did on that one. The money's hitting our account today, if it hasn't already. And this is the great thing about being a real estate investor. I don't know any other job that you could do from your bed. Message a seller through Messenger, like I was doing. Find out we have a deal by going on Zillow and seeing what they're selling for in the area. Never me setting foot in the house and getting a $25,000 check.
Well, I think back literally my first year teaching, 2003, I made $29,000.
Full year teaching.
Full year of teaching. And I know it was a little while ago, right? 2003. But still, like it was me getting up, driving, putting in time, like spending way more time than I was getting paid for. That's teacher life. But it really is that simple to be able to just ask a couple of questions. So the dog, how she goes. So ask a couple of questions, and that's what we want to get into is how are we finding these sellers? So I've challenged you, if you've heard me earlier, if you just joined us, welcome. I want you to pick the area that you're going to be looking to invest in. And honestly, we've had this discussion the other day. Is an investor a wholesaler? Can a wholesaler be an investor?
Yeah, is wholesaling, and I want your feedback here, so I want to see the answer. Is wholesaling real estate investing?
Yeah.
Yes or no? I want to see the comments down below because I see a lot of people like going back and forth.
We need to make a social media post so it can kind of blow up. So again, wholesaling, if you wholesale deal like we're talking about, we just collected a $25,000 assignment fee for finding an end buyer who will now fix and flip this house. We've paid the seller her fair price for her property that needs a lot of work, and we assigned that deal. And so a lot of people go back and forth saying wholesaling doesn't mean you're an investor, or some people are like, yeah, if you are wholesaling a property, like you're an investor. So definitely a mixed bag here in the comments, which we kind of knew would be.
Good.
Yes and no. 100% yes. Wholesaling is sales. Depends on what you do with the assignment fees. Ooh, I like that little caveat.
So my take on it, because I've gone back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm on the side right now that yes, wholesaling is real estate investing. Now my first deal I did, I was wholesaling, but I double closed on it. So technically I own that property. And when you buy a property, and then you resell that property for more money, that's real estate investing. Rather, you held it for 30 minutes or for 30 years. You made a profit by buying real estate and then reselling it. If I don't even sell the property because maybe I don't do a double closing and I sell the contract, did I still have to negotiate prices? Did I still have to do estimate of repairs? Did I still have to talk to contractors and buyers? To me, that is a form of real estate investing. And there's different forms of it. There's different levels, commercial, industrial, residential. I think even wholesaling is, you're still in the real estate business. I don't think a realtor is a real estate investor because they're just listing your house for you. But I think on some of these transactions, especially where you're doing a double closing, that's definitely real estate investing. And so I feel like that's the case. And us, we're not wholesalers.
No.
We're investors.
Well, that's why, again, we call it the playbook, right? Because it just depends on what the deal needs. And I don't even really know football that well. I like the Niners, thanks to you. But I do know there's an audible. And that just means like if you are running down the field, or maybe you aren't running yet, I don't even know that part. But I know that like sometimes you have to switch gears, right? And so if you are going one direction and it's maybe not going to work, like, oh, I found out this about the property. Can you change directions? Can you pull a different play? Can you still make this deal happen, but have a different strategy? And that's really an all-encompassing, like I think being a real estate investor is the ability to wholesale, the ability to possibly take it down yourself and fix and flip if you have the funds, or at least have the right person that you can call upon. And then, of course, our favorite, buying those turnkey, beautiful homes that you can then put in a tenant buyer.
Well, and that's what I like to do. So when we talk about, and I think this is the big challenge that we run into so many times, I need a lot of money to get into real estate investing. I need to have good credit. I need to have all of these things in a row, a job with a W-2, whatever that means. But I will tell you guys, we're going to go over the recipe today that if you have no money in your bank account, like you could start off with zero, not a dime. And I'm going to tell you why we do this. And this is why we coined this as our method. Everybody's got their own method. But once again, guys, it doesn't cost any money to have a Facebook account. You do need a cell phone and you do need to have it connected to the internet. So I guess there is some money there. But y'all usually have that already.
I mean, you could literally, you don't even need I mean, I guess you do need a phone. You need some way to talk to people. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what we do is what we found some of the hacks that we're going to dive in today. Oh, and by the way, we got Tom Kroll,
Yeah.
founder of Wholesaling Inc., coming on today.
30-minute countdown. He'll be on here. And if you're not awake right now, man, you will be. Because he always brings you.
I am telling you guys to stay up with him, keep up. You better drink your coffees now and have that caffeine in your system by the time he comes on. I did a double shot of espresso today. I'm not playing. But here's the thing. When we first started getting into it like a little bit more, we were finding deals on the MLS. Man, it was so hard. You're having to put all these low offers in constantly. And if you're in a competitive market,
By
man,
he means him, because I wasn't on board yet. You were doing this on your spare time.
while I was at work,
Yeah.
just sitting at work doing my thing, right? So I was doing that and we were having some level of success. But then when we started finding out how to do direct mail, but we had to spend $5,000.
I was going to say, if I could go back and give this gift of the free blue ad, what we're sharing with you today, and give that to the Jen and Joe of 2017, where would we be?
How about give me 2020? Or no, I'm sorry, 2010.
Well, 2010, I wasn't really on board yet.
I know, but I would have been going nuts with this.
But I don't know. 2017 was my pivotal moment when I was all in. And here we were like mailing these letters, and it was so much money. And we did one deal, which was so great. We helped seller Steve, but then we spent another 5,000 and we did 0 deals.
That was my fault.
Well, but it wasn't we didn't have a great process set up, and it was a lot of money for no return. But my point being, as I was learning and as you were learning, if we had a free method to kind of experiment and, take the nerves out of it, be able to message back and forth, this has been such a game changer for so many people. And I know even in 2020, when we went full time, how many times we're in the kitchen and you're grilling something up and I'm like, okay, I'm sending question 10, and we'd cross our fingers. We had fun with it. But we also, took it seriously and were able to buy properties this way.
Well, I think of in our coaching group, I was on the call with everybody Monday. In the beginning of one of our coaching calls, we always talk about everybody share your wins. And Rachel, who's in Wisconsin, shared that she had 336 comments in 1 week from posting the blue ad in Facebook groups. Guys, Like, what would you do if you had 336 people reaching out to you with a property they want to sell? Y'all would be overwhelmed. That would
It's a
be
good problem to have.
right. You'd be overwhelmed. Now, maybe half of those people, right, were just maybe even a double comment. So I'm going to even take the 330 something number and cut that in half. You're about 170, 180. What would you do with 180 leads in a week for free?
Mhm.
Like, could you find a deal in there? Yep. Could you cherry pick and only take the best deals? Yep. Would you be so desperate to make a deal because I had to spend $5,000 on leads? Because that puts so much
Mhm.
pressure on me. When we spent 5 grand and I'm like, my gosh, every lead, oh my God. Like I was flipping out, like just on top of work, on top of Bradley being 2 years old, Brookie being 4 years old. You're staying at home with the kiddos
Plus offering rent to own on 5 properties.
all at once, right? So it put a lot of pressure. And then because you're spending a lot
Yeah.
and we're learning as we go, spending this kind of
And it was a
money.
cold method, right? So there's warm outreach and there's cold. And so we pulled a list and we sent these letters out to people that may have a property they want to sell versus like when you post into Facebook groups, you're literally attracting people who do have a house, ideally. Sometimes you'll get realtors too, but for the most part, you're going to get people that want to sell their home, and those are the warmer leads.
Yeah. And so once we found that out how to do this method, and I could target anywhere. So if you're in Gary, Indiana, well, guess what? I could join groups in Gary, Indiana today, and I could start posting in there this afternoon, and I could start getting some incoming leads there. And I could pick out any city, any town across the USA if they have a Facebook group. And if it's a big town and they don't have a group, well, then you should make one in that town. Because we do run sponsored ads too,
Mhm.
which does cost money, but we've learned all of the systems and processes and got that out of the way in order to get there where we can run money. So when you have Tom Kroll coming on, everybody, Tom Kroll is really big on organic marketing. It's called revenue in first position. It's rule number one.
Number one.
So what does that mean? Before you go out and spend a whole bunch of money, you got to make some money first.
Yep.
Right? So how do I do that? You got to generate some leads. You got to get yourself a $25,000 deal like what we just did with Dawn.
Mhm.
Now I've got some working capital. Maybe I wholesale the first 2 deals. Maybe it's not even 25,000. Maybe your first deal you only make a 5,000 or a 10,000
Maybe 2,000.
or
Win's a
15,000.
win.
Right. But the point of it is before you go out and spend a whole bunch of money,
Yeah.
get some leads first, get a process going,
Mhm.
learn how the business works, and then after you start doing some deals and you're really great at organic, because we have people in our coaching group doing a couple deals every month consistently without spending any money at all,
Mhm.
without spending a dime. So it's just doing this organic. And then once you've got your lead flow coming in and you want to get it a little bit turned up, then you could spend money.
Yeah. And I think, shame on us. We didn't even mention like before you can even go in and start posting on socials. I know it's like Jim Rohn said it best. It's like every single day, like brushing your teeth, taking a shower. It's your mindset. And I know you're literally either physically rolling your eyes or, oh, Jen, here we go again. But it's so true. If you don't believe that there are sellers out there that really need your help with these properties, or you don't believe this method works, or you don't think that you could do it, or maybe there's some money beliefs you've got to work on, then like take some time on that and lay that foundation and then continue it. So it's never something that you're just going to wake up one day and be like, I've had all the personal development I need. That's just not how true leaders and really wealthy people work. Like they're always investing in themselves and time. They block everything out and they really focus on mindset, and they start their days well. And so it's really important to put on that thinking cap, I guess. I don't know, going back to like my middle school teaching days, but you have to really know that the outcome is there, but what your energy that you're putting out there, your mindset, your thoughts that you're thinking, like it all ties into it. And I was just having this conversation with my coach the other day, and it's just like, it is amazing how quickly the script will flip if you start telling yourself and you believe in yourself a lot differently than if you are kind of in the woe is me, victim mindset, nothing works, kind of like the Eeyore mentality there from like Winnie the Pooh. And we've all been there. We all have our moments where we kind of want to throw in the towel. We look at each other like, why are we doing this? This is so hard or it's so crazy. And that's usually literally 2 seconds away from something amazing happening. I don't know why it works that way, but when you feel like everything is against you and everything is so tough in your life, you're literally on a breakthrough and you just have to keep going. Napoleon Hill's 3 Feet from Gold, excellent story, but still, like, again, going back to like, you just have to forge through, believe in yourself, trust the process, and know that everybody's like journey is not like the same. So you did your first deal in 2000. He didn't buy his next investment property till 2008.
Yep.
And then we slowly bought a property here and there to the point where by 2020, we had 10. We had 9 rentals or 9 rent to owns and 1 rental. And then from there, when we went full time, we're able to really pick up speed, momentum, build a team. But that's our story. I know people who have just completely blown that out of the water in a couple of years. Now they've got, you know, even more properties, or they've done even more deals. So it's just, everybody's story is so different. And so put the blinders on, work on that self-worth, that belief, the money concept, the mindset there, and go and post in Facebook. Put the blinders on. Don't worry about if you're getting called a scam, block them if you need to. And you have to work on letting others. So that Let Them book by Mel Robbins, not too woo-woo or frou-frou. So if you need a little like mental, like, oh, I'll dabble in this, Let Them by Mel Robbins just came out. Excellent audiobook. Listen to that. And when you post on your Facebook, if somebody says something that kind of rubs you the wrong way, let them. But let you, because the more you post, the more a seller's going to reach out and you're going to be able to help them with their property. And once you can get over your ego, is what I had to do, worrying about what everybody thought about me, because really nobody even cares, honestly. Just worry about yourself and who you can help on the other side. And that servant's heart, that mindset of like, how can I help someone? Like, we really helped out this lady, Dawn, who lost her husband. Her paperwork was a mess. We had to be really patient. We had to have her be really patient, but we finally got that deal across the finish line. And now she can go live in a nicer mobile home that's going to be hers and she can take care of it. And
Well, it's a really special one that she wanted, because I talked to the dealer who was holding it for her till the closing. And
yeah,
it's really excited because like she's improving her life and wanted to hit the easy button. And there's so much like behind the scenes stuff, guys, that we didn't even share on that deal because her husband passed away. The previous attorney didn't complete some of the paperwork for the estate. So there was a little bit of things that got thrown on our lap. And this is where we are problem solvers. Okay. So what do? We get paid to help people solve their real estate problem. Now I will tell you, there's many times we help people solve their real estate problem. We don't get paid anything. Like I'm just setting up something or we're helping them in a way. We don't get paid on a lot of the deals. But there are a lot of them that we also do get paid on too. So our theory is just go out and help as many people as you can, and everything else will just fall into place.
Yeah.
And we don't focus on the money's great, but focus on like, how can I help this person in their situation? Do I have in my tool belt a tool that could help her or him or this family or things that are going on? And I will tell you, if you do this long enough and you start chatting with people and having real life conversations of their situation, man, there are a lot of people out there going through some stuff. You know, the economy is a little ups and down right now, and everybody's freaking out about their retirement and their savings. And some people think, you know, the interest rates are now is the time to sell or now is not right. There's a lot of confusion. And what somebody needs is somebody to turn to and say, don't worry, I got you. This is what I do. Here's the best thing to do. And let me show you why, right? And walk them through the steps. And I think about, Dawn, how would I want somebody to treat my grandmother when my grandfather passed away? If my grandmother didn't have all the grandkids and kids around her and all this, and if my grandmother was alone, how would I want somebody to treat my grandmother? Right? And that's what I would think of how I want to treat people. Now, guess what? There's a lot of grandmas out there and grandpas I talk to, and we don't do business, and I love on them anyways. So just because you can't do business doesn't mean it's like, oh, right? No.
Well, I think it's relational, not transactional. And that's what they mean by that. So I think that's why, like, I love our 10 questions, because it's just like simple enough to ask them, like get them to open up and share their story and start building that rapport. And if you can't help them, don't get mad at them. Or if they get mad at you, like just politely get off the phone if you're on the phone, or, you know, X out of your Facebook inbox if that's the case. But, you know, you got to go with that. Like, okay, you're going to hear a lot of no's from a lot of people that you just can't help. But when you find the one that is just like a 10 out of 10 motivation, like Dawn was, and she's just like, take my house.
Yeah. Yeah, and we think of how many others are out there in the same situations. Maybe they're a retired landlord. And what I mean by retiring landlord, sometimes it's a landlord's got a bunch of properties. Sometimes they just are renting out a second home they had. They weren't really planning on being a landlord, but they don't really love being a landlord.
So many, I think landlords are just so tired. They don't want to deal with tenants and toilets. And there's always a turnover. So there's somebody that might be younger and fresher and like, okay, I'm like ready to take this on. And there might be some like renovations needed to the property or, start fixing up a little bit and then maybe putting in a rent to own buyer. So there's lots that can definitely happen there.
Sleep on top of things.
Yeah.
Man.
Philippa's our executive assistant.
Yeah.
She's a rock star.
Did we just start recording?
Was that just started?
Okay. So I think this is where it comes down to, guys, is just taking this very simple. Now, I know a lot of times in the beginning, we always talk about like, I don't know what to say. I don't want to look stupid. Right? Well, what we figured out over years is how to make our script and to make our process where we ask the sellers the questions and they make us the offer.
Because you know what? I cried on a seller call. Well, after I got off, but he asked me what was the amortization table or schedule.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what that meant. And I remember I was like, I'm not sure. And he started rattling off all these numbers and I just quickly got off the phone, started crying, called him up and he's like, high five, you did it. You called a seller. I'm so proud of you. And I couldn't even like be happy about that because I was like, I sounded so dumb. I don't even think the guy cared. But the point was I did it. I tried and it wasn't a deal. It didn't end up working out. But what I didn't have in my back pocket, which is probably a big tip for all of you, if you want to write this down, is if you don't know what to say, just tell the seller, hey, that's a great question. Let me write that down and get back to you on that. If I had that little line in my pocket, I wouldn't have cried. So I'm still standing. I survived. But yeah, like there's a fear of we don't want to feel stupid. As humans, we want to show up as our very best. We want to sound intelligent. We want to know what we're talking about. But the truth of the matter is you cannot, especially with creative stuff, you cannot learn it all in one setting, in a couple of Zoom classes. And honestly, the best way to figure it out is to be surrounded by the right people who are already doing it and they literally hold your hand down the path.
Well, create your village.
Yeah.
All right. My first village was just me. And then I found an attorney who was smart enough just not to mess it up. Right. And found my buyer. So I was creating a little bit of a village in the very beginning. But then when social media started really becoming more prevalent, my gosh, now I'm finding there's other people in my own city that do what I do. I'm like, oh, well, friends request her, friends request him. Oh my God, look at this couple doing this. Friends request them. And then I find out there's like meetups to go to.
Yeah.
And so here's where I'm going to talk about. My old boss used to tell me it was called DWIT, do whatever it takes. So here's what I would do. My old job, when I was working at a car dealership, I had to be at work. Work started at 8:30 in the morning. Well, in the city of Rochester, they would have a real estate meetup starting at Wegmans. If you wouldn't even go to them because they're way too early, it would start at 7 in the morning.
No, because I had to be with the kids. I was going to wake them up and drag them around.
So I would wake up 5:30, shower, drive into the city, go to this real estate meetup at 7 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, I'm out the door and I'd be at work by 8:30 and then go work a full day. Because those real estate meetups were some of where I met some of my friends, other investors I was connecting with and getting myself out there. So do you need an expensive marketing budget to get started? No. Do you need a CRM and all this software and the Deal Finder Pro, whatever crap they're trying to sell you, some software? You don't need any of it. You really, truly don't. If you're already doing business and you want to add another layers to your business, then maybe some of that stuff could be really useful and helpful, sure. But you don't need any of it, especially if you're just getting started. And to me, honestly, it's a little bit of a waste. It's very wasteful.
You do need leads. So you need to find out where the sellers are. And I'm telling you, they're on Facebook because a lot of people who own houses are on Facebook. I can't speak to Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and all the things. Those are all great social media platforms, but the sellers are hanging out in Facebook groups. So if you haven't already, pick your territory. So I love Tampa. So I'm going to go pull up on Tampa on Facebook and we're going to start joining groups. So whatever area you're looking to start owning property in, or maybe you know where some fix and flip, contractors are, or, people who really or looking for deals, like go join those groups. And then that's where you're going to start posting into those groups. So these aren't real estate groups. So Joe was talking about networking, finding other investors and agents and all of that. That's definitely part of it. But what you want to do is on your personal Facebook, start joining regular community groups, buy and sell, help community, all of those groups on Facebook, and make sure that you're a fly on the wall, you're commenting, you're liking things, and have a Facebook presence. So you can have up to 5,000 friends on Facebook. And I know Brent Daniels on the last 5 hour, he was really hammering this. So if you don't believe me, then definitely think about him, because for the ability to have up to 5,000 friends on your Facebook page, that's so many eyeballs. And if you have everything set to public, then anything you post then can be shared, can be seen. And all you have to do right now is just say, anyone looking to sell their property, or anyone looking to sell a house, like I pay a referral, $1,000 referral.
Mm-hmm.
And then I shared something, and like I had like 5 shares the other day. So.
Yeah, you know what he says? Put on your thing, I buy houses, DM me. I was like, all right, let me see what this works. I put on mine. I was like getting all these messages. Like I've got a guy in Kansas City who was like, I have 16 houses that they're all off market. I'm like, holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
So just the ability to connect with people, super simple.
Yeah, and real quick, Lisa, great question. Tying right into this. So you do want a Facebook business page. It's your storefront. It is your virtual website even. I feel like sometimes people go to Facebook versus a website. So it's totally free, have that set up. But the problem is a lot of these Facebook groups don't let us join as a business page. So you do have to use your personal page to join in some of these buy, sell, community, yard sale, mom groups, whatever it might be. That has to be from your personal page. But as always, it's organic. I would have a business page, show your credibility, have a working phone number, have an email that they can reach out to you, and have content going out every week. Does this take time? Yes. Does it cost money? No. So that's how we really got started with our organic. I was actually going to bring it up here. We have time. We got a couple minutes before time.
Mm.
See if I can find it. This is your computer we're on. But one of the properties that we purchased was, here we go. Someone reached out because we were offering rent to own. We had never bought a house subject to. We were learning all about it. But in 2018, was it?
Mm-hmm.
There you can see this house here. A lady reached out. I think her name is Linda. Yep. And yeah, so Linda reached out here, and she was like, hey, I see you guys are selling houses on rent to own. You know, would you be interested in buying something kind of in a similar way? I've got a property. I moved in with my fiance or husband. I have this extra house now. I was renting it, but typical, the renters just moved out middle of the night, left her.
Middle of the night.
Something crazy here. So poor Linda has this house, doesn't want to deal with it, didn't, even want a traditional sale or any of it. And I think you hopped in that car so fast.
Well, what happened was when she tells me she's an accidental landlord.
Yeah.
Okay. She bought the house not to turn it into be a landlord, but she bought the house because she wanted to live in it. And then she meets a guy, they get married, have kids, they outgrow this house, they buy another house. And so they turn this into the rental. The thing was, when I explained to her that I could buy it, and I would buy it with seller financing, which just means I'm going to buy it and I'm going to take over her existing mortgage payment. And how much is that payment?
Felipe would probably know.
It's like $800 a month.
It's under 1,000 for sure.
Yeah, it's like $700-800 a month. We bought the house for $72,000, and today it sits there worth over $200,000. Okay, we've been cash flowing like a monster out of it. The first person we moved in that house gave us $10,000 to move in as a rent to own. He lived there for 5 years. He moved out, left the key on the gate, this little wooden gate over there on the left-hand side, left the key like on a nail on that gate and was like, hey guys, I'm not buying the house. I've moved out. So we went through the house, cleaned it up, spent some money to get it back in there. And then the next rent to own person who moved in last summer gave us $30,000 to move in on a rental. Okay. And she loves the house, loves the neighborhood, loves the area, and wants to make it home one day. But she went through a divorce and she needs some time. So this is what made us fall in love with rent to own and even how to buy this house, guys. We bought this house with $100 down. And the closing costs were, I don't know, maybe $4,000. And this was back then. So when we are still doing that method, this is what made me fall in love with how to find these homes that I could buy with just little to no cash down.
Mhm.
The payment is low. We cash flow. I think the payment rent is 1,800 or 1,900.
Yeah, I think it's 1990.
Okay, so we cash flow probably about 1,000 a month off that house. So my question, I want to see the comments. How many houses that you need to own that you can make $1,000 a month off of that you're only able to buy with $100 down? How many of these houses would you need to quit your job? Put that number down below. Because I will tell you, my old job, I would make a couple 100,000 a year.
Hmm.
I made good money. You get a couple of these things going, and oh my gosh, everything changes. I see everybody. I've 10 properties, 6 properties, 9 properties. You get 9,000 coming in every month. You got 100,000
Hmm.
coming in every single month. Let me get that call. My doctor's calling.
Yep. So I wanted to share that example there because again, that was in 2018 and I didn't even have a business page for Gen Buys yet, like we do today. And we can drop that link if everybody wants to check that out on Gen Buys 585 on Facebook. 585 is our area code up in Rochester. So we now have that up and running, but in 2018, we were sending out these mailers and we ended up buying a property simply because I don't know if it was the SEO or whatever, but because we were posting on Facebook, this lady Googled somehow like how to sell her house and we popped up. I don't know if she put in rent to own or whatever, but we spent $0 on marketing to help Linda out. And it's just one story to share with you. So thank you so much, Abby. Drop that down. So if you check out on Facebook, Gen Buys 585, that's my sellers page. So this is what I like to separate everything. And yes, we're going to dive into rent to own, I promise. But the buying page and the selling page are two different things. They're two different avatars, clients, people that we're talking to. So I really don't want to ever get mixed messaging. And so Gen Buys 585 is where we are really talking to homeowners. So when you're on your personal page or more so on your business page, you want to share stories of how you're helping people with properties that they no longer want. And I remember when we first got started, I put up a post like, who, might have an unwanted property, and people laughed at me. They were like, okay, girl, like who has an unwanted property? Like people just have extra houses hanging on to. Well, the fact of the matter is they do. And I wish I could go back and tell that gentleman that was making fun of me. But when you first get started, you're a little bit leery and nervous and like, gosh, like I don't know totally what I'm doing. I didn't go to school for this, right? Like that conventional way I had to, I used to think. And so now I can certainly tell everybody and anyone, the faster you can get your mindset up to speed of, yes, there are people that literally end up with a house and they don't know what to do with it. And it becomes a problem. It becomes a money pit. It becomes like a huge stress ball. Like I can't explain like how many parents pass away and they leave their children a hoarder house and the emotional devastation that the child's now going through because they lost a parent. But then on top of it, like they're embarrassed because there's literally like 10 dumpsters worth of just stuff in the house. This is a real story. And to be the people that can pay a good price for it and then fix the house up and then invite that person over and then she could see her childhood home like brought back to life. Like that was really cool. Full gut job. I don't know if I'd recommend that if you're just getting started. But, there's stories like this in every single town. So you just have to really put it in your mind of like, who can I help today? Like if I make a post that I'm like shaking and nervous to put out there into a Facebook group or put on my personal page, just do it. Promise you'll still be breathing afterward. And then see what happens. See when the leads start coming through. Like who is there that might know someone too, because somebody on your friends list, and that's what happened with this lady, our friends reached out and said, hey, like our friend's mom just passed away and like that house is in rough shape. And she was super, super embarrassed about it. And so we were able to handle it very professionally, paid a fair price and, fix up the property. So really, truly, if you haven't already, dust off your Facebook page, start joining those groups. You also want to be active on Facebook. So the method that we're going to get into in a little bit, I know we've got Tom coming on in like 5 minutes, but the question of how often do we post in the same group? I wouldn't do the same group daily. I would it depends on how active. So like some groups, guys, unfortunately, total duds. You'll post something and it's like crickets. There's like 50,000 people, but nobody's listening, nobody's talking. It's like a dead group. Try to revive it somehow, but your post might not be the one. But there's other groups that they're just like popping, like everything's happening, like everyone's hanging out, questions are flying around. Those are the groups that you almost want to kind of like be old school, have a notebook. use your iPhone notes section. You can be a little bit more tech savvy and use Google Sheets or some sort of template, Notion, Asana, Monday. There's all the different bells and whistles, but again, you don't need them. What you need to do is just be posting consistently into Facebook groups. So the point of it is start posting into groups and then you'll find out which ones are active. And then I would say like every few months or so. Just depends on how active your groups are. So our method that we love talking about is 5-5-30. And it's a really simple way because what we found is we're like, just go post into Facebook groups. And we might get, well, Jen, I posted in a lot. But what's a lot to you and what's a lot to me might be two different a lots. You know what I'm saying? So 5-5-30. So 5-5-30 means you're going to post into 5 different Facebook groups a day. So it might be Tampa Moms, I Love Tampa, Tampa Buy and Sell, Tampa Yard Sale, and Craigslist Tampa. So there's 5 groups. And I'm going to do that for 5 days a week. So I'm giving you 2 days off. I'm not saying you have to like break your back here every single day, but you need to do it consistently. For this little, if you're all here, write this down too. Sellers are most active on the weekends. Not really a surprise, right? Especially if they're working 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, they're not even in their house, they're working. But catch them when they're in the 4 walls that they're like, gosh, there's this project I never finished, the bathroom never got done, the piles of stuff, or whatever it might be, or maybe they're home, like they just got back from their parents' house. So Friday, Saturday, Sundays are excellent days to be going into these Facebook groups and to be posting on your pages. And yeah, it's working on the weekend a little bit. And I know Tom will probably get into it. Hustle's a season, not a lifestyle. But if you are hungry and you want to do your first deal, it's going to require a version of you that you may not have stepped into yet. And that's okay. And that's why you're here, right? You're hanging out with, gosh, we're up to 76 people here. We got 76 of us in here that are just built a little differently. And we are like ready to take it to that next level. So you're in the right spot. So commit to it. 5-5-30. So the 30 stands for 30 days. It's a month, right? So track it. Use a piece of paper, use a spreadsheet. Don't overcomplicate it, but 5 days a week, 5 different groups a day for 30 days. If by the end of that 30 days, you don't have a post that went and got 100, 200, 300 comments, or combined, you don't have a bunch of leads rolling in, then we got to look at something. Did you change the message? Did you not do some seasoning posts, which I can talk about a little bit? And guys, what you're talking about right now is a KPI, which I had no idea what that word meant. And it just stands for Key Performance Indicator. It's just a way to know like what I'm doing working in my business. And as a business owner, which all of you are, if you're looking to invest in real estate, you're starting your business. So yay, good job. Then you're going to want to start tracking things. And the simple tracker is 5 times a day in 5 different groups, 5 times a week for 30 days. And so you just keep up with that. And again, you want to have a good presence on social media. So going back to, do you have 5,000 friends? If not, then start friending people. You should be friends with other investors who are inspiring you, who may be doing what you want to do. You should be friends with agents in the area that if you do get a property under contract, maybe they know a buyer or, they know some investors in the area. And then also go ahead and friend people from your past. It's okay. We're not all besties here. We don't have to know every little detail of your life, but you can share enough where you could help somebody out in a situation. So anybody that you maybe went to school with, a friend of the family, an old distant relative, like doesn't matter. Just like it just kind of make it more of like it's a social place to let it be known that you are here to solve problems. Yes, lots of questions rolling in here. 5 posts, 5 times a day, 5 days a week. No, 1 post 5 times a day. So you're going to post a total of 5 times. So we come up with the 5 times a day, 5 different groups there. So 1 post in each group so that you don't get blocked by Facebook. So again, we're talking organic leads. So there's some rules we have to play by, right? And so we don't want to get thrown into Facebook jail, we call it. But basically, if you post too much on Facebook too quickly, it's going to think you're a bot and it's going to shut you down. And we don't want that to happen. So to play it safe and to not burn out, because we don't want you to burn out on any of this, you're going to pick 5 different groups. So it's 5 different posts into those groups a day, 5 times a week. So yeah, 25 per week. You got it.
We also have, oh, sorry, there's a private question that came from Michelle, so I wanted to send that your way. And then we do have Tom Kroll in the house too. So so real quick, Michelle is asking, how often do you post in the same Facebook groups? And then are you mixing up the wording that you're using with these blue ads, or is it the same thing every time?
Yep, kind of answer that one. You do not want to post in the same group too often. So I'm saying like rotate every 2 to 3 months if it's a good group, kind of like, oh yeah, like I actually closed a deal out of this group, or this one gave me a lot of leads. Like make sure you write that down. And I would do a little recycle, like 2 to 3 months or so. We can talk more on that. Yeah, like 30 days. I would give it maybe even like 2 months. You could go back and delete your post too if you want to get real tricky, and I can kind of get into that as well. And then what was the other question, Abby?
I think you answered it. It was just one, how often do you post to the same Facebook groups? And then, oh yeah, are you mixing up the blue ad wording?
Don't change the wording. Rule number 3, Tom, he's about to come on here. He's got a bunch of rules. And I tell you, if you don't follow them, you're just like breaking all the rules, and you need to follow these rules. So rule number 3 is don't stop doing what works. And what works is, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. If you want to change it to 2 to 3 months, go ahead. But like that wording is chef's kiss. So I want you to try it. It's tried and true. I've closed deals this way. Abby, who was, what were you, 18, 19, posting this ad when you worked with us on our team as an acquisitionist, she was closing deals with the same exact ad. And so guys, it works. Don't change it. And 5-5-30, that's the name of the game. Rule number 3, don't stop doing what's working. Hopefully I'm getting that right, Tom.
Bam. Yes, of course. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Woo! We have a full house here, and we even have some of your OG clients, community members in here. So we're super, super pumped that you're coming to spill some of the knowledge, the organic, all of the goodness that Tom Kroll just brings.
That's awesome. Well, thank you for having me. I'm so honored to be here. I'm a big fan of you guys, and this is going to be a great adventure. And yeah, rule number 3, tried and true, never stop doing what works. I love it. I'll ring the victory bell for that. Yeah, that one is a gold one. And you know, sometimes even my clients who come in, there's Joe. Hey, how are you, brother? Good to see you. Good to see you. You know, it's funny, even sometimes my clients who come in and they're paying me, you know, they're in real estate and they're struggling, and sometimes it's a roller coaster, and they'll pay me 5-6 figures to come in, and I'll just look at what they did last year and I'll say, well, how come you're not doing that anymore? And they'll say, Tom, you're a genius. So yeah, never stop doing what works is 110% tried and true, just like all the old ancient principles, right? I think that's what's so important here, is that everything that is good and honest and wholesome and reduces your suffering and makes business fun and makes it where you just have to make small moves and you have exponential or compound success. All of those rules and principles are old. All the good stuff is old, and that's what those principles are all about. And I'm happy to go through them if that's what you guys would like to do. But either way, I'm here for you guys.
Oh my gosh. Well, we were talking all about organic leads, and I can't think of a better person who is on the same page as we are, with no funnels, no tunnels, no CRMs, none of that craziness, no spending money on marketing until you actually get some organic leads flowing. So I really would love to just have you share your wealth of knowledge a little bit on that, and then we'll go from there.
Well, first of all, I think, you know, and it all will break down into rules, but here's what I would say. When you guys are looking at your marketing, right? What is marketing? Marketing is something that you do in order to get somebody to kind of reach back out to you. And organic is the way to go. Even for my clients who are doing big numbers, over 10 million, I will assure you guys that once their marketing tends to fall off organically, the paid ads just drop. So here are some of the secrets, right? Number 1, first and foremost, how do you start your day? revenue in first position. It is so comfortable, right? So I've had over 5,000 students who, right there, and you know right away when someone is going to be successful in this business, because they'll call you and they'll say, Tom, I did everything you said to do, and then I went to a seller's house and I didn't have a piece of paper, or a seller called me, so I just like wrote it on a piece of paper, and will this work? And I'm like, no, you got to go to a title company. So premature, massive, imperfect action is the key. And that only happens when you start your day with revenue. Essentially, if you're just starting, your day starts with all of the things that produce revenue first, and then you work on fulfillment and, like Jen just said, KPIs, right? Key performance indicators. That comes at the end of the day. So start your day, revenue in first position. I cannot stress this enough. Every single entrepreneur and owner who struggles and suffers and cause suffering for their clients, their team, their community, their family, their loved ones, all of those entrepreneurs, what they do is they do what feels good in their belly. And what feels good in their belly is designing a logo, or designing a website, or creating a funnel, right? Or yeah, all of us, right? We've all been there. We're all guilty, but sometimes we need somebody to just say, hey guys, hold on. Let's do the uncomfortable thing first, right? Let's do the thing that we don't really want to do, but that we know is going to get the biggest outcome. So I am, anybody who's on this right now, as soon as this is over, even if you only have 40% of the information and instruction from Joe and Jen, take massive and perfect action. Adopt an attitude. Guys, I'm going to slow down because I go so fast. I assure you that this works. Adopt an attitude in your life right now of something called progress, not perfection. It will never be 100% right, even if you are preparing and preparing and preparing. My son is in medical school, right? And I guarantee you that his first patient is never going to be treated in the best way as his 100th patient, because Albert Einstein teaches us that all education and knowledge comes from experience. So the system that you're in right now with Joe and Jen, here's what you guys want to know. Their instruction, this is the equation of coaching. Their instruction plus your massive imperfect action will equal a result, which equals your education. What a lot of people do is they accidentally put the obligation of education onto the coach. This is a huge mistake. My mentors taught me that early on. Thank goodness I had the right people, Robert Kiyosaki and some of the best people in the country who were pouring into me when I started, and they understood that all the heavy lifting was on me, right? They gave me the instruction, right? They gave me the clarity. I took the action, I got the result, and that's how I learned. I didn't learn from preparing. Does that make sense to everybody, right? Because if anybody doesn't understand that, that's a huge game changer. But
Bam in the comments, you get it. Bam in the comments.
Bam, I love it. Yeah, that's the key. So first and foremost, revenue in first position. And by the way, if anybody's saying, well, yeah, but I want a lifestyle business, guys, here's the secret, right? Hustle is a season. It's not a lifestyle. If you want to have a lifestyle where you own multiple businesses and you get to do what you want with who you want, when you want, where you want, that comes after. But every single person, every man and woman I know of consequence who came before us, all of those men and women had a season of outworking everyone else around them. Don't listen to these new age gurus who talk about do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. That's pretty true, actually. You do what you love and you are not going to work and get paid a day in your life. I guarantee it. But if you can do what the market loves, and then in that good work, you will find things that you do love, and then you will have a business, and a business is something that's going to serve you by serving other people. So prioritize what the market wants. And when it comes to marketing, because now we're talking about organic marketing, all marketing is, right? Think of marketing. Sometimes marketing can be confusing, right? Because people who are in marketing, they use all of these confusing terms and right, direct response marketing and ROI and ROAS and KPIs and loss leaders and self-liquidating offers and all this garbage, right? I get to participate in the ownership of multiple companies across all sorts of niches, right? Let me give you a secret tip from 50,000 feet, right? And by the way, guys, if I can do this, right, you can do this, right? I got a 990. I didn't even break 1,000 on my SAT. That's a true story, and it was untimed. So I'm telling you right now, if I can do it, you guys can do it, right? So here's what the secret is. All marketing is, forget all the complication. Marketing is always divided up into 3 buckets, 3 categories. This is for what you're doing right now, and this is generational, right? This is for your kids and your kids' kids and their kids. So if you guys can grasp this, this is going to be a key, because you could come into any situation and immediately know what is wrong or right with marketing in 30 seconds. So marketing, first 3 buckets, right? And the thing to visualize here is visualize if you're downtown, right? So if I take my wife Julie to downtown Stewart and we're walking downtown and there's one of those fancy restaurants, right? And they have the chalkboard sign outside and it says the menu or whatever. That's what marketing is. So the first rule of marketing is you want to get attention, you want to hold attention, and you want to monetize attention. That's what it is. So when you're looking at marketing and you say, well, what's working, what's not working, where is it failing, or where is it going right? Always divide it into 3 categories. Get attention, hold attention, monetize attention. So let's think of the chalkboard, right? The first thing about the chalkboard is, are people seeing it, right? Is it in the middle of the sidewalk or is it off to the side? So it should be stopping foot. Like if somebody's tripping over it, it's perfect, right? Until people are tripping over that chalkboard, it's not getting enough attention. So the first question to ask yourself is your marketing getting enough attention? And if it's not, it's the invisible man. What can we do to get it to get attention? Should we move it? Should we make it bigger? Should we change the color, the font, the size, whatever, right? Should it be flashing? But that's the get attention part. Number 2 is hold attention. That's where the messaging comes in, right? If it's the car alarm where it goes off, people look at it and then they go right back to what they were doing, it's not going to work. You've got to hold attention. So when Jen was saying that message before, right? It's super nonchalant. It's very easy. If you have a house in the next 2 or 3 weeks, that's the right message, right? That's like the right there, right? It just lands in and it lands perfectly. It'll keep their attention long enough to, number 3, monetize attention. So whenever you're looking at it, always look at it in with the glasses of, is it a getting attention problem, holding, or monetizing problem? That's where you want to look at it. As far as marketing goes, here's what I can tell you from looking at the P&Ls of tons and tons of companies all the time with my controller. I have to give Tony Counts credit because I don't do this on my own. So here's what I will tell you. Marketing has 9 rules, right? 9 rules of what makes it work and what doesn't make it work. Every single time I go into a real estate company and I see that it's not working, or the investor is not getting enough deals, or the agent's not getting enough, whatever it is, here's what is going right and wrong. Marketing essentially has 9 rules. Number 1 is copied. This is the first rule of marketing. Every single entrepreneur who's ever born, they want to use their entrepreneurial creativity to redo the message from Joe and Jen. No, right? This is not the time. There have been men and women who have come before us. There's nothing new under the sun, and they have spent literally millions and millions of dollars. Dan Kennedy, Bill Glazer, Joe and Jen, and all of these other guys and girls they've split tested and A/B tested and did this and that and tweaked and changed it. So number 1 rule with marketing in any company is don't reinvent the wheel. That's not where you should be putting your time and energy. Go and I used to say steal, but Darren Bentley taught me to say rip off and duplicate. So just rip off other people's. They're all around you. And I'll tell you guys a little secret. When you're copying marketing, a lot of times the best marketing, it comes from outside your industry, right? You don't have to necessarily look in your industry. Sometimes what the guy who sells, home construction or Victory Bells or door hinges, what he's selling is sometimes that marketing is just as good for your industry and it's new and fresh. So rule number 1 is copied. Number 2 is big. Guys, marketing is a numbers game. It is not a skill game. If it was a skill game, I would have been out of this game a long time ago. I have no skill in this stuff, right? This is a needle in a haystack. So, there's this expression, the more shoots you take at the basket, or I don't know anything about sports, but I know there's a basket, right? And the more times you throw the ball, the more times it's going to go in. So number 2 is its volume. when your marketing is small, you are going to have something that is very, very painful, and it's called statistical anomalies. What that means is you do something, whatever it is, billboards, billboards or bandit signs or TV ads or radio ads or Facebook posts or direct mail or cold calling or text messaging or blah, 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 blah. Whatever you do, if it's small, what will happen is you'll say, well, I did this 10 times and I got a deal. And then you'll say, well, if I do it 10 more times, I'll get another deal. Not true, right? But here's what I can tell you. If you do it 10,000 times and you get 50 deals, I guarantee you that if you do it 10,000 times again, you're going to get just about 50 deals again. And this is not my opinion. I see this in the P&Ls of my clients who are spending a lot of time or energy or money on this on large volume. So go big or go home. Number 3 is consistent. Your marketing must be consistent. So I'm going to tell you right now, the biggest problem with owner operators and investors here is that they start doing consistently good marketing. They get some shiny objects and deals and some under contract and some are closing. And then they all of a sudden focus on the deals. And now they drop the ball on the marketing, and then their roller coaster of income, it looks like this, right? And it's painful. And this causes suffering. Guys, here's the thing. We don't get into entrepreneurship to suffer. We do it to get out of suffering, right? If you weren't suffering before you got into this, then it's not a good fit for you, and everything is backwards. The definition of success is a good night's sleep, right? Nobody gets into entrepreneurship to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, riddled with crippling depression and anxiety and fear and all of that, right? So if you want to stop the roller coaster, you got to be consistent no matter what. And if you're like, I'm busy, you're not that busy. Trust me. I work with entrepreneurs all day long, and they are not as busy as they say they are. So I'm telling you, you have the time to be consistent on your marketing. So consistency is not okay. Next rule in marketing, singular. Guys, every single time I would coach someone or my clients would coach someone, and they would say, and the investor says, well, and all you guys can test this yourself. Go to somebody who's consistently bringing home $100,000 in their pocket, not just gross, net. Talk to people who net $100K per month in their pocket every single month, right? Ask them, what are you doing to find your motivated sellers? This is what they're going to tell you. Well, I do this one thing really, really well. I know the time, the date, the font, the color, when, where, how, and I've dominated it and I've delegated it. Now I'm looking at another channel, and you'll see it's like 1 or 2, 3 at most channels that are delegated and automated. Talk to somebody who's struggling and they're inconsistent with their income. They're making under 100K per month. Say, what are you doing to find your motivated sellers? You know what they're going to say? Well, I want to be everywhere. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, billboards, bandit signs, cold calling. No. That's not the way the world works. Don't dip your toe in the water. You got to go all in and total immersion, like Tony Robbins teaches us, right? So total immersion and then make it work. And here's the thing. If you pick the wrong channel and it doesn't work, you're going to know that in 10 weeks, not in 10 months. That's what's so beautiful about going all in with anything in your life, right? Is you know right away, okay, this works and I'm going to find out right away, or it doesn't work. But when you're all over the place, you're scattered. Even if you have a little bit of success, it just doesn't work. So that's next. The next rule in marketing is fast response. Guys, let me just tell you right now, if you get someone to actually respond and then you get excited and you call your sister, brother, mother, friend, whoever, and you're like, you're not going to believe it. I made a post and somebody wrote back and they're going to, and then I have to call Joe and Jen and tell them about it. And what should I say? No. Guys, the minute that somebody raises their hand, grab their hand and bring them onto the dance floor, I am telling you, you have moments. Forget a calendar. You got to prioritize. Guys, remember, there is no such thing as time management. There is only priority management. I don't care what you say. If I want to know what's important to you in your life, all I have to do, especially for the men on this line, all I have to do is I have to look at where did you put your time, your money, and your attention in the last 5 months, and I will know exactly what is most important to you and who's most important to you. So let me just say this, right? When someone raises their hand to come in, go right away and do it imperfectly instead of worrying about getting the right resources, tools, and information to do it perfectly, and go out and do it now. You have moments. The deals that you are going to lose by responding slow are the best deals. Those are the deals. You'll still have people who will talk to you, but it's not the ones that you want. So, and if you don't want to see this in real life, watch the magic. Go to like a Costco or somewhere where, you know, or I can't think of the one Julie goes to, but go to one where I saw the guy the other day, he was selling diamond, you know, fake diamond bracelets, right? And he did a presentation and the women were standing around with their husbands and they were watching the presentation of this, you know, beautiful diamond bracelet and blah, blah, blah. And I'm watching him do, I mean, it was brilliant. This guy was old. He knew what he was doing. And then at the end, you know what he said? He said, well, now guys, here's the deal. I have enough bracelets. I only have 6 applications for 0% financing. He didn't even have to finish his sentence and everybody ran up right then to get the break. Urgency, scarcity. These are the NLP tricks that Tony Robbins teaches us that work in your marketing and in your sales. So fast response is key. The next one in marketing, the next rule in marketing is it must be trackable. Dan Kennedy teaches us there's no such thing as branding, there's only marketing. So trackable means return on investment, dollar in, dollar out. So I should see when you take action with your time, energy, or money that there's some kind of an ROI coming back. No ROI and it's not working, then it's not trackable, it's not a good channel. So you got to stick with it and see an ROI. The next rule in marketing is delegated. I wouldn't hire anyone on this channel except for Abby. I wouldn't hire anybody to do my marketing because all of you guys are entrepreneurs like me. And you know what that tells me? You've got 1,000 ideas a day. You're going 1,000,000 miles an hour. You are literally born to be inconsistent in marketing, right? So the next rule is delegated. As soon as as soon as any of you get to 10K per month, immediately hire a local executive assistant. Here's what you're looking for with an executive assistant to delegate marketing to. All you're looking for is, I'm going to be super inappropriate here, but that's okay. So with your executive assistant, it's got to be, they must have a college degree. It's not a question. No college degree, don't even interview them. I'm telling you right now, do not do it because you probably don't have a college degree. And even if you do, you're still too entrepreneurial. So you need somebody who has, it shows a certain level of intelligence. Number one. And number two is it shows a certain degree of follow through. So executive assistant must have a college degree. Number two, they must be local. All this VA stuff is great. I love it. I have the best VAs in the whole country. Lorena started with me. She had roosters in the background and she was like, there was always a flood. Now she's like the richest person in the Philippines. I love it, right? God bless her. But for this role, somebody local. So college educated, local, bookkeeping experience is going to be key. And by the way, also local is important because you need to have to do things like check your PO box and do other stuff. They're like your right-hand man. They are going to give you more time to produce revenue. So it's got to be local, college degree, and it's got to be a bookkeeping experience because you're going to need that because all of you guys think at bookkeeping. Trust me, you all stink at bookkeeping. None of you should be doing your own bookkeeping, and you're going to have to eventually do that. So you're going to need that anyway. The other thing that I would say about this is I'm not going to make a recommendation, but if you took the 250 most successful, wealthy, and influential businesses and owners that I work with, 100% their EA is female instead of male. So I will leave that with you guys. You could take it however you want. I'm just telling you a fact for me personally. I'm not making a recommendation. And then the last thing I will do is I'll say about the EA is kind of interview them, wind it down to like 2 or 3 people. And then if you are married or in a serious relationship or have a partner or fiance, let your spouse do the final interview because you're an entrepreneur, which means I know you think you're a good judge of character, but you're probably not because you're either too salty or you fall in love with people too fast. So have your spouse do the final interview, and it's just appropriate because you might be spending a little time with that person and your wife is a better judge of character than you are or your husband is. So I know it sounds crazy, but I've been doing this for long enough. And if anybody wants to disagree, that's fine. But I've been doing this long enough to have the authority to say that. So these are the rules of marketing. The next one that you want to focus on is it must be split tested. So something that is really important with masters of marketing is always be running an A/B split test, right? So if you have a purple background, try a green one at some point and split test it, right? If you have one message, Here's the key with A/B split testing, guys, and this will serve you for the rest of your life in any business you're in, because you could always be constantly tweaking and improving your marketing. Is when you're A/B split testing, only change one thing.
Hmm.
Does everybody understand that, right? If you change 2 or more things, it's no longer an A/B split test, right? So if you say, I'm going to change the background and the message, it's everything's out the window, because the problem is now you're going to be running a test where you have to pick one or the other, and that's not a good place to be. You want to pivot one slightly. You want small moves, right? One little tiny move at a time. So does that kind of make sense to everybody? And I go so fast. Does anybody have questions, comments, concerns, wins, losses, frustration? I mean, is this all?
You're awesome. No, you guys could drop questions down. So real quick, when he was talking about Lorena, she's a virtual assistant, a VA. And what Tom's talking about is an EA, an executive assistant. So you want someone who is in person to do some of these tasks that you can really let go of in person. But VAs are great. They are useful. But he's saying for this particular hire, an executive assistant should be in person.
Well, and Tom, don't get me wrong. We did warn them to drink their coffee before you hopped on. I was like, this is going to be action packed, but and I love the point of like rule number 3, don't stop doing what works. And with marketing, I got to tell you how many times people see our blue post. They see it, and I'm guilty of it myself. I would find something that works and I'd change it. I'm like, well, man, this is really working. Let me change this, right? And then I wouldn't get the same results. So I notice when somebody gets into our coaching group, I'm like, just use this blue ad and do it just this way.
Right.
And then they come back, and after a week or two, they say, Joe, it doesn't work. I'm like, okay, well, let me see what you did. Can you tag me on some of these posts? And what do? They change the color. They change the message completely.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, do you see the difference here? And then once we go back to what worked, their heads explode. They're like, oh my gosh, we had one of the ladies in our group last week just say how she had 336 comments last week from just using what worked. And I'm like, well,
Beautiful.
you were struggling for 2 weeks. What was the change? She's like, I just did what you said and I stopped changing it. So this just brings your point back 110%, is just stick to what's working.
Yeah, and you see this, guys. This is not like satirical. This is evidence based. You see this again and again and again and again and again. I mean, they're on the really good rules of life and business, on the principles, right? Like, don't change what works. The reason that these are principles is because they're following 2 rules. The first rule of a principle is that it always works in every. And this is for now. We're talking business, right? So. For me, we have 88 I have 88 principles, right? The thing that is true about all 88 of these principles is that they are always true. This is not like the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Yes, it is, right? I know that the grass is absolutely greener on the other side in some cases, and in other cases, it's not. And you should water where you should bloom where you grow, where you are. And then in other cases, the grass is greenest over the septic tank. So let me say this, right? There are rules where they are not always applicable, and they're confusing, right? Look before you leap is not a rule to follow 100% of the time, or you could end up in having a lot of problems, right? Good principles, solid principles are ancient. There's not a dissenting opinion. Rule number 8 is read 8 pages a day, right? I can tell you guys right now, everybody says, I want to be rich, I want to be wealthy, I want to be successful. Are you reading, or are you saying, my teacher told me when I was a kid, I was a visual learner, so I listened to Audible, but it's the same, and I just say I read a book, but I listened to it. Guys, 100%. I could show you text messages, Brent Daniels, Joe McCall, you name the coach. I can tell you all of them are readers. Name the coach, and I will tell you the book they're reading right now. Here's the book I'm reading right now. This is from Agora Financial right here. This is my favorite book of all time. I've read it, I don't even know, probably 300 times. Everybody should read this book. Here, How Do I Scale My Business? Guys, Michael Gerber has taught us how to scale a business. Ordinary people, extraordinary results. Every single page of this book is liquid gold. 8 pages a day, and all of the principles are like that. They're old, they're ancient, they work now, they work tomorrow. And guys, this is what generational wealth is. As you're going through this transformation right now with Joe and Jen, this is generational wealth. What they're pouring into you right now, generational wealth. Guys, let me take a minute from a break from this to say this, right? Because there's so many differences between poor people and wealthy people. The poor people save, rich people invest. Poor people, they buy and sell. Rich people buy and hold or buy and trade up. Poor people, they decide what they can afford based on how much their monthly income is. Rich people, they decide what they're going to buy based on how much their monthly income is and their net worth. One of the biggest differences here is that when you are, generational wealth, poor people, how much cash can I leave my kids? I have never met a person with a net worth over 10 million who asked that question. This is a poor person's mentality. Rich people, generational wealth, I got to take my kids on Saturday to a garage sale to have them negotiate the price of a toy and sell them on eBay. Generational wealth, guys, by the time we all die, God willing, our kids are going to be in their 40s and 50s. If they haven't made it financially by then, the worst thing that you could possibly do is leave them money. Generational wealth is character. It's impulse control. It's the ability to handle different situations. It's when they see you reading a book, that's generational wealth. And I know this is kind of like 50,000 foot view, but this is what you're learning, with Joe and Jen. So I just want to encourage you guys that on these rules and on all of these tactics that they're giving you, there's undercurrents, guys. Listen to the way people who are struggling, right? Listen to how they talk. They're always concerned with the waves on the surface. Wealthy people don't do that. They're prophetic, right? They're clairvoyant. They're watching the undercurrent under the noisy waves, right? Under the noisy waves. So don't pay attention to the noisy waves. That's just meant to distract you. You want to get to the undercurrent of all of these tips and tricks and strategies that Joe and Jen are giving you. So that's just some of them. And yeah, and the last rule, the ninth rule on marketing is double checked. Just make sure that it's double checked, because I can tell you story after story of people who let it go. But yeah, those are some of the organic principles that just literally everyone's looking for secrets. There's no secrets. These are the secrets. It's easy.
Well, I gotta ask you, because I think you were the one that brought this up. If I said that I'm going to kidnap your kid,
Right.
if you don't get a deal done,
Right.
what is it that you're going to do?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would say is probably the most paramount, or this is the differential, right? I remember, and I've heard this so many times, Rachel Ray never went to culinary school, outworked everyone around her. She wanted it, right? Now, then she struck a deal with Oprah Winfrey, and now she just finished building her house in Tuscany. Morgan Friedman, I was just watching a documentary about him, and one of the first things he says in the documentary, I made a decision that I was going to do this, or I was going to die trying. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. I have coached people who were window washers who are now multimillionaires. I have coached people who came in as my clients with a net worth very, very, very high. Here's what I will tell you. I have never met an entrepreneur in my life who has a fear of failure. I hear all these gurus and they're talking about a fear of failure. I don't know what it is. Most entrepreneurs are like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll look a little silly. I don't care, but I'll do it. Just tell me what to do. What I find is the real killer to your success is the fear of success. That's the thing, because I think that we know in our brains and from thousands of years of training that we want to stay in the group, that there's safety in the group. Like, yeah, it might be miserable and cold and wet and damp, but there's like a certain numbers game that I'm playing by not going outside of the group. This happens with a school of fish when a fish leaves, or, of course, my best bud here, I love Scott, but with Rhinoceros Success, he knows that when you leave the safety of the herd of the cows and you go out and you bust through the fence and become a rhino, you are going to get attacked. They're not making examples of the cows in the farm. They're attacking and throwing torpedoes. And that's why you need to be a rhino and not a cow and get milked every day and have the safety of the farm and then get slaughtered. It is more dangerous in the jungle sometimes, but there's freedom in the jungle. So what I would say is, I have coached a lot of people and I've never had a student pass away. And I've had a lot of people who said, I am going to do this or die trying. And those are the people. Morning, noon, night, OCD. When I first started, I did one of my very, very first deals. My first deal I only made $2,000 on, and it was a crazy deal. But one of my very early, certainly my top 10, I was going out to dinner with my family. We were driving down Bethany. I got a call from a seller. I knew in my bones that this was a deal. I could just tell because I had done a handful of deals. And I'm like, this is a seller. I literally stopped the car. Julie got in the driver's seat. I ran up Bethany, went back home, got in my car. She took the kids to dinner, and I went and met with the seller that night. And if you guys are confused about that and you're like, well, Tom, what about lifestyle design and family first? No, that's not true. That is a misrepresentation. That's like the devil getting in your head. So let me explain what it is. There is a season where it is entirely appropriate to love your family by doing good work in the marketplace if you're an entrepreneur. You don't do that forever, but there's a season of that. And if you're confused about that, Daniel Lapin, Secrets from the Bible, Business Secrets from the Bible, it is one of the best books ever written. I will say on that book, you should probably, if you're not reading every day, listen to it on Audible because it is a tough read. But Daniel Lapin, Lapin, Business Secrets from the Bible, and that will explain what Jen is referring to, which is this idea of revenue in first position. And I'm going to do this. I used to tell my students, like, pretend they got stung, if they got bit by a poisonous snake and the only antidote was getting a house under contract. I am telling you, you are so much more powerful than you think you are. When you guys, all of you, I don't care how old you are, I don't care your gender, I don't care your height, your weight, it doesn't matter. Sexual orientation, it doesn't matter, guys. I've seen people, you can't judge a book by its cover. I'm telling you, I've seen all different people and they have become successful. And it's because when you make that decision that I am going to do this or I am going to die trying, it's over, it's going to happen. But all of this, like preparing and setting up and, thinking about it and then sitting in Panera Bread or Starbucks and listening to Joe and Jen's podcast, guys, reward yourself with their education. When they tell you to do something, go and do it. That's it. Just do it and do it and do it and just say, I'm going to do it, or you're going to come to my funeral. And that's it. And I'm telling you, once you make that level of a commitment, you guys are unstoppable. You're so much more handsome, beautiful, powerful, resourceful. I'm telling you, you don't even realize. I was like, for so long, I was like suffering with like paycheck to paycheck. I came home and I got lost my job. She was crying in the bathroom. I'm like, this is crazy. And finally my mentor was like, are you an idiot? Like, what are you doing? Guys, if you want to know the secret, that is the secret, is that you are way more powerful. And make sure that you're not self-sabotaging because, your dad doesn't love you, or your uncle told you were a fat kid, or that we hold on to these stories. You got to wrestle that bear every day. I'm telling you, the origin of every result that you get is a belief. It's belief leads to every emotion and thought, leads to every action you take, leads to every result you get, and then the result just confirms what you believe. And we're all on the same bear riding his back every day. I believe something is true. It leads to every emotion and thought I have. It leads to every action I take or don't take. It gives me a result, and the result's like, see, I told you I was right. And you just keep doing this all day. Guys, wrestle that bear and it's hard to stop thinking about something, but it's very easy to change a belief. You could change a belief about yourself in 2 seconds. It's not changing reality. It's what you believe about what's happening. That's the key.
Woo, making me a little teary-eyed over here.
Bam! It's true.
I know it's true. We all wrestle the bear, and the bears are all different, but they're there every day. And it doesn't matter who you're looking at out there. They have bears too. So you're not alone. And I love that you said that, like, we are powerful and more powerful than we realize.
Yeah. And it's true about rule number 2 rule number 2, guys, is everyone's full of poop. And these people online where you're seeing their jets and the boats and the yachts and the Lamborghinis and the guys, can I tell you something right now? Social media, if you're an entrepreneur, social media is not for consumption. You are not allowed to consume on, guys, this scrolling, no. That you do not consume. Social media is for producing. It's for publishing. It's for broadcasting. It is not for consuming. You want to talk about generational wealth? That's a big one. So absolutely. We post, we don't scroll. Bam! I love that. Very cool.
Well,
Yeah.
and I think it's true. It's because we could either spend it to be a connecting tool or a complete time suck, right? The vampire that just sucks all of, because you're comparing yourself against all these other people, and you'll see some 23-year-old in a private jet, and you're like, well, why isn't that me? Well, then I might as well not get started at all.
Right.
And really, the unsexy stuff that happens is between the calls. It's when you're on your own. It's picking up that phone, talking to that seller. It's all of those little things that add up, and none of the other stuff just matters. So I always say keep your blinders on, right? The horse blinders, where you're not distracted by what's going on the side of you. Just stay focused on moving forward. And I love the fact that you keep it so simple, right? And I think the point of it is because, like, what was your background before even getting into real estate?
Oh, brother. Let me just tell you right now, I live in Florida and I do not have the body type to be doing what I was doing, which was lawn care. So I'm just telling you right now, that was like me riding a mower was not a good sight. It was a mess. I was literally a lawn care. I mean, it was a nightmare. I had been fired from 5 jobs over 7 years. And then I started doing lawn care because I didn't know what else to do. And somebody was like, "Oh, if you cut lawns in Florida, you'll make money, and you could hang Christmas lights in the winter." And but then I started learning the principles of business, and now I've been able to grow, create, sell, exit from awesome. I mean, it just takes a second. It just takes 1 second. I mean, there's nothing for sale. I have nothing for sale. I'm just telling you guys, it's not. I don't know how. I wish I could like get in your brains. Anybody who's like, because I'm telling you, you just don't realize who you are and what your capability is. And there's so many stories that we use to hold ourselves back, like just these repeating stories of like who you are. I'm telling you, if I could do it, anyone. Even right now, today, right now, I'm on day 6 of a 7-day fast, right? I've been struggling with weight my whole life, right? I just put it in my head, I'm gonna do it. You just do it. Like, guys, like you are more powerful than you think. I am telling you, it's true. So I just want to encourage everybody, go out there, take massive imperfect action. You're gonna fall on your face. Anybody who doesn't support you or anybody who makes fun of you, guys, I'm gonna tell you rule number 5 in business. Rule number 5 is only take feedback from 5 people, right? Those people are the people who love you, the people who pay you, the people you pay, the people who regulate your industry, and the people who are already where you want to be. That's it. If they're not in that group, I don't care how you run your household. I'm going to tell you how I run my household. You are not pouring in to me and my wife and my children if you don't have personal experience or if you're not on that list. I don't want to hear it. I don't care. It doesn't matter. If you don't love us, pay us, we pay you, you regulate my industry, or you're already where I want to be, you ain't influencing me. That is the bottom line. So what we see is with people who struggle is they'll literally just take advice from they'll like watch something on a reel. I get sometimes, it's just so funny because I'll get like and they really believe it. Like, oh, maybe I should be, if I have chest pain, I'll take a spoonful of cayenne pepper. I don't remember what the kid sent me, but I was like, what is happening? So anyway, guys, bottom line is follow these principles and you won't, and ultimately it'll just reduce your suffering. And life is really, really short and we're not meant to suffer. Like that's not what we're here to do, is just like suffer. There's no, yeah, I don't know how else to say it, but all of this stuff works. These rules are simple and finite and proven and ancient and wholesome.
Well, and I applaud you for that, breaking it, making it just here. I mean, we got a packed room here in the Zoom. We've got a packed on YouTube right now, so we're live.
Bam.
And I see all the comments, and everybody is absolutely loving this.
Bam.
And I know you've worked with a ton of real estate investors. I know you've worked with a ton of coaches. I know you've worked with the coaches, like everybody involved. So here we got a lot of real estate friends of ours watching, tuning in, listening live. If I am brand new and maybe I haven't done my very first deal yet, what do you think is like the key thing to do?
Well, the first thing to do is and this was thank God, I had a mentor. So the first thing I did is get out of my own way. And I'm going to tell you something that is not really easy to do. The first thing that I was doing is I was collecting information. So I call this like pearls of wisdom. And I would like, this guy would say this, and then I would and I was building like this really weird system that was like piecemealed from multiple people on like YouTube and here and there. So I was like, or people would say stuff. I went to a RIA meeting and they would say, oh, like, don't do this, do that, and do that, and don't, and this works. And the problem is you're so new, you really like, you don't understand what's happening. So you kind of like are very susceptible to that sort of influence. And I was building this weird, I mean, it wasn't working. It was just a nightmare, right? It was a lot of work for sure, but there was no revenue. And so I would say that the reason that I am successful is because I had a mentor, but I'm also going to say this. You have to submit to a mentor. And that is hard for a lot of people to do. It's like, I think that a lot of entrepreneurial people, they have like a problem with authority, or they have some kind of a thing where they don't want to be under the mantle of somebody, right? So they don't like, they kind of resist it and fight it, and they're trying to like slide out or do it better or their way. Submitting to a mentor was one of the, thank God I did that. And he pulled me in kicking and screaming the whole time. I did not want to do it, but I was at such a low point that I had to just submit and say like, that's it. And actually it was a conversation with Julie, and I said, sweetie, like, I got to make this work or we're going to lose our house. We got to a point where we were going to lose the house. We weren't going to be able to keep paying the mortgage. So I just had to submit. And then once I submitted, there is freedom. It's funny because the things that we fight when we're not successful, we think are like keeping us in, are actually where the freedom is. There is freedom in submitting to instruction. There's freedom in boundaries. There's freedom in frugality, right? Poor people, right? They earn it, sell it, right? Earn it, like they earn it, spend it. Like their living expenses are like always like just moving up a little bit faster than their income. So there's these things that I would say is the other thing too, I would say, Joe, is this, brother. Like, let me tell you rule number 4. Never, ever, 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 ever partner when you can hire. One thing I see that kills a lot of early investors is they're like, you don't understand. This guy's like he's my friend, but my kids call him my uncle. This is something else I noticed that people who struggle do. It's like everyone's an uncle or an aunt, but it's like, this guy's he's like my brother, and my kids call him Uncle Tony, and we're going to do this together because we've been friends since high school, and I trust him and he trusts. No. I would avoid partnering. The only time I'm not against, I know a lot of people say, oh, Tom, he's like known for breaking up partnerships, which I am, and I'm happy about, because most partnerships are started on a lie of like, I know this and I don't know what Joe knows, and Joe knows that and he doesn't know what I know, so we're going to work together to like, have a great friendship and partnership. That is bad. So, and it's especially bad. Most times it's good because you won't ever make any money, and then you just go back to your job, and that's okay, right? But when you really have a problem with a partnership is when you make money. That's when the real suffering starts. You don't really see it until your wife is like, Tom, how come you're doing all the work and Joe's like sitting in Florida not doing anything? So that's what I would suggest is, number 1, don't have a partner. You don't need a partner for this. You don't need a partner to get to $40,000, $50,000 a month. If at some point you need a partner, awesome. The way you start a partnership is with starting with, here's what I'm not going to do. Every partnership has a show horse and a workhorse. And if you're on this call, you better be the show horse. And then you could just talk about, hey, this is what I'm not going to do, right? I'm not working 40 hours a week. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Do you still want to partner me? And then we'll talk about how exciting this opportunity is. But those are the 2 things: is submitting to mentorship, one person, and avoiding a partner. That would be the 2 big ones that I see kind of like accelerate and the weight and the drag and the lift and the thrust. That's kind of what it looks like.
Ooh, wow. I'm glad you went there though. I've also been sharing my thoughts on that, and it's interesting because a lot of people don't agree, but
Yeah.
we are the partners and that's it. We're married, but I also find that if you bring in someone else,
That counts. That's okay.
you assume that they'll do all the work. I think that, oh, well, I'm busy with doing this, and then the other person thinks they'll do, and it just doesn't work. So it's like you said, it has to come from your belly. You are the one that's deciding. You're the one that's gonna fight the emotions, the fears, the this and that. And like, you can't, it's not about anyone else, and I love to go back to your family. and that book you recommended. Hopefully we can catch all of those titles that you dropped, because you did, you know, you shared so many gold pieces there. But you know, the lifestyle, yes, it is a dream to eventually get there, but man, like the work that you do is really rewarding, especially when you yourself have helped so many sellers out of situations. And I don't know, I just $2,000 or $25,000 or more on some of those assignment fees is great, but helping people out of these situations for me is really what, you know, brought me really truly into this game.
Well, and I think too, as partnering goes, you know, part of what we teach is, and what we've learned ourselves, is how to do this without partners.
Yeah.
And so when you learn how to do the right strategies, and you could build an empire, build a portfolio, do some wholesaling deals without partners, because that's what we've really learned ourselves. So this is why we've only partnered with each other, and we're married. So I got, you know,
Well, yeah.
with the boss.
Married people are partners, guys. By the way, I'm not breaking up those kinds of partnerships. That's
Yeah.
a different. Yeah, you're married. You're a partner, 100%.
Yeah. And it wasn't always like that in the beginning. In the beginning, it was just me.
I thought he was just crazy. Go do your real estate thing. I'm just going to be my English teacher self over here. But then he shared the vision, and then I eventually jumped on board, and here we are today. But yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it can make for a great life, and it's a lot of hard work, but it's super rewarding. And then eventually, it's not a lot of work. And I mean, I remember when I exited from Wholesaling Inc. and I was sitting on a rocking chair at we have a home up in the mountains, and I was sitting on a rocking chair. I was reading Jeff Olson's book, The Slight Edge, and we were supposed to be there for 3 weeks. And I'm like, on the third day, we packed the car. I was like, everybody get in the car, we're going home. I'm like, this is not happening. So I would say that it really does, you really can create, as an entrepreneur, a lifestyle if you focus on the basics right now of just doing deals. And not everybody who has a house wants to sell it, and not everybody who wants to sell it wants your deal. So this is a numbers game. You got to go again and again and again and again to the point of exhaustion. And then once you figure out that path, I mean, it's like that scene in that one movie with the golf game where he just kind of sees the path of the ball going to the, to the green. And that is just, as you move through the stages of ownership, you move from an amateur to a professional, from, being pointed in to being pointed, like to Jen's point just a minute ago here, of being pointed out towards the seller. The most powerful people in the universe are always attracting and rejecting. And the weakest people in the universe are always chasing and convincing. So stop chasing and convincing and start attracting and rejecting, because that's where all of that's where all the harmony is. Not balance. There's no balance because there's seasons to everything. But the harmony, that's what you want. Harmony, right? There's seasons for everything. And you'll go through these. A lot of people will say, well, it's never too late, Tom. What about Colonel Sanders, selling a chicken recipe in his 70s or whatever? Yeah, awesome. If you get to your 70s and you haven't made it, let Colonel Sanders from KFC be that inspiration. But if you're not in your 70s, let Colonel Sanders be a warning, because for every Colonel Sanders that tried to sell a chicken recipe, there's 10,000 who couldn't, and they're not in great shape. So you have this hourglass here, right? That you gotta. We don't have a really long time, so I would get it done straight away as fast as possible and prioritize it, and then you won't have to, and then you could prioritize whatever you want, which is awesome.
Like your lemon trees, right?
Bam, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
You hadn't got one yet. I had to get one out of you.
Absolutely, yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. And there's a real one right out there from you guys, so I appreciate it. But yeah, it's an awesome adventure. And yeah, and then you could, I mean, I found out the other day that if you cut up an apple and put it in the center of your pineapples, all of a sudden all your pineapples start blooming these huge pineapples, right? And that worked. And I was like, that's awesome. I have the time to do that, right? So yeah, great adventure. So if you have a pineapple and you live in Florida, put an apple in the center and the pineapple will pop up in a few weeks. It's pretty cool. There you go.
Yeah, we actually have one in the back patio right now.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the trick. I learned it. It works 100%.
Oh my gosh. Well, guys, we have time for a few more minutes. Any questions for him at all regarding all of the wisdom that he's dropped? Any books that you needed renamed, or, organic leads? Again, it's about providing that messy, massive action, knowing that if you just take that leap, it's out there. You just have to go, and you can't overthink it. And I know I'm a thinker brain, but I've also learned to just just punch the gas.
Well, and I think too, when you talk about taking messy, massive action, when we first got started, I would read a few things and be like, okay, I'm going to start doing it. And I think of even when we discovered the blue ad, I was A/B testing so many different things. And then I hit that one and I put it into 11 groups. And what I did was I put in Jen's Facebook. So I borrowed her iPad without her knowing. I posted that post into 11 groups. And then she was in the kitchen back when we lived in New York. And she was like, what did you just do? I'm like, what do you mean? Because I'm playing a video game, not paying attention. It was like an hour ago. She's like, I'm having all of these people messaging me saying they want to sell me a house. What's going on here? And I was like, oh my gosh, this worked. Like, oh my gosh, to the point we had to take down the post because she was like overwhelmed. And so it was taking that messy, massive action. And then rule number 3, we started dialing into what works. And then we started just doing that and started getting rid of all the other stuff that wasn't working. And it was dialing into a process. So all of the little ugly things that we were doing in the background, that's what got us to where we are now. But in the beginning, I honestly had very, very little clue, but what we call a reptile brain, an alligator down here in Florida doesn't have to sit here and look at something like, huh, should I eat that or should I not? Like they just go into attack mode and go get it. They don't think twice about it. And so when we're doing this business, it's got to be the same thing. Just take that effort. Not every swing gets connected, but you will start connecting for sure.
Bam. And I just put, so we have 88 rules, but I put the top 10 in the chat for everybody, which by the way, has never been done. And there's, besides my immediate family, there's only you guys and 2 other people who have that list. So this is just for your audience, guys. Please don't spread it around. It's good. It's part of a published a book that's with a publisher right now that's going to be released, and it's not yet. But those are the top 10 of the 88. And guys, I'll tell you, if you take these things and stitch them into your heart, they will work. And test me on this. Make sure what you're looking for in a principle is you're always looking for the same thing. You're looking, is it always true? Because if it's not always true, dump it. Even if I suggest it, it doesn't matter. And number 2 is the inverse of the rule true, or is it as true or more true? And that's what you're looking. So is the opposite, right? So if you say, well, only take feedback from 5 people is rule number 5, or what's one that we haven't gone over is, number 6, when everyone's part-time, the project fails. I can give you 1,000 stories of amazing people who said, hey, we should all do this great thing together. And the project failed because there wasn't one person who was full-time, 100% committed to that project working. So check out the rules. And and I saw Lisa said, what's A/B split testing? Lisa, A/B split testing just means that you have one particular let's not use more vernacular here, high vocabulary. It just means that you have like in this case, a post, and then you just take that post and then you change one little thing about it and you put it in a different group and you just see which one does better. So you're constantly, but I would suggest don't do A/B split testing until you get at least 3 deals. So no A/B split testing until you get 3 deals, just to be clear. But it just means you change one little thing.
The good news is we've already done that for you. So when you use our blue post,
that's right.
Just use that. And guys, it works and it's free and it doesn't cost any money and it works. Here's where it doesn't work. When you change it, that's when it doesn't work. Okay. I hear it all the time. Joe, this doesn't work. And I'm like, well, show me the example. And I look like, well, it's all changed. It's different. That's why. Go back to what works, rule 3. And next thing you know, it works too. So that's wonderful. And you've got a book coming out, Tom. What is that about?
Oh, there's 2 of them coming out. And it is about just basically creating a business that serves you instead of a job that you serve. And one of them is for coaches, and one of them is just general principles in business. And and none of it's for me. It all comes from Viktor Frankl, Daniel Lapin, Scott Alexander, Ryan Holiday, Robert Greene, the 48 Laws of Power. Rule number 1, never outshine the master. That's a big one. So it comes from all of the best authors and my mentors, other people, Kiyosaki. That it's great to distill these things down. It's basically a compass. Hey, what should I do? Look at the compass. Tell you every time. It'll never let you down.
That's why we're big proponents of having a mentor who's actually still doing the things that they're teaching and preaching and actively, participating in everything. It's truly inspiring. I know that everybody here has just gotten so much gold from you today. It's recorded. I know he goes fast. I know I was impressed with some of the notes that you guys took. So thank you so much, Tom. You are such an inspiration to all of us here, and so thankful that you took your time out of your busy day. And Thank you. I just couldn't say that enough.
You can see why everybody loves Tom. Like why everybody loves Tom. You can
Everybody.
clearly see why. Not only is he amazing, but has so much knowledge and know-how and experience. And that's why he's the absolute best. So we're so happy and honored that you've been here today, Tom. And thank you. We can't thank you
Biggest
enough.
go-giver.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys. That's awesome. It's good to see you. I'm out of here. Enjoy the day. We'll see. Luna knows when the call is done. She gets up. That's how well trained she is. Bam. All right, guys. Enjoy the day. God bless. Be well. We'll see everybody later. Bye, guys.
So much.
Oh man, look at all that. Yes. Thank you all for sharing your love there. Woo! Do you see what we are talking about though? He comes in an hour, like, and I've heard most of what he's said probably like 50 times, and I still like pick up one more thing. And it's just that repetitive daily pouring into us that I think that all of us need, right? Because obviously Tom can't be in our ears all day, every day, but man, I know that was so helpful. So yes, we are going to take a little break in a few minutes, but I do want to, one, show you guys what the heck this blue ad is even looking like. Two, shout out, I think it was Megan already did her 5 posts today. So anyone else that had said me in the chat, we are nearing, it is 12 Eastern, and I challenged you to go post into 5 Facebook groups. If you did it, comment below, done, just like Megan did. And if you haven't, let's get to joining. So the question is, what groups are we supposed to be joining, Joe?
Okay, I'm going to give you a 5-minute or less breakdown on exactly what y'all need to do. So get ready. The first thing you need to do is join groups. So target your market of where you want to do deals. That's going to be your important thing. Where do you want to do deals? What city, what town, whatever that is. Now, I'll give you what I did. I started in Rochester, New York. The deals aren't any different than they are in Florida or anywhere else. So join the market that you want to do it. Here's the tip. Don't go join Tampa and then Orlando, and then you're in Boise, Idaho, and then you're in Los Angeles, California. If you want to do deals in Philadelphia, PA, well, then join every Facebook group in Philadelphia, PA. And here's the thing is what I did in Rochester, the city of Rochester. There were, when I go into Facebook, under my personal Facebook page, I would go to the search bar of Facebook and I would type in Rochester, New York, and then I would hit groups. And then there'd be all of these groups that are around the Rochester area. I would join every one of them. What kind of groups? I don't care if I'm in a Tampa moms group, y'all. Okay. I join all of them, especially the ones that have a lot of people in them. And I'm joining every one of these groups, community groups, yard sale groups, garage sale groups, doesn't matter. I'm not posting my blue post in real estate investor groups like some of us would think. I'm not doing that. Where am I looking to do? I'm looking to find where the people are. Where are the mom, the pop, the grandpa, the grandma, the people who are just meeting in a normal spot? These are the groups I'm joining. So there's a word of mouth Rochester group, has like 40,000 people in it. It's an active group. There's a garage sale group that, my gosh, anytime you put something in there, the thing goes crazy. So I'm joining all of these groups, every one of them, especially the ones that have like 5,000, 10,000 people or more. I'm joining all of them. Then what I'm going to do is now I'm in all of these groups. What we've figured out, and I put this on my Facebook yesterday, consistency is king. Okay. I'm posting what we call a 5-5-30. And if y'all could stick to this 5-5-30 number and this rule that we have, you're going to have more incoming leads than you could handle, I promise. So what does 5-5-30 mean? You're going to post into 5 different Facebook groups per day, 5 days a week for 30 days. Because here's the thing, like Tom talked about, it's a numbers game. Not every post will get approved. Some admins might take them down even, and that's okay. It don't matter. But if you do 5 groups a day for 5 days a week for 30 days, you're going to be posted in over 100 groups. If even half of them get turned on, you're going to have more people reaching out to you than you could handle. And I think of Rachel last week. She says she's got 336 comments on just 1 week of posting. I've got clients who are doing consecutive, consistent deals month after month without having to spend any money, without having to make a 10,000 cold calls, without driving for dollars or door knocking. And don't get me wrong, all of them work, but this is the easiest, simplest way that you don't have to leave the house. You don't have to put yourself in jeopardy by knocking at a door or cold calling. Because if you do 10,000 cold calls, like I had to, you're going to hate it. Trust me. Now, these people are reaching out to you. These are incoming leads that you didn't have to spend any money on. I'm doing this from my personal page. Why not the business page? Because I don't want to look like I'm a big company trying to buy houses. I'm just a guy looking to buy a house. That's why I joined my own, do it for my own personal page. But here's what I'm going to give you, one of the biggest things of all. And some of you, I hope really understand this. You have to make yourself approachable online. So what do I mean? Imagine you're going to buy a toaster oven from somebody on Facebook Marketplace. Now imagine the picture that they have on their profile as of their dog. Well, what is the person? Who am I meeting? Am I meeting their dog in the parking lot of Walmart to buy this toaster oven for 10 bucks? Right? You need to seem like you're approachable. So make sure that your Facebook profile, it's a picture of you. Make sure that there are some public posts. Maybe some of it's private, fine. But mine are all public. Why? Because mine's a connecting tool. So I want somebody to go to my Facebook page because they see the post, because they're going to check you out. So if you are posting into groups and somebody's thinking about reaching out to you, now put yourself on the other side, right? You see this post and you're thinking about reaching out. What are you going to give them? Your address? What do you want for their house? Probably a phone number and some information. Guys, I collect mortgage information. How much do you owe on the house? They're not giving me their like bank numbers and all that stuff, but how much do you owe? What do you want for it? What's the address? What's your phone number? What's an email address? Like I ask these questions. The only reason they're going to give you that information or even reach out in the first place is because you seem approachable. So on my Facebook page, when you put I buy houses, DM me, and they go check me out, guess what? They're like, yeah, he's the real deal. This guy buys houses. So make sure your Facebook page is approachable, okay? If you got any college pictures of you doing keg stands or wild stuff like that, you can make that private. But for the public stuff, yeah, there's gonna be a picture of me and the wife and the kids at the beach. Why? Because I want them to understand that I'm just a normal family. I'm not some spam account. I'm not a fake account. I'm not an emoji. I'm not a dog or a cat. Everybody loves the cat pictures and dog pictures, and I love my Chihuahua. Okay, I'd love to have Holly, my dog, on my picture, but my dog ain't buying no houses, guys. And if somebody sees that, the like and trust factor go down significantly because they can't see my face. So I got to remember, make sure my my profile is approachable. This is part of the secret. Then when I'm posting into my 5 groups a day for 5 days a week for 30 days, once I do that, I've got more incoming leads than we can handle. Guaranteed. And you're going to have incoming leads in under a week. You could do this without spending any ad spend, without driving for dollars, spending money on that. This stuff works, guys. It has made us so many deals and so much money and clients of ours all around the country. And like what Tom talks about, because he's the one that created Wholesaling Inc. He's the one that brought on some of the biggest names that you knew before they were big. Him. That's why I'm so honored that he was here today. But when we talk about organic marketing and how important that is, guys, I've run sponsored ads. I did direct mail. When I had to spend $5,000 on direct mail and I'm messing it up because I'm just taking that messy, massive action, it puts a lot of pressure on. But if I get all these leads for free and they're reaching out to me, I'm not cold calling, even better. Then the next step is after I'm generating these leads, my biggest concern, my biggest question was like, what do I say? What do I ask? Like, what does this conversation look like? Well, guys, we give you our script for free. Like our opening script, the 10 magic questions we ask every seller, it's for free. We just give it to you guys. Go use that. So what are we giving you? I'm giving you how to get leads for free. And then here are the 10 magic questions we ask every one of them. Okay. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a secret. What happens if y'all get 300 leads in a week? You're going to be busy. That means you're probably getting about 40 a day.
No more scrolling.
You're scrolling time's up. But here's what I've learned to do. I've got the 10 magic questions. Now I have an iPhone. I have a MacBook. And what I do is I programmed in my phone under shortcuts my 10 questions. So I made it so easy is if I hit Q1 for question 1, because I'm never typing Q1 where it puts in the whole thing and any other things that I'm doing. So when I hit Q1 on my phone or on my laptop, because for some reason, thanks Apple, they're all smart, they all talk to each other. So I program my phone, my laptop does it too now. My iPad does it. So I'll give you an example. Here's our chat, right? Q1 spacebar. Okay, there's our first question. to our script.
And if you're not that tech savvy, just copy and paste. Honestly, I think that's great too. In the beginning, you're learning what you were even asking, but once you figure out that hack,
Yeah. So guys, I mean, here you go. Oh, and sometimes what I've done on accident is I don't hit the space bar. I'll hit like Q2. And what it does is it'll actually type to them Q2. So make sure you hit the space bar before you send over the message because they're like, Q2, what does that mean? Really simple. But now I don't have to worry about typing it out each time or copy and pasting. If you're going to do that in the beginning, sure. I've done this for years. But guys, when you could program these, it's a cheat code.
Mhm.
It's the easiest way. Now I'm like able to message multiple people all at once. So when I see somebody comment on my Facebook post, I'm thinking of selling my house. I'm like sending you a message, smiley face emoji. Then I send them a message. The first one. Thanks so much for reaching out. I'd love to learn more about your property. Can you tell me a little bit more about it? And if they don't give me the address, can you give me the full address? Why do you consider selling? Guess what? Q3. How soon are you hoping to sell? These 3 questions right here, guys, are going to give me so much information about what is going on with this property, making sure I got their phone number, right? By the time I get this far, does the house need any work before or repairs before a family with children can move in? I put with children because so many times I talk to somebody like, no, it looks good to me. But then I'm like, well, if children were to move in the house, like, well, you should replace the railing and the deck is, they're going to fall through that. And so they start explaining more of them. But what do I know from these first handful of questions? What's the address? Why are they selling it? What kind of condition is it in? And how soon do they want to sell it? Now, we talked about Dawn earlier today, the deal that we just closed yesterday, $25,000 assignment fee on it. Dawn says in her messaging, and I should probably just post it is what I'll do. I'll grab the conversation. She's like, yeah, here's the address. House needs a lot of work. Husband passed away 3 years ago. How soon do you want to sell it? She's like 7 to 10 days. House needs a bunch of work. She wants to sell right away. And when we asked why, was because the husband passed away. She wants to move out of the house. She already found her new mobile home. I'm like, well, jeepers, let me get on a call with her immediately. So what do I do with our messaging? The way we do it, I weed out so many people. Now, on the flip side of the Dawn deal, do you want to know how many people will reach out to you and say, I just want to quote, I'm not even selling my house. I'm not calling that person. I'm just being honest with you, right? Well, if you just want to quote, go look up your Zestimate on Zillow. That's your quote.
Which you don't say it like that.
Oh, I'm super sweet about it, but that's what I'm doing, right? Like, because I don't want to talk to you if I'm looking to buy a house,
Yeah.
not just be giving people estimates or quotes or things like that. But it's super easy. When I'm generating leads, I'm just typing.
Did you show them what it looked like?
Show them what?
The blue ad?
No.
Okay. You guys want to see? And Abby, if you drop the link if they need that ad. I'm gonna go back to my share screen here. So we have our. Oh, yeah, there it is. Thank you.
Can you all see this? Can you see the post? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. Awesome. Okay, so this was we live in Lakeland and I have questions group. So I did this one. I've got billions of these. We just happen to have this one in our file. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? My wife and I are looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Now, if you don't have a wife, that's okay. You could just put I'm
Or if
looking.
you are the wife, yeah.
Yes, or you are the wife. You could put my husband and I, or my wife and I, or my partner and I, or just I. But don't change the messaging. If anybody's ever looked at somebody who edits papers, what do? They're taking out unnecessary words. So guys, if you want to not get good results, change this. You won't get the good results. Trust me, I've tried only about 1 billion times. Our record, I just want to keep this very simple.
Yeah.
Amy, who's in our coaching group, she's a doctor out in California. She holds the record with 1,100 comments on one post. Those are 1,100 people that messaged her on one post about having houses for sale. Now, every one of those, and I'm going to teach you a lesson how to boost your algorithms in that group. When anybody puts a comment, I write a reply. There. I don't just message them. I say sending you a message because the more comments, the more back and forth, the more Facebook sees interaction and they let more people in the group see your post. So if somebody says you're a scam, I learned this from actually from Thomasina in our coaching group. No scam here. I'm just a guy looking to buy a house. She's a girl. So if she says no scam here, I'm just a girl looking to buy a house. I was like, wow, that really diffused the situation. But she also replied, so anybody else looking at it will understand that. So guys, I am just making these posts. I'm commenting on everybody. I have agents that reach out. They'll say, what are you looking for? I'm like, anything that's not market ready, please send me anything you have. I'll comment back to them. Here's the next step. Check your DMs. How many people don't even leave a comment? They just send you a message. And then in your phone, there's a spot for message requests where I gotta constantly check that because holy cow, I got so many that pop in there. Message requests, there's all these other people in there who it doesn't even show that they've even messaged you because you're not friends with them. So make sure that you're checking your spam box on your messenger and check your DMs because sometimes they're going to leave a message or a comment. Sometimes they don't want to post it on there. They just DM you. I get tons of these every single time. And I will tell you, when we first moved to Florida 3 years ago, 2020 spring was like the ultimate all-time hottest time in Tampa for real estate. And Tampa was probably one of the hottest markets in the whole country. The minute somebody would buy a house here or list a house, there'd be millions of offers and go way over asking. And lead generation, if you got to pay for it, it's expensive in Tampa. You do Google ads, things like that, you're going to spend $400 or $500 per lead. So what I did was I posted into some garage sale group down here, and I had 200 comments. Now, back then, a lot of people were spicy because they didn't like people from New York who are real estate investors in Florida. Okay. So I had a lot of people saying, this is a scam. He's just an investor. All of those comments boosted my algorithm so much up. I still got a dozen leads for free without having to spend $500 per lead. So really to get these leads coming anywhere, it works super easy peasy. We're going to break for lunch?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. So here's what we do. I see people saying done,
Good job.
sent to 5 groups. We're going to spend 15, 20 minutes grabbing some lunch. We're going to be right back. If you have any questions, let's drop those out in the chat. We're going to do some Q&A when we get back.
And then 1 o'clock Eastern, we have Avery coming on, I believe. And he has quite the story. We're going to show you his Facebook page and all the things. So make sure you are coming back for that too.
And a complete rock star. Wait till you guys listen to Avery's story. He's actually in our community and just has the most amazing story. And you
Busy dude. So I can't wait for him to inspire all of you.
Yeah. So 15, 20 minutes. We're all going to take a little bit of a breather. Don't leave. We'll be back.
Alrighty, guys, we are coming back from lunch, and I am so excited for this second half of our live with you guys today. Like we mentioned, in about 20 minutes or so, we're going to have our friend Avery hop on, and he is out of North Carolina. So, again, if you are feeling stuck and need some inspiration, he is going to drop some mega like gold nuggets for us all. So, let's see if we are popping back in. I've grabbed my Celsius. Abby, you got your Alani? We ready to rock? Yeah, that's my girl. So if you haven't done your 5 groups yet, like let's make sure that you've gone back and joined those. And I saw a question as I was kind of looking through these. Slow down to speed up is one of my favorite phrases. I think my team hates hearing that, but it's so true. When we slow down, we can then speed up. So I'm hearing that some of the buy and sell groups can talk. Garage sale groups require you to post something for sale. So what I want you to do is when you go to post, there's a little place where you can toggle, I'd like to call it, and you just have to hit the discussion tab. So if you pull up on your phone and it's like Tampa Bay buy and sell, and it looks like I have to sell an item, there's a way to hit something that says discussion, and then you should have a clear box pop up, and then you'll be able to put your blue background on it and then put your message on. So it's like one little hoop you have to jump through, but some of these buy and sell groups, they do set it up. So like, yeah, I'm trying to sell an iPad or a bookshelf and they want you to give a price on it. Just look past that and look for something that says discussion. Click on that, and then you should be able to change your background. Let me know if I need to explain that a little bit. Did you say that the posts we do need to be different for each group, or can I use the same post in each group, make it different each day? I say make it the same. If you're just starting out and you're not putting a million posts out into Facebook, exactly like it says, and if you haven't downloaded it, Abby dropped it up here, the free leads guide, and you're just going to make it look exactly like that. Don't copy and paste it. I know most things I would say copy and paste, but Facebook really loves when you organically type. So again, we're just starting out, $0 marketing. And one of the tricks too is if you go to post your blue ad, you can make it pink, you can make it blue, you can make it green. Don't use the poop emojis. I don't know how well that'll turn out. But does anyone have a house for sale? Not market ready. I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Question mark. Use that same phrase in those 5 posts today, tomorrow, so on and so forth. And then as you get going, if you need to maybe put my partner and I are looking, my husband and I are looking, and you want to change like a word or two just so Facebook doesn't think you're a bot, that might be that where you heard that. As far as the recording, you will receive a recording. If you're here and you're watching on Zoom, I'll have my team send out a recording of it. You'll be able to rewatch it. And I believe, Abby, that'll be sent out tomorrow.
Tonight.
Perfect. There we go. We do 5 new groups every day, so a total of 25 new groups each week. Yes, that's the goal. Absolutely. So don't repeat a group in the same week. You don't want to be spamming a group by any means, and you really just want to start getting a feel for what groups are going to help me, get ahead. And if you're somebody that maybe needs to boost your algorithm a little bit more, has Joe talked about the seasoning post at all when I stepped out? Sorry, my daughter has a little fever, mom life, so we're juggling things over here, real life humans. And so I'm not sure if he talked about a seasoning post. So a seasoning post is really a great way to just get into a Facebook group where maybe you've just joined it and you want to, before you go and post your blue ad, just like be a normal person, because that's what we are, and just ask like, hey, what's the best pizza place in town? Watch the algorithm start turning. Like, people love giving their opinion. Everybody loves food. So you can ask for, like in Florida, like who has the best key lime pie? Where could I go for ice cream? Date night locations, who's the best hairdresser, like anything like that along those lines. And we call those a seasoning post. So if you're somebody that, again, you haven't really used Facebook, a lot of us, we have such this negative awareness of it, connotation, like, oh, Facebook, it's like where all the, arguing is happening and it's an ugly place. Well, we're going to switch that mindset and we're going to use it as a tool, a vehicle to find some rentals out there that we can acquire, or we're going to wholesale. And so a seasoning post is just getting you active on social media. Because if you think about it, you're supposed to be social on social media. So it's really important to build in that time. I'm not talking about scrolling, like Tom was very clear on that when he was here. I don't want you on there consuming and watching and, endless hours. No, we're here to do some business, and the business is to buy rentals without banks. And to get there, we're going to go in and we're going to post into some Facebook groups. We're going to be posting on our personal pages and all of that. Oh my word, already got a reply on one of your blue posts. Boom, look at that. Before the 5 hours were even up, you've got a free lead that you didn't have to drive out anywhere for. You didn't have to spend $1. It literally took you a few moments. So, all right, thanks for being here, Stan. No worries, you're gonna get that recording, we promise. And yeah, anyone needs to pop out. If you have any friends that you want to share this with too, by all means, make sure you share the link. If other people have questions, if they want to get in, now is the time. So other questions that we've got, I'd love to kind of do a little catch up here. Abby, any questions that you're seeing popping through?
Yeah, I do have one from Michelle. She says, how do you feel about house to sell that's not market ready versus house for sale? So kind of one like they're already selling.
Well, I guess again, I wouldn't change it. Because to me, if it's for sale, I mean, I would A/B split test it once you've done 3 deals, according to Tom, is where I would go with that. But if anyone has a house to sell, it means that they're thinking about selling, it hasn't hit the market. And house for sale, I mean, it's literally just a little nuance. So certainly you could play around with it, but again, I wouldn't change it. This is what we do. But as always, it's your business. Other questions?
Let's see. Guys, drop your questions in the chat here. We'll make sure to filter them. And then, sorry, my dog is barking right now.
First, and I just see Jared here. He's asking for me to pull out my special yellow sign. Well, I'm in a giving mood. So ready to take a picture, everybody? I don't know why this works so well. It's the silliest thing, but this sign says full height, full price for your house as is condition. Any condition, close quickly, as is. So what we love to do with this sign is just take a picture of me holding it in front of a house. It could be one that you purchase. It could be a neighbor's house. It could be anywhere. But the point is, this yellow popping sign, this works. This is one that we actually do run as a sponsored ad, but I've also, you could also split test this one, take a picture of yourself and post the picture into the Facebook groups. I mean, if you don't feel like doing just the blue ad, you can spice it up a little bit. You can order this. I think it was I don't even know. It's something signs.com. Just Google, I need to buy a yellow sign. You can write whatever you want. You pick the font. It was a couple bucks. So this is for our marketing, and it just works really well because this right here is the secret sauce. So if you're just able to pay cash for the property, right now, you're going to have to pay way less, right? If we're going to wholesale it, it has to be the equation. We've got to get a great deal on it. But when I can tell people I can pay full price for your house, it raises eyebrows a bit. And then they're going to even ask you, what do you mean? How do you do that? And that's a little secret weapon that we started using years ago when we were starting to buy on terms. So again, terms means that we're buying these properties that are turnkey, beautiful, and I'm getting a delayed cash sale for full price. So I'm going to pay the sellers full price, but it's going to take me years, not months, to get there. And that all happens on the telephone and the questions and all the things. But to start out, use your blue ad, or we must have shared this last time. Jared was paying attention. This is it. So I'll put it real quick. Make sure you guys can see it. I'm trying to hide my fingers so you guys could crop it yourselves here. Okay. Questions on that? That was a good catch. Cool.
All right, I have a question from John here. He's asking, why do you choose the rent to own strategy over the other strategies, and how are you finding the buyers?
Well, what's his name, John?
John.
Oh, John. Because I was a traditional landlord for, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 years, and I hated it. I hated that we really weren't making any money because back then we bird, so we bought it, we rehabbed it, we rented it, we refinanced, and then we repeated and we bought another property. And so we had traditional renters for a little bit, and we got a really good taste of how it really is kind of like adult babysitting in a sense of like every little thing that goes wrong, you're getting a text or a call. Doesn't matter where you are unless you put in a property manager. Now, if you put a property manager in, that's going to eat into your cash flow. So we're already not cash flowing because of the way we bought the property. Now we're, having to dig into the cash flow for maintenance and repairs. And in 2016, when we started learning how to buy creatively, we also were learning how to put in tenant buyers. And it's just a creative way of building your long-term portfolio. And the biggest misconception is that you will lose all your doors. You're going to sell every house off. And I'm here to assure you that you won't. That yes, when the people are ready and they can qualify, they will buy a home and you will create a homeowner. And that is wonderful and glorious and it's amazing. We helped one last year. But for the most part, a lot of these people just like being left alone and paying their rent. They've given me a large non-refundable option deposit. They pay every single month on time. Some of them even pay over the rent a little bit so that I can apply that to their non-refundable. And then if and when they do cash me out, I'm going to then make a back end check. So you're essentially making money 3 different ways. And it almost sounded too good to be true until we started doing it. So I can honestly say we've had shiny object syndrome thoughts, but we've never done a short term. We haven't done a midterm. And the only way we do a rental is if like it was literally just the only way to go. As far as fine, and by that I mean like if I've listed my property for I don't even know how long, because I will wait a long time to find a rent to own tenant buyer. Because the rent to own tenant buyer is eventually going to give me that money I just talked about, and they're going to take care of those maintenance and repairs, and I'm not going to have to worry about that property anymore. And how do I find those people? Well, no shock, probably. Facebook is probably one of our #1 ways. So I would set up a Facebook marketplace listing with pictures and have all of the things on there listing your property. I would go into Facebook groups. Now, again, buy and sell community groups, maybe even some investing groups. But again, you're really looking for a renter looking to become a homeowner. So you don't want to, really necessarily attract other investors for the property unless by chance it works out. I've had that happen. But another place to do is Zillow. You list it as a rental, right? It's not a house for sale. Yeah, it's for rent to own. And how that is differentiated is in your paperwork. And I cannot stress the importance of paperwork. If you don't have a lease agreement and an option to buy agreement, all like clearly black and white stated, and they even sit down with an attorney and somebody walks them through everything, that's where people can get in a jam. And the way that Joe and I love to structure it too is that we don't kick people out. So an option agreement just means they have the option to buy for a set length of time. So if I give them a 1 year or 2 year option, so let's say they move in and I say this house is going to be $300,000 and you have until 2026 to get it. Well, if 2026 comes and goes, now I have the right to adjust the price on that. Ideally it's going to go up in value. And if these people need a little more time, I'm going to give them the time. You don't evict them. Now, other people do what they want in their business, but I like what Tom said, success is a good night's sleep. And so I'm really truly here to help people. And so our portfolio is built on rent to own homes with tenant buyers inside of them, and they're renting until they're able to buy. So hopefully that I could talk all day about that. I love it. I finally know what burr is. I didn't even know what it was. I mean, Joe started doing this, and then literally it was like Instagram 2020, I think, was when I realized everyone was like #burr. And I'm like, did you know that like this has a name, this thing that we've been doing? And by the time we realized it had a name, we stopped doing it because if you've done a burr, holy moly, the banks literally need a million documents, all the things. I feel like they were just like still waiting for my daughter's like social security card or something. It was crazy. And when you learn how to buy properties without the banks and you can just take over making payments or direct to seller, it happens so much faster and there's way less paperwork. So once we have a seller that's interested, we contact you and Joe. Definitely can hop on a call, Jared, and see, what's going on, see how we can help out. By all means, that's the whole point is, talking to people, generating the leads, and then running those first 10 questions. You're going to be able to see, like, are these people that are motivated? Are they open to terms? And then from there, we can kind of decide what avenue to take here. Megan, I do long-term and midterm. Let me know if you guys have questions. Okay, so she's gonna do a little side chat, yeah. And I'm not saying they don't work. I just don't want that kind of responsibility. I cannot imagine. Like literally, we pulled up in St. Augustine to our Airbnb last week, and the doors were locked. And man, when you're in a car for 2.5 hours, 2 kids, and we're all like, we really like to get inside. I'm messaging on the app, and then I'm like scrolling through my email, and then I finally find her number, and now I'm calling her, and then she's driving, and I could tell it was like not a great time to catch her, but I was like, hi, like to get in the house that I paid to like be in for the next week. And so really like for me, short-term rentals, like you've got to want that responsibility or have somebody else that is ready for that 24/7 hospitality service. Because we've stayed in a lot of Airbnbs, some 10 out of 10, some, I don't even know if Joe would give it a number, but definitely it's not for the faint of heart, and definitely need to make sure that you've got all your ducks in a row taking care of everybody. Because it's very expensive too when you try to stay at some of these places. Crazy, which is good for investors making that money, but a lot of responsibility. Other questions?
I have one from Kyle here who's asking, when you have a rent-to-own tenant, what do you cover? PITI or just principal and interest?
Good question. So remember, how we're buying is usually on a wraparound mortgage. Fancy smancy term for paperwork says that I'm going to make the seller's mortgage payment on their behalf. Now I own the property, so I have to have my own insurance, the homeowner's insurance on that property. And so I'm paying all of that. I'm paying the mortgage payment and I'm paying the insurance and I'm paying the taxes. That's all on me. So when I then go and find my rent to own tenant buyer, I'm going to make sure that the rent that they're paying me ideally is going to allow me to cash flow. I'm usually looking between like 400 to 500 ideally is our average. Sometimes we get more, sometimes it's a little less, just depends on the deal, right? But you're responsible for making that mortgage payment. So how I set it up is I like to go right to the mortgage portal, log in, and I set up my bank account with the right LLC to pay from that bank to the mortgage. And then I use apartments.com just because it's what I've always used. It used to be Cozy. Anyone so like here, I used to use it when I was like cozy.com or whatever. Now it's apartments.com. It's free. It works. Not in love with it, but it just is what it is. So now I've got all my tenants logged in there and they make their monthly rent payment into the apartments.com portal. So that money then transfers to the right bank account, which then I use that money to pay the mortgage. So if you see here, who's in control of all of the money? We are. So that's one thing that I hear some wild stories out there, like people pay the seller and hope the seller is going to make the mortgage payment and they haven't been. So that could be tricky, and it's the seller's credit. So it's just wild that they wouldn't do that. But you don't want to have that house foreclosed, especially if you've got somebody living in it. So you control the money, don't have your tenant pay the mortgage, like none of that. Like you be the middleman or woman and you be in control of that. It's really simple. I remember the first couple that we set up, I was so scared. I was like, oh, I'm making someone else's mortgage payment. And then literally after like 2 or 3, you're like, okay, I got it. Now, remember, if you're making these payments, you've got to keep an eye on the payment amount. So check for any changes in escrow, even if it's a couple cents off. Sometimes the banks will reject that payment as a whole. So if you guys are listening, write that one down. Good question. Anything else? I see we've got Avery coming in, so we'll
Yep.
hopefully Joe will be back. I know he was just having some lunch.
That's right. Awesome. I have one question. Oh, what'd you say, Jen?
I was saying great questions. I love them. Keep them coming.
Awesome. So we probably have time for like 1 or 2 more before we get Avery on here, but well, we'll go with Jared here. Jared says, I have a seller that is looking to sell a property in Huber Heights, Ohio. Oh my gosh, I'm from Ohio. Anyways, I checked it on Zillow and it's right around the price of other homes in the area, so not a great deal. He is a motivated seller though. Should I keep talking with this person or just let it go?
Ooh. So one thing I want you to remember how our yellow sign says we can pay full price. So if the seller is asking for a price around what houses are selling for, what it like truly is worth, with creative, we can offer that. We're just going to need some time, right? So there, you need to dig a little bit deeper. I would run that 10 question script, see how high the motivation is. Now, some people, they might need all that money to then take and go buy their next house. So terms might not work. They might have to list it traditional sale, point them in the direction of a realtor, but you don't know. Like some people might just be like, God, yeah, I've already moved and this house is an extra payment and I can't keep up with it. Like I am open, like tell me more. And then that's a higher motivated seller right there. So definitely I would dig a little deeper there, Jared, and get some more questions and just feel them out. Ask them some questions here and see how you might be able to help. As far as insurance company goes in Florida, it's like whoever I can get to insure my properties because Florida is like a wild place out here and you got to really factor that in with your cash flow. Otherwise, I have people that I know, like, and trust. If you're looking for subject to deals, they're a little expensive, but they handle it 110% properly. It's Riskwell Insurance. James Jenkins, if you check out our YouTube, he did a great interview with him a little while back, and he really just kind of spells everything out. Their company makes it easy peasy on taking over payments and setting up insurance the right way. And so that is really important. So making payments on time and having insurance done the right way is so important. And that's where like we always say to each other, like, I'm so grateful we like paid as much as we did for all of our coaching so that you're protecting yourself. Because what's the point if you go out there and you do all these things and then it all unravels and falls apart? Yes, things happen, but the more you can educate and be around like, hey, when this happens, what do I do? And you've got those people to help you out. That's what it's all about.
I'm looking at some deals now. Lexi's sending over.
He's on Zillow, guys. He's not ignoring you.
No. Lexi's working on a few deals right now,
Yeah.
and there are a couple of them are in upstate New York.
So Lexi is our full-time acquisitionist. She helps close the deals. So in the beginning, it was literally Joe and I in the kitchen or at home or he's at work. And we were just, like I say, like you can run these scripts in the car line. You can post from your morning coffee. And then as you grow, right? Because now we've been doing this for quite some time, full-time for 5 years, we've established a team. And that's where you can start to scale. But just want to give a little backstory there. Lexi is one of our girls on our team.
Yeah, and we found her as our babysitter originally.
Care.com.
Care.com. And when Lexi reached out was to watch our kids. And when we said that we're hiring, she had a great attitude, but had zero real estate experience. And now she's the one that does all of the heavy lifting for us in our business. I look at probably, I would say 20 hours a week. I work in our real estate business where I'm looking at the leads, doing things like that. And she's got one, I'll give you an example. She's got a lady who's got a mobile home in New York, owns the lot that it's on a normal road, not in a park. And she's moving to Florida to be closer to family. And this is one of those situations where she cannot do seller financing.
Oh,
Can't do it because of the fact is she needs the money to move into her next home. So this one we've understood she needs a cash offer and it needs some work too. So we're just going to put together the numbers on that and see what that looks like. But in the meantime, I see we got somebody special here.
do.
We got Avery in the house. Abby, can we pull Avery up on stage?
Heck yeah. Unmute him and bring him on up.
Hey, how's it going? Good. How are you?
Oh, let's see your hat. I love it.
Oh, this is we my house's hat.
Oh my gosh, love it.
Repping. I love it. Well,
Oh,
thanks
yeah.
for taking time. I know you are really busy and we're going to share. And I think that's going to be the most inspirational parts of your journey is your perseverance, you finding the time, you continue to show up, and you really make it about other people and how you're helping them along the way.
Yeah, I do. I'll try.
You do.
Well, you do a great job. And, I want to just, can you give everybody a snapshot? Where are you from? What do you do? And things like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm from North Carolina, Charlotte, in particular. And I work at the hospital in the emergency room. I'm an ER nurse. So that's my full-time job there. And real estate, probably about 4 years now. I also have a lovely wife. And I have 3 kids, daughter, 2 boys, and about to have another daughter.
Hey.
So yeah. So the
Keeping
family's growing. So, but yeah, life is good.
Really,
Thanks.
yeah. And, so out of North Carolina, like obviously you don't even have a job where, not that you had a cushion job by any means, but at least you were at a desk and like, oh, let me just quick take a call. Like, no, like you are,
Yeah, busy, busy. Yeah.
oh my
I
God. Like,
rarely get a lunch break.
yeah.
So yeah, you can imagine trying to like post and then come back to my phone and try to answer. I was like, I had to try to sneak off. Like I'll be back, going to the bathroom.
well, and that's really what it is having that little bit of extra effort to do this. So what was like before you got into real estate investing? And to add on top of that, and then what made you want to get into real estate investing?
So I mean, basically, well, I used to like dib and dab in a little bit of everything before real estate investing.
Mhm.
I was a nurse. I've been a nurse about 15 years now. So I had like a lot of free, not really free time, but like I worked 3 days a week.
Mm,
Or and then you had COVID and all that going on too. But I worked 3 to 4 days a week, and before I was doing real estate, I actually went part time doing the nursing because COVID was so crazy. I went part time doing the nursing, and then 2 days, and I would pick up other days, and then I started doing real estate. So I would go back and forth, part time, full time, part time, full time. It was a lot of flexibility in nursing. So one job loved me, so they let me do that. So before that, yeah, it was basically I used to do catering. I used to bartend. I had a lot of different jobs. Um, what else did I do besides real estate? I feel like real estate's been my life for like the last 5 years. Before that, I used to do like little inventions or whatever. I would try to put little inventions together. Um, what else? Wash cars, just do whatever. I always had that entrepreneurial bug in me. So it probably never leave because my mom's just like, I guess I'm like my mom. She she does a lot of stuff. So that's probably who I get it from.
So, and I love that too, because it's that entrepreneurial spirit that makes us all want to get into something, extra, right? So you're
Yeah.
washing cars, you're doing so many different things. So what was the kick that finally was like, you know what, let me try this real estate thing out?
Um, I don't know. See, I watched so like years ago, I watched what's the guy named Flip Man. Have you ever heard of him? He's on YouTube, call himself the Flip Man. Yeah.
I'll have
So
to look.
he does wholesaling. So probably like 8 years ago, he talked about wholesaling. This is like pre-COVID. I was like, it's a lot of work. So I would like research it, and I was like, that's gonna be too much work trying to, work and do all of this. And then one day I was like, you know what? Let me just give wholesaling a try. So I tried it. It was a struggle, but I really loved everything I was learning. Talking to sellers, of course, was really nervous when you first started out. Now it's like nothing. But it was really nerve-wracking at first. And then, of course, trying to find those deals or those leads was already stressing. Cold calling was a big headache. I did cold calling for a good year on my own, using my own personal cell phone. So, so that was like hours, like trying to dial the numbers, try to figure out who I called. They'll call me back. I'm like, oh, trying to find their name on the property. So I stopped cold calling. I hired a VA to do the cold calling after that. And then it's been back and forth. I still do a little cold calling here and there, but not really. Mostly I post.
Well, that's a run into. Yeah, your posting's
Yeah,
gonna
I post the ad and Facebook, and now I'm doing Facebook marketing since
Okay.
closing my last deal. So
be.
Well, and how long were you in wholesaling before you got your first deal?
before I got my first deal, I was in wholesaling for I think about 2 years before I got my first deal. And
Okay.
I was just about to get out. I was like, you know what, this is too time consuming, too much of a headache. And then I locked up a deal right when the interest rates was going up. I believe it was in the threes and the fours, and it was about 4.7, 4.8. I locked up a deal. It was $1 million home, and I got it under contract for 500. And I was like, oh, this will be easy, so on. Definitely buy this. It's in a pretty good area. And every seller or every buyer who went out there to take a look at it, they was like, man, I don't know if I really want to touch it because of the interest rates going up. I don't know what the market's going to do, blah, blah, blah. So I was just like, gosh, but I was due to make like a six figure wholesale check. So like a signing fee, because like, I was so excited. But unfortunately, I couldn't get that one closed out because like I literally had it I think I had it under contract for about 60 days.
Mm.
And the seller, he wasn't complaining about anything. So I did I had interest, but it was like the interest rate was killing me. Everybody was scared to touch that interest rate because they knew it was going up. So now, as you can see, it probably was a good move on their end because now selling a $1 million home is kind of challenging.
Yeah.
So, but that made me not give up on wholesaling. Was that I was like, I saw the potential. You know, people talk about $5,000, $10,000 check, $20,000 check, but when you see $100,000 possible wholesale fee, you're like, okay, I'm gonna give it another try. So I stayed in it.
So how we connected back, what, about a year and a
About 2
half?
years ago. What about 2 years now?
So you joined our community, and what, a handful of months later you get your first deal.
Yeah, I believe probably about 5 or 6 months later, I believe I got my first deal. Joined your community, started posting on Facebook, the secret sauce. Started getting rainbow leads that I ever got by doing that. Didn't really get anybody on the contract, and then one day, well, my first deal was me post just like I never told anybody what I did. Like no one there knew I do real estate. Like, oh, you do real estate? I was like, yeah, but I never posted on social media. It was just like me, just like cold calling or driving for dollars. So I posted it on my birthday. That hey, for my birthday, I'm not only giving me a birthday present, I'm giving you a birthday present by paying you $1,000 referral fee if you send me a house and I actually buy it. I posted that. I would go to work and be like, oh, you do real estate? I was like, yeah, I do real estate. So it definitely got people knowing what I was doing. After that, I would post here and there, hey, I'm doing real estate. You know, if somebody selling a house, let me know. But posted that on my birthday, and probably like a week later, one of my old coworkers reached out to me. She sent me a post that she actually saw on Facebook of a guy selling a house. And I was like, oh, this probably won't go nowhere. So anyway, I reached out to the guy. His name was Mike. He was a cool guy. About 3 or 4 months, we kind of went back and forth, was just kind of chit chatting. And then one day he decided to go ahead and sign the contract. So got it signed and got. I think I was nervous at that point. It wasn't my first contract I got signed, but it was in a good, like a pretty good area, you know. So I was like, oh, I gotta try to find a buyer. So anyway, long story short, I found a buyer.
Yay.
So
And close that deal out. And so,
yeah,
that's the small things about it is, and this is why I love your story so much. So first of all, thank you for coming on here today, sharing that experience.
yeah.
I think so many times we're afraid to put on our own Facebook page what we do for our, like, hey, I'm looking to buy a house, right? You were doing this for 2 years or 3 years before
Yeah.
joining our community, haven't done a deal. Nobody knew what you did,
Nobody knew. No, nobody knew.
right?
Like I was just like so nervous about posting because I'm not like a social media person. Like Leo, since I've been in you guys like program, I've been more on social media than I ever in my whole life. Like I think what's that?
It seems to be paying off.
Yeah, it's paying off definitely. So, you know, that definitely was like a life change, just telling people what I did.
Mhm.
Well, and I think that's like such a powerful thing because you share on your own page what it is that you're looking to do. Not even somebody who, not a family member, an ex-coworker, says, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I know somebody looking to sell their house, pushes you in touch. And my favorite post you made was Mo Money Monday when you were giving her $10,000 for the referral fee, right? Because
Yep.
she got paid, brought you your very first deal just by sharing on your own Facebook page what it is that you do. And we're not going to spread your business on the streets, but that check was pretty nice. Not going to lie. I mean,
Yeah,
right?
it was a good check.
But now not only was the money wonderful, but the proof of concept now, right? Now you've had one closed. Now you've seen the rewards of all of that hard work. And this is why you have such a powerful story, because I know most of us would have quit after 6 months to a year of
Yeah. Yeah, and I was full, like I was like full throttle, like let's do this, like let's go. And then like I said, after the first one that I locked up, I couldn't sell the $1 million home. But I saw the potential, then a few months later joined your program, got my first deal. So it's awesome.
Well, it's like Tom said, right? You want to get attention and you have to be loud about it. And I think we like overcomplicate that. And being loud could just be posting on your Facebook personal page what you're doing and how you're helping
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. So, would you feel comfortable sharing the $1,000 referral offer your post that you posted to make you successful? So what was the post look like? Just something simple.
Yeah, just something simple as basically, I think I said, hey, because it was my birthday. So I put out on my birthday, I said, hey, not only am I giving, I don't know if I said, not only it's my birthday, but I'm giving you a present. If you know anybody's selling a home and I buy it, I'll pay you $1,000 referral fee. Just inbox me. That's basically all I said.
Boom. That was
Yeah,
probably the best post ever made.
yeah. So that was one for the birthday, and then I still post. I'll still like anytime I post anything on social media, I'll say, I'm also paying $1,000 referral fee. Just really simple, And then like people will inbox me if they know somebody, or they'll text me.
So your first deal goes down, it goes well, you go to closing. Since then, now you've been able to do some more deals.
Yeah, I got my first seller financing deal after that. I got it was a mobile home and a mobile home park, but I got it for like nothing down, zero out of my pocket. But I did do some rehab too. It kind of fixed it up because I was going to resell it on terms. So I just found a buyer, what about 2 weeks ago? So I brought it for, I think it was 44 on terms, no money down. And then I sold it for 89,000,
Ooh.
6,500 down for 6 years. So it was a good deal. It was a good deal. It was a kind of a headache at first, but it worked out really good. The guy was very happy who brought it for him and his family. So everybody was happy.
Well, your persistence certainly is definitely showing that if you just keep going, it will be trying at times. Some things
Yeah.
are like, and then you just push through that little problem. And then usually there's one more or two more, and then you push through those and then you're good to
Yeah.
go. But, it's always well worth it. And like you said, now this person is going to be able to live there with their family, and it's a nice home. So that's awesome.
Yeah. I mean, this guy, he was so excited. He was like, yeah, man, I'm so glad. Cause like cause I posted it originally, I happened to post it on Marketplace, and I would get people like, to inbox me about it. But then one day I finally figured out the secret of Marketplace. You have to kind of change your parameter. So I literally changed. I think you had to put like a mile. I put like 15 miles out. I think I had 3 showings in 1 week. And that was like the first time I ever had that happen. So yeah, he was very happy. So I told him I had 2 other people who was interested, and they did the application through what's the company name we use?
Screenthetenant.com.
Yeah, they did an application through them. But this guy was like, did I get approved? Did I get approved? Did I get approved? He just kept texting me. So when I told him he got approved, he was like, oh man, I was praying for this, blah, blah, blah. Like his excitement made me more excited. So.
And now you don't have to worry about maintenance or repairs, and you're going to just collect the monthly amount and set it and forget it.
Yeah, there you go. That's the plan. So I haven't heard from him yet since we closed.
Yeah, well, it's creating a huge win for other people's families too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just not only impacting your own family and future family coming, but it's like you're helping others, right? Which is just such a great thing. That's why I love this business, because when we've done this, I'm sure he was probably so thrilled to have this opportunity to get this beautiful place that you just put some work into. And now he's got to, without having to do all of these jumping through hoops, he goes through your process, he's approved, and he's moving in, which is just awesome.
So when are you finding this time? Like you just told us, you've got all these kids, one more on the way, wife, family, like you working, like can't really work while you're in the ER, obviously. So how do you find the moments to post on Facebook and chat with these people?
Sometimes I don't even know. Like so on my days off, I'll try to get up a little bit early and post early that morning. I don't post as much because, like I said, since I closed my last big deal, I've been doing a lot of the Facebook, paying for the Facebook ads. So I've been trying to also keep up with those leads, as well as the leads that I'll get just from posting on Facebook myself. But I'll try to get up and I'll try to post maybe 2 or 3 places. And then on my way to work, I'll try to get there a little bit earlier. I'll try to post again, or I'll try to call the seller, or I'll try to reach out anytime I can. And then my mom helps me a lot. Like if I get a lead, I'll say, hey, Mom, can you call this person and do the script? So she knows the script too. So she'll run the script with them. and then she'll text me back, what they say if they was interested in terms or they want a cash offer or whatnot. So it's been working out. But yeah, it's been working out pretty good. I mean, it can be stressful some days. It's because like people reach out and then it's like 3 or 4 hours before I get back to them. And I'm like, they might have found somebody else. So, but it's
Yeah.
part of I guess it's part of the roller coaster ride.
Oh my gosh. Well, and that's the reality of it. It's like, yes, speed delete is important, but also like you just do what you can do. And right now you're taking that messy, massive action and you got mom helping out, or, just get back to them when you can and you just keep going. And I hope those of you listening, like this is proof that you don't need the 8 hours a day and the beautiful, perfect office and, this whole team of cold callers and all this fancy bells and whistles and all the things. Like literally just do what you can do and start today with what you've got. So if you are inspired by this, like, let's give Avery a round of applause here in the comments. Like, ask questions. Like, let's open up the floor a little bit. If you guys want to know more, we've got screenthetenant.com on there for you. So that's when he's got his tenant buyer or someone looking to move into the property. We're going to screen them, right? We're going to make sure that the background looks great. These people out of Pennsylvania, screenthetenant.com, Paul and Diane Ritter are fantastic. They've been doing this for a very long time. So they know what they're doing and you're in good hands with them.
Yeah. Well, and I think once you joined our community, you've always been just like, give me the step to go do. Even though you're not a social media person, you weren't, you are now, and we're going to get into that in a second. But you weren't, but you still went and did the things that got you out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
But this is why your story is so impactful for somebody listening who might be afraid to hit share or send, right? Is because many times we're comfortable, we want these things, but we don't want to get out of our comfort zone. And so for you saying, I wasn't really big on social media and that really wasn't your thing, but you did it. And that's what's gotten you now multiple deals, got you really nice checks, got a property that right now you're selling on seller financing because you bought it that way with no money down. And it's just from sharing. So now fast forward, I think Jen did a challenge in our group about going live for 30 days, which out of everybody, there was
She had like a couple people and you were one of them.
yeah,
You were
that it stuck it the entire time. So it was the consistency. I put this in my Facebook yesterday. Consistency is king.
Yeah, and it is. It really is. Like you have to just do it. Like that was the thing. Like I said, when I first started, I was like, people no one cares about my houses. But like I just posted and I just posted, I nonstop. And then like with the challenge, I was like, I'm gonna definitely do this challenge. It's kind of like I was already out of my comfort zone, but I think it was like I like making content regardless. I'm not even a social media person, but I like coming up with different ideas and different content. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna do it. And like I did, like every day I would get up a little bit early, or I would do it as I was walking into work. I would just go live on Facebook and start talking right before I clock in. So I would just find that time to do it. I mean, I actually got one deal under contract from doing that. But I wasn't able to find a buyer. It was a rough one. I knew it was going to be a tough deal, but anyway. But yeah, so you just got to do it.
Well, we shared your Facebook page in the chat, but
yeah, you might get some new friends here.
so
That's fine. Try to get my friends up. Yeah, always. Like I need more friends. You always need more friends.
Yeah. But and here's the point that I absolutely love about your message was because so Jen does this 30-day challenge in our group for going live every day. And not only did you do it and completed it, but the stuff that you put up, I remember talking to Jen one night. I'm like, did you see this post by what Avery just did?
Mhm.
I was like, he's whooping our butts. Like, this looks so good. Like, so darn good. And so I guess for anybody listening, what was that inspiration or what was the thing that was like, hey, like, I'm going to go from 0 to 100 quick. And you did. What was that? Because you look at your stuff now, nobody would know that you're not a social media guy. They would actually think you're lying because your stuff looks so darn good that we wanted to hire you.
Oh my goodness. Well, my motivation was you guys, honestly. You are my motivation. Like I watch you guys and I was like, like I want my team one day look like you guys team. So I mean that honestly that was it.
Well, on your way. I think my favorite video, guys, if you're scrolling his page, there's one where you're like at a gas station and I think you were like, hey, like I pay referral fees. Gas is getting out of control, like, or something like that. How How did
Yeah.
you think of that? And there's a question here saying like you don't like social media, but you liked creating content. And you kind of maybe elaborate,
Yeah.
what's the difference there? Because I know what you're saying, but maybe kind of explain a little bit.
Because I guess when I say I like to make the content because I like to see if it's entertaining. Like I've always been one of those creative people. Yeah, like I've always been one of those creative people come up with ideas or whatever. And then like I don't like social media for the fact that people get too wrapped up into social media. I guess I'm more the person like I don't want to spend 24 hours on my phone, like looking scrolling through Instagram and Facebook. But if I'm gonna use it, I'm gonna use it positive. And positive way would be either A to inspire people or to come up with the content to promote my business. So I guess that's what I mean when I say I don't like social media. Like I'm not a social media. Like I like it, but I don't. I don't know. I just don't want to get too involved in it like so many people are, and they just waste hours and hours and hours of time.
So you're a creator, but you're not a consumer of it,
There
right?
you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which is that's
Exactly.
super powerful there too. So, for a lot of the folks who are just chiming in, like I wasn't a social media guy either. I didn't even have Facebook on my phone. I didn't get an Instagram account until COVID. Myself personally, never had it.
I had to make
Yeah,
it once
Yeah.
yeah,
again.
me too.
But the
Yeah,
thing
me
was,
too.
once I saw the ability to connect with other people, and we're going to be doing this as our business full time, and we're like not burning the ships, but like my old job, I wasn't going back. So I knew in order to get what we do and to find sellers and buyers and connect with other investors and friends and things like that, it was going to be social media. And thanks to my wife. So Avery, all the stuff they're doing, this is all her master plan. But that's really what it was.
Well, it's just so easy. And like you said, like it can be a negative place, but it's what you make of it. It's like anything in the world, right? And so just having a great mindset, you show up, you have some fun with it. If you can be entertaining, but also really helpful, help people make money along the way and just have a great attitude and just like that abundance mindset. And that's why I just love your energy in our program and just like always giving. You're super helpful to all of anyone who's in the North Carolina area. Definitely make sure you friend him. Like he is the go-to guy. What part of North Carolina is
I'm in
it?
Charlotte.
Charlotte. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too, you check back, you look at where Avery's gone, you look at earlier things, just like my Facebook, and it's not a lot on there, but you can see the progress starting to happen. Now you're starting to utilize it. Now you're getting leads consistently, right?
Yeah.
And now it just comes down to getting on the phone with the motivated ones. You come to class, we're there to answer questions or call some of the leads with you, right? To figure out and analyze your deals with you live. There's a bunch of these where we've gotten on the phone together and to make sure if this is a good deal or a great deal or what should I look out for? And I think your participation and your consistency of just showing up, and you don't show up every day. You can't, nobody can, but you're there often enough to where you're doing business, and that's what's exciting.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, so cool. Have you gotten the kids involved at all yet?
Oh no, not yet. Well, I have my daughter involved. She was making because I also used to do the I still do the banner signs. So I had her making banner signs. I don't know if I posted that one on Facebook, but it's probably like a year ago. I had her helping me make the banner signs. She was like, "Why do I gotta do this?" I'm like, "Cause I'm paying for your college." But yeah, so she would help me make banner signs, and she would like go out with me sometimes just to hang out with me. Or then I'll take her out, like, hey, like you see this house here, and I kind of show her, try to like put the bug in her ear, like long term, but I don't want to like drill it in her ear, but kind of give her a hint, hey, one day you might have to take over, or you might have to start, have your own business where you can have a little extra income coming in. So
Well, your mom inspired you, and now
yeah,
here you are as an inspiration because you're a great person. You got a beautiful family, right? And your kids see mom and dad leading by example, right? And it's more than just having the typical 9 to 5 or the 3 or 4 days that you have to work, but you're going even above and beyond. And so you're going the extra mile where most people don't even go the first mile, right? So you're
right.
the dad, you're the husband, you're the son, you're the family member, right? You've
The
got your
nurse.
family. Yeah, the nurse. And once again, you'll find time to do it, which is just truly remarkable because this thing about you that I love is like you make no excuses why you can't.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And when
I think
most, yeah, and there's all the millions of people watching, they'll watch this. Almost all of us would have quit if it was 2 to 3 years coming close
yeah,
to getting your first deal. but you didn't quit. So your persistence, like just that, I don't know if it's a stubborn thing or just like, I'm not giving up or whatever that is, or persistence. Maybe you just, when you come close to a deal that could change your life, a 6-figure check is
Yeah.
life changing.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
if you come close to sniffing on a check that big, that's the inspiration enough to just keep going.
Exactly. And that's definitely what it did. I was like, I mean, when I was trying to find a buyer, I was calling like everybody. Hey, like it was a good deal. The house is still there. I actually pitched seller financing before I didn't even know it. I was like, maybe he'll sell finance to me. I wasn't in you guys' program then, but the guy was like, no, I just want to get off my books. So I was like, okay, that's fine. So but anyway.
Let's talk about that deal more Monday. I don't know if you're at class or not Monday or if you're working, but let's revisit that deal. Maybe we still get you that check.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can do that.
Never know.
I run the Monday Zoom
Yeah, you
call.
never
So
know.
and maybe now after a while, maybe because he'll be done with it. This is what I love. When sellers like, no, I don't want to do seller financing. I just want to be done with it. I'm like, great news. You will be. It is sold. That thing's a done deal. It's my insurance, my ownership. You're done with it, right? And I'm just gonna buy it this way. It's a little bit easier for both of us. You still might be sitting on a deal. Don't tell nobody the address of that property.
Okay.
But
Yeah, definitely have to follow up with him.
well, and what's your follow-up system look like? Are you doing that pretty often?
Actually, a lot of people like so I've been doing the Facebook ads. Be surprised, a lot of people follow back up with you. I think because when they do the Facebook ads, they actually like reach out to a whole bunch of different we buy houses guys or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, did I already talk to you?" I'll be like, "Yeah, sure. What do you think about my offer?" And then like 2 months later, they're still trying to sell the property, and they reach back out to you again. But before that, it was more. I would keep like a little notebook. I would keep, and I would have like when to follow up with people. And then with my CRM that I use, it'll automatically send out a text message saying, "Hey, did you ever sell that property?" Question mark. Kind of leave it like that. But yeah, follow up is key though. Follow up is key in this business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
Especially when someone tells you they have it they'll call you and say, "Oh, I already have it under contract." They're not realizing that they might have it under a contract with another wholesaler who couldn't find a buyer. So they think they're gonna close in 30 days, and then 31 day you call them, they never close. And now they're frustrated even more. So then now you have the opportunity once again to pitch terms or to offer them another offer.
Well, and that's key too, and that's what we teach in ours with Lexi is if we think we lost a deal because somebody else put it under contract, I'm like, no, we don't stop following up with them.
Yeah.
Unless it's completely closed, everything's signed, and the money's been transferred, then we could cut it off, right? But up until then, so many of those deals that they say, no, I have it under contract, fall back on our lap. So many times. So if you have that, if anybody's listening, Avery's dropping some gold today, everybody. He is dropping about making sure you're following up, making sure that you are posting, even when you don't want to, even when you think you're too busy. None of us are busier than Avery. Like none of us, right? Especially you got a new baby on the way, new daughter, pregnant wife, 3 little ones at home, full-time job, plus a real estate, that's a lot. So
That's a lot.
how many hours a week are you putting in your business, would you think?
Probably, honestly, at least 30.
Whoa.
But I mean, that's like, because I count like when I leave my house to go to work, I'm literally on the phone calling sellers. And then on my days off, to get the kids to school, I try to go somewhere. Like I'll go to a library, I'll just sit there, call sellers, or posting on social media. I'll do a follow up. So I'll say at least 30. And then like I say, so it's like an hour in the morning, 3 days a week. My days off, I drop the kids off at school, and then I'm at least at the library from like 10 o'clock to like 7 o'clock. So definitely putting some time into it.
But that extra effort that you're putting in is now starting to show results.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you think is the number one difference between before those first 3 years of doing this without a deal and then after now being with us for almost 2 years? What was the change, the flip, the difference, you think?
The big change was me putting in social media. with you guys. This is what you taught, and then just the more of the confidence that I have now. Like talking to sellers isn't like when you first started out talking to sellers is like nerve wracking. I don't care what nobody says. It's like even if you had experience in sales, it's different because you know if you're cold calling, you're possibly gonna get cussed out. Calling somebody's house, they're gonna probably tell you I'm gonna sue you, calling the house. So it could be nerve wracking.
Yeah.
But as time goes by, and now that sell it, like if you're in our group, if seller financing, now you have a second option you could pitch to somebody instead of giving them that low ball offer. So that's the biggest change.
Yeah. And the
It's
worst
confidence and
is
then
call you
learning.
a scammer. It's like
What's that?
they call you a scammer or something now. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
being done on a phone call to somebody that you're like cold calling. Now, like the worst thing that happens, like some words exchanged on a post or through texting, and then you just hit block. So
Exactly.
that part, it's like you can giggle at it now. So I know if you feel like, oh, I don't want to be called a scam, I'm not a scam, but you always use the frog analogy.
Yeah, if somebody were to call me a frog, would I be offended? And the answer is no, because I know I'm not a frog, right? So the only way somebody said something to you that offends you is if you let it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so go ahead, call me a frog, call me whatever you like, but I'm not a scam. I'm certainly not a frog. So if you say something like that, it's more of a reflection of them and not me. And sometimes it's just they don't know me well enough to understand that I'm not a scam. So that's okay. But that's why I build out my personal page and our business page to let everybody see very transparent who we are. Even though I've been doing this for 25 years, Avery, I still once in a while have somebody call me a scam, and that's okay. You just say whatever you want, but social media lets people do that, right? But I think for you, it's like you don't care. You're putting yourself out there. You're doing the videos live. So when we talk about the 30-day challenge, Jen was having it where everybody in our group would go live every day for 30 days. And out of everybody in our coaching community, most people didn't. So if you're watching, y'all should have been doing it.
I'll have
okay?
another one. Maybe we'll start it up again in May.
But the factor was the people who stuck with it and did it do deals. And there was the one very common thing there is the people who did it do deals. And the thing I love about your story, you're driving to work or home, you're making calls, right? You're in the morning before you go to work, you spend that hour getting a couple things done. And it's finding these little cracks in the day and time and on your time off and things like that, while still being a great husband, a great dad, and all these other things too. And I'm going to give everybody a shout out. There's usually things that we've had in our last jobs that help us transfer over to doing this. So I was in sales for forever in the car dealership, but it's great to get you to talk to people. But man, when you're starting this off, it does get a little nerve wracking. So if you do get out of your comfort zone, that's okay. Nurses do so well with this. So well, because what do? You're seeing people sometimes wheeling in, flying in at the worst. And here you are to calm them down, let them know that you're going to help them and everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, definitely helps when you have to deal with different people of different types.
Yeah.
Because like I said, when you cold calling, no one seller is going to be the same as the other seller. So that's how it is at the hospital.
We did a live seller call during last week in our group call, and the guy's vocabulary was every word, every other word was a cuss word.
Were you there for that one?
No, I missed that one.
Oh my gosh. And I was awkward on it too, because I'm just like, man, I mean, like every other word, but he was from Jersey, not saying that's how they all talk in Jersey.
We had a house, he was frustrated with something, and it was, yeah.
Yeah, and so it was interesting. But then the next call, you might talk to somebody like your grandmother.
Yeah.
Right? So how do I deal with Mr. Potty Mouth and then get off the phone and then talk to somebody's grandmother next? And this is part of what we have to do is kind of meet people where they're at. And like, I didn't curse back at the guy at all, even though it wasn't like a bad call.
No.
That's just how he spoke. So it was just really interesting.
Yeah.
But same thing with your job. You're used to dealing with people in all different ways. And
Keep your emotion level.
yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Cool, calm, and collective.
You have a few minutes. I know you're busy, but do you have a few minutes? I know we have some questions that we have to chat.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One is Avery, what CRM do you use?
Oh, I use REI Reply.
Okay. REI Reply. How do you, Joe and Jen and Avery, keep all the Facebook groups you join organized or separate to know where to post next My method seems overwhelming.
Yeah, I use Trello. So I have it set up in my Trello account. I have like different columns. So I have one column that says post here today, like post all these groups. So I'll post in the first 5 groups, and then I'll hit a little button, like a little automation in Trello, and then move it over to either the bottom of the page or I move it over to another column. And that's and I have in each one of those groups, it has a link that goes straight to my Facebook. So all I gotta do is click the link, hit copy and paste, post it, click out of it. Just to do it over and over again.
There you go.
Yeah, and Trello is just kind of a project management tool. So
Yeah, it's like Notion. It's like no, it's like what's
Notion.
Notion? Yeah.
Notion, Trello, Monday, Asana. But again, if you don't have money or something to set that up, like in the very, very beginning, guys, just write it down on a piece of paper, use your iPhone.
Yeah.
Don't overcomplicate it. Don't use that as an excuse. I'm not saying you are, Michelle. I'm just saying for general.
Oh no, you're fine though. I started off with my little book
Yeah,
here.
like,
That's how I started out. And I still use like any of my hot leads, like I'll keep it on the book, or like if I'm going to work and I call somebody, I left a voicemail, I will put their name and number and address on my book so I can grab it real fast in case they call me back. I'll have it right here.
I love it.
Behind the scenes, this is the real stuff. That's why I love having these, because I just feel like sometimes everything's all like, all you see is somebody standing there with a check, but like, how did you get that check? It's all of these little things that were messy and massive and just crazy.
Like it's all about system and processes, which I'm still working on, but I know once I like just get that perfect, it's gonna be game changer.
Yeah, it's always a work in progress. Trust me.
Yeah, always. You always change the stuff. Like, oh, let's do this phrase that. But
Yes. And I already got one other question. Lisa's asking, Avery, did you join Jen and Joe's community or mentorship or both? Interesting that you say, when we talked about the creating content versus social media. So
you say what? I'm sorry.
sorry. So she was just asking, are you a part of our mentorship or
Oh
just...
yeah. Of course. Yeah. I have been following you guys for like probably a year. The first mentorship I think you offered before the one that I joined, I missed out on that one. Because I was between joining something else and I joined something else and I hit at the end. It was probably the mentorship I bet you that Mike and them was in. The other guys that you guys mentored. But I didn't join the first time around. Well, the second time around, I joined. So best money I ever spent in my whole entire life.
You are a shining star, and we're so grateful that you're able to come today, share some of your knowledge. And again, guys, reach out, follow his page, get inspired, but then like go do the thing, right? Like don't sit here on the sidelines. If it's something that you've been passionate about, just take it and run with it and start posting. I have a challenge right now. Everybody here is supposed to be posting in 5 groups they were supposed to post by 12. And then by 3 o'clock, I want to hear more of like how many leads are rolling in.
So, and once again, just an inspiration, because what Avery does, and he does an amazing job of, is between class. And this is what we preach about all of the time in our coaching. It's not just about coming to class. You learn some steps there, but what you're really learning is when you're putting into action and then coming to class when you have a question about what happened. And the thing I love about Avery is like, if he's not in class, I know he is just working his tail off on the behind the scenes stuff, because that's where the magic is happening. And Tom Kroll kind of talked about that earlier, is that's where you're going to be doing the learning. And so to see you shift so much in the last couple of years has been absolutely amazing. I love what it does for you and your family. I love those big checks come rolling into you guys. And I mean, I'm sure the wife does too. And I'm sure the kids will appreciate it. And it's just really, really awesome. So thank you so much for popping in today and sharing this.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me.
If anybody needs to follow you, we dropped your link in there before. Guys, you need to go be following, send them a friends request. So if you got a million different friends requests popping off, you know where it all came from. But this is just the example. And if you want to see some of the very, very, very best social media posts about how to market your business, you need to check out his page. Because
I'm working on some new names behind the scene too for that. So I'll kind of slow down a little bit because I got these new videos that my VA is working on, but I'm hoping, they're pretty good. We'll see. Only time will tell.
You've been kicking our butt. I love it. I absolutely love to see you shine, and you're doing a great job of it. So, shout out to you and your mom too, because she's helping out, and you have a village now around you, right? It's not just you on your own. You got us. You got our community with you. You got your mom helping. You've got a virtual assistant going, right? So you've got some things, some momentum now. And what we talk about revenue in first position is don't go spending money until you've made money.
Yeah.
You've gotten some really healthy checks. Now you can afford to invest a little bit of that back in your business. But
Yeah.
when you're just getting started, you don't need all the fancy things, guys. So if you haven't done a deal yet, Avery's at a different spot right now, right? But that's not where he came from. He came from just, hey, it's my birthday, happy birthday to me, but I'm giving out gifts. I'm giving $1,000. Guys, that landed him his first deal. I use this example all of the time. How many people join our coaching and they're like, I don't want to post on my personal page. I'm like, I don't care. Go do it. Right? Do you want to do a deal? Do you want to get a deal? Do that, because that's what's going to be the difference, right? If you want to go back to what wasn't working, like just do what you were always doing. You want to try something new, and was it hard?
No, it was, you just got to do it. You
Okay.
just got to do it. That's the key. You just say whatever and hit submit. And click. Yeah.
And it's just that easy. So like when we talk about keeping it easy and keeping it simple, and rule number 3, do what works. And you are a shining
Don't
example of
stop,
that.
don't change.
And we absolutely love it. So if anybody's got more questions, I see everybody's just loving what you're sharing today. So thank you so much, Avery.
Awesome, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Avery. Any last thoughts you want to leave everyone with?
No, like I say, just keep going. Just keep going. Don't stop. Even if you can do it for 5 hours a week, post. That's the key. I would have started off like I would have skipped over the whole cold calling thing and just started posting if I would have known about it. But I mean that always brings in leads.
And then don't forget, please, if you can on Monday, that's my support call that we do. I would love to see that $500,000 property so we could talk about it more. Send me the information.
Okay.
Let's get on a call and let's talk about it. See if we could put something together there.
Okay.
Let me tell you, I've came close to deals and then all of a sudden I think I lost them, but then they come back and then we've
Yeah.
closed them. So that doesn't mean if he hasn't sold it yet, you still have that
Yeah.
opportunity to get that six.
Yeah, I'm gonna check PropStream and see if he sold it yet, but I don't think he has.
Yeah,
So,
like, hey, you still have it. I'm talking with my partners on Monday. We're trying to put a deal together on your property.
okay.
Ooh,
Bam.
all right, stay tuned, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Avery.
Thank you.
Ciao. Bye.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible. I knew he was going to bring so much optimism, joy, also like sharing the real, the raw, the just like, holy moly, the do whatever it takes mentality, like you talk about a lot.
Oh, and he's a shining example of doing that. That's
Yeah.
what I absolutely love about it, is because he really puts in that little bit of extra effort when nobody's looking. And he comes to class. We do our Zoom with our coaching group. We do a 5 days a week. We do a live Zoom with them where we are looking at their leads, checking to make sure that they got enough coming in. We call their leads live with them, right? We're analyzing their deals. So this is an example of where Avery, he doesn't come to class 5 days a week, and we don't require or expect him to, but I know when he's not in class, I know when he's not there, he is certainly doing all the behind the scenes stuff. And then when he comes to class, he's like, hey, Joe, I have a lead, or I have a deal, or this is what's happening. And then we call that lead live with him, and we're trying to help him lock up that deal.
Yeah.
And on the first one he did, I never even talked to the seller, I don't think. I think he just did it all on his own, just from bringing that in. And I know he does really well with his nursing job, but some of these checks he's gotten, guys, are really can be life-changing for any one of us. The first check I ever got was for $12,733 25 years ago. To me, that was a life-changing amount of money. And anybody wants to give me $10,000 because you got a lot of money and you don't think it's that much, then send it to me. I'll gladly take it if you got extra. Because $10,000 is a lot of money, right? 15, 20, 50,000 or more. But yeah, I would definitely think that that's going to be your first step. And so I love what Avery was talking about. 3 years of taking action.
Yeah. And then how many, literally 3 feet from goal, but like couldn't. So we're gonna, check that out on Monday possibly. But like you said, the big house at he could have just quit, right? Like anyone who's in those shoes of like, oh, man, I was so close, it doesn't work, and then he just like closed up shop and walked away from it. Like he wouldn't be here right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't his mindset. That wasn't how he was going to act, and he just continued to show up. And I loved him sharing too the realness of involving our kids, because I feel like sometimes it's like, I don't know what the word is, like frowned upon, or it doesn't seem possible to like let your kids like be a part of it, like in no way, shape, or form, or like other than maybe like they don't want to be on a Zoom call for 5 hours. But like if they, my son actually wanted to pop in at some point today, but like let them be as involved as possible. So if you have a flip going on, like and you're needing to lay mulch, bring your 2 or 3 year old, because I know that that's what you did with our daughter. You know, she's out there fixing up the flower beds with some new mulch. We've had the kids come with me where I'm cleaning out a property, you know, all sorts of things. And you just share with them the vision. And I think that's really where the power lies with the kids. Cause yeah, when they're little, they know, why do you have me doing this? You know, why do I have to do that? Well, how do you think we pay for the house, the food, all that, you know, and you really start creating that, you know, reason behind, and then they don't have to feel guilty, right? Because I know mom guilt's a real thing of, well, I'm not choosing a job or a career over my kids. I'm able to really blend it.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking of, here he is, our little man here who, what do you want to do when you grow up?
Creative finance?
Creative finance. At 10 years old, he loves chatting with, here, you can sit
Here,
here.
come right in here.
Come on in for a minute here. Speaking of.
Yeah. Well, and I want to talk because, you know, when we talk about bringing your family into it, you want to introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, I'm Bradley.
And we'll talk right in that real good so they could hear. And how old are you?
I'm 10.
And you work with mom and dad in creative finance now?
Yes.
And you do a lot of different things for us. And we know that you help with the social media, but you also help talking with sellers. Is that right?
Well, in a way.
Right? What do you do? Follow up?
Yeah, follow up.
And what does that look like to do follow up? And well, first of all, you're 10 now, right? When did you start doing follow up?
At the age of like 8 or 7.
Probably 8 or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've been doing it for a couple of years, doing follow up, helping out dad and mom. And so when we have our CRM that's full of sellers, some of them have sold their house, some of these we bought, and some still have them, right? So what do you do for follow up?
It's kind of easy actually. All you have to do is just you have to go back like 5 months ago. That's the best, I'd say. Then you just keep going until you get like to like 2 months ago. And all you do is like, let's just say Joe. You just text the person that's called Joe. Well, first off, if they have do not disturb on or they just say stop or no, just delete them. It's easy. And then but if they don't, then you could just text them Joe with a question mark at the end. And it's that easy, and I just do that for an hour.
So does dad pay you to do that? So we pay him to do it. And so when you want something, does mom or dad just buy it for you?
No,
Hardly ever.
never really.
Although I did get you that t-shirt. Not that one, but the other one, right? But for everything else.
Plushies or
But
V-Bucks or something.
but if you want a toy or if you want some V-Bucks for your, it's a plushie. Well, there's other toys that you like too.
Figure.
A figure. I don't buy it for you, do I?
No.
What's the rule?
Oh, well, if you're talking about the now rule, that rule,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Let's just say I want something for $20. I have to make $40.
Mm-hmm.
That rule?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you have to do with the $40?
Save it.
So you could save half of it. So every much that
yeah.
we pay them,
With the $40, you save half of it.
and the other half you're allowed to spend.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're working on with Bradley, because obviously we don't want him to spend all of his money, was when he does follow up, I pay him hourly. And then when he does follow up for how many hours he does, he's allowed to save half of the money he makes, and the other half he's allowed to have some play money. So if there's something that he wants that costs $20, he knows he's going to have to earn 40 to spend 20. The other 20 he saves. And then we're going to help one of these sellers that you talk to that we say yes to, we're going to get you into a real estate deal. And so you're going to be investing your money.
Don't I get like $1,000?
You get $1,000 and it turns into a deal. Yeah. And you know what Tom Kroll said earlier? Poor people save money. Wealthy people invest money.
Would you put it in a vest?
Well, not a
That's a
vest.
joke.
No, investing, which means we buy a property and then that property pays us money every month.
Airbnb?
We could think about doing Airbnb or even a
Or
rental,
just
right?
a house.
A house, right?
Although, like, if you're doing like time payments, like if you want to literally just buy the house for you to live in forever, and you don't have the, let's just say $100,000, now you could just pay them 10,000.
You can pay in
10,000,
payments.
10,000, 10,000.
Yep.
You know?
So what is your goal when you want to be older? What do you want to do for your job, you think?
Creative finance and YouTube.
So what happens when you're like old? You're still gonna do creative finance and be a real estate guy? I like it.
That's a long time though.
I love it.
Don't have to worry about that for the next 80 years.
There we go. Well, the thing is, guys, so here's the point. I want to bring Bradley in here. The kids are never too young to learn. They are sponges. Legitly, we put the laptop or an iPad in front of them and let them just do what we show them to do. And now when he wants to make some money, I don't have to send him on a paper route or do anything like that. I pop him in front of the CRM and he's just following up with people. And all of these folks that we've chatted over for the last few months, he's going to manually reach out to them, hit them with their first name with a question mark, and they always come back and say, "Yeah, what's going on?" And then we say, is your house still available or do you sell it already?" And if it's available, we're going to have that conversation, which then we give that to Lexi to call. If it's if it's sold, we delete it. Well, we D&D
Well,
them.
if they're like grumpy and they're like, yeah, but I don't plan on selling it in a while.
We could pause them,
They
huh?
don't really sell the means, so you don't really,
Motivation.
yeah. I don't
So
have
from a
much
follow-up
motivation.
specialist, we're turning him into a lead manager next. So he gets a little bit bump and raise
I'm a manager at the age of 10.
already. Well, you've got more experience than some of us adults do in follow-up. So you're doing a wonderful job there.
3 years.
Yeah, and steady going. I love it. You got this 10-year-old kid thinking like an adult. Kudos. Starting young. Kathy says, giving you a shout out there, bud.
Thank you.
I love it. Awesome. We got some my girl is one. So excited to get for her to help me out someday with the family business. Megan, I know when these two are young, my daughter, she's in the other room. When she was very young, I mean 2 years old, she was coming to the houses with us, putting mulch down, and even when she could barely walk, she's still pulling the stuff around. So get them started young. You're a rock star, bud. I love it.
Yay.
Awesome. All right, you go play. Thank you, Bubby. So follow-up is key, guys, and I don't want to keep on harping that up, but you cannot believe the fortune is in the follow-up for sure. I think we had some questions, Joe and Jen. I have some I have some more information about the house I was talking about. One, can I discuss it a little bit? Jared, drop the information in the chat.
Yeah, we can kind of talk about lab deal structure.
Mhm.
I was sharing, he remembered from the last time that we shared this, so I had to share it again.
Oh,
He's a returning fan, and everybody's gonna go share that you pay full price. So how are our leads? Are we posting into those groups? Are we getting past the discussion tab that we're clicking on that instead of like having to sell an item? I know that was a little bit of a concern, so little small hoop to jump through, but that should be easy peasy. And then make sure you look at your Facebook pages, like be a potential seller, like put your mindset on of like, if I've never met Abby and she wants to buy my house, if I go to her page, does she look like a real person that could legitimately buy my house? And all that means is it a photo of yourself smiling or is it your dog? Abby has a really cute dog, but if it's just her dog, like, I don't know who I'm talking to. Am I like, is it, somebody that's just making up a profile or is it a legitimate person? That's why we love having a business page too, where you can link it, make a little breadcrumb trail, I like to call it. So there is some thought process behind building out your organic brand. And again, none of this is hard. It's just baby steps along the way.
mm-hmm. And I think part of the reason why this works, good news, guys, we did not invent these strategies.
Mm-mm.
This stuff has been proven to work for decades. But where I think somebody like Avery thrives in our coaching group and our community is because the fact is like, imagine having Jen and myself and Lexi, who works with us, looking at your leads with you 5 days a week on a Zoom, right? Where we're calling your sellers for you. I don't know any other coaching program that does that, but you can see the proof is in the pudding. Somebody like Avery, who was in a few other programs, didn't necessarily love it, but then was coming back around saying, hey, let me try this. I guess he couldn't get in the first program that we opened. So the next one that did, he was like, I'm in.
Yeah.
And I remember chatting with him on the phone with it. And I asked him, like, why do you want to do this? And he's like, I've been in wholesaling programs before. I haven't done a deal. I want to do this. And I remember thinking, he's been doing this for years and hasn't gotten a deal.
Mhm.
I'm already impressed. Because if you could anybody do something for years and not get success, like I'm already impressed by what it is. And I think just having that consistency in the process that works, because like once again, Lexi, she had no experience.
Right.
So she's doing
She just had a great attitude and like
Right.
really like was coachable and teachable. And I really think that's like the secret ingredients of just being able to be successful is like you're not going to be perfect, but if you are around the right people, like Tom was saying, like progress over perfection, if you're around the right people, they're going to coach you and they're going to tell you along the way, like, hey, like you did a great job here. Let's try to stick with the script. Right? Or let's try to go back to the exact message the blue ad should say instead of trying to change it until you've closed 3 deals. Stick to what we know is tried and true and what works.
Mhm.
And then from there, you can take off.
So Jared's sharing a deal. It looks like I pulled it up on Zillow. It's listed currently on the market. Nice house in Dayton, Ohio. It's a 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 3,000 square foot house. Looks completely turnkey. I mean, beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. That's just our specialty. And I mean, they're getting some interest. It's been in the market for 31 days. And so there's a link to the property. It's his father's property, and he wants to move to a different area. He's really needing this off his books. So here's the 2 things I look at every deal. If the seller needs all cash and they need retail, like they're asking retail on this property, we're not the buyer. Pretty simple. If they want retail for a beautiful house, I can do that, but the only way I could do that is with seller financing. So my question, if you're talking to the seller directly, I would just ask them, would you be, if I were to pay your price and cover the closing costs and fees, would you be open to doing seller financing? So this house will be off your books. I'll just buy it and then I'll make payments. If they say no, I need the money to help me move, and I need the equity out of that deal in order to help me move, and I can't move without that money, probably just not the best fit. Maybe try knocking down the price a little bit more in the market. Hopefully he'll have a little bit better success. If he says, I'm open to terms, then we certainly get on the phone with him. And what we like to do with our script, and you guys are going to, okay, good. There's a script dropped right there. It dropped right in the chat, guys. It's our script. I think somebody asked for it earlier. That script is right there. But that's the one that we use. It's the one our team uses. We've been using it for years. We've developed that script ourselves in-house.
You want to see what you guys are missing out on? Right here. It could be yours. You just gotta go download it. But literally, it got a little blurb. And then literally every question, even with objections and rebuttals. Boom, boom, and boom. Bam.
There you go.
So that is our little gift for you. You just got to download it. It'll probably go to spam. You got to check around creative finance team or whatever it is coming from in the email. But this is what we say to sellers.
And our motivation scale looked like to be on there too. So that's how we check for motivated sellers. Because here's what we do is, guys, we only work with motivated sellers. We've developed a scale, 1 to 10. 10 being the most motivated sellers. Megan, come take my house. Unmotivated is a 1. Like, why are you bothering me? Right? We only work with usually about 7s, 8s, and 9s and 10s. Out of all of the years and years and years we've been doing tons of business, I don't think we've ever bought in a house from a 1 motivation or a 2 motivation ever. Right?
It's always been 9, 10.
They're always the 9, 10s. So our first questions on that script will help you determine their level of motivation by the answers they give you. The answers they're going to give you, why do you want to sell? My husband passed away and I need to sell this thing in 2 weeks. Or what's it matter to you?
Go check out Zillow.
Right? I get that happen all the time. Why do you want to sell your house?
Make me an offer.
You know what?
Sir, what is your address? I'm not telling you. Make me an offer. Like,
I've
not motivating.
I've had somebody ask me one time. They did not give me the address. They said, I want to know what a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, what would be your offer on a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house in this zip code? And I'm like, well, what's the address? They're like, if you can't give me what your offer would be in a house in this price, in this zip code at this, then we're not doing business. I was like, gladly not.
You're right.
Click.
We're not.
Okay, so what we do is we whack them at lightning speed. What does that mean? I have to either qualify or disqualify somebody quickly. Disqualified. He disqualified himself. I didn't even have to do it. You don't even want to give me the address. Disqualified.
Yeah.
Why do you want to sell it? Based on their answer, qualified or disqualified, right? How soon do you want to sell? I've got somebody in our CRM, they're thinking about selling in the next 2 to 3 years. Do I want to even talk to them? Probably not. All right. So it's just making sure that you're spending the time with the right people. Oh my gosh, is that Steven
I
here?
see Steven in the house.
Abby, can we bring Steven up on here? I know we got some stuff we're talking about. It's just like dating, Michelle says. I love it. Yeah, decide quick. Let me tell you, don't go on a date that's bad with the same person 10 dates in a row. Right? You have a bad date on the first date. I'm probably not gonna be on the second date, better yet the 10th. Steven, what is happening, buddy?
Hello.
Hello, man. I thought I'd jump in for a bit.
Yay.
Good to see ya.
Yeah, good to see you guys too.
And Steven, everybody, he's in our coaching program too, but you had some stuff we were working on, didn't you?
I did, but the seller actually ended up in the ER. She hasn't got back to me. I'm sure I can come up with something real quick though for us to work on.
What do you got?
I got, I don't know, 3,000 leads in my CRM, so let me see what I can dig up.
Giddy up. So you've got a deal in South Carolina you're doing. I saw that popping up everywhere again today, but that's an old post. It just seems like it's recircling again today.
Oh, you muted.
Abby, can we, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, so as you know, I'm in Canada. So I try to market on some of these platforms and I have a little bit of a hard time. And I'm really trying to, not so much, I'm trying to get away from doing absolutely everything. Because, when we first get in this business, like you guys know, you wear a lot of hats. So what I did recently was I actually went into our group, in our group chat on WhatsApp, and I asked for some help to basically be able to help me market the property I have under contract that we're closing on next week, because I want to go find a tenant buyer. And I was able to get 2 people from our group who have both done rent to own, who offered a hand, and they get to work on another rent to own in a place that they've actually lived before and they're very familiar with. And then I get someone to help me market it and possibly find a tenant buyer, and then they get to make a check along the way as well. So pretty exciting.
And that's a nice house.
Yeah.
It is a nice house. Yeah, it was built in 2016. I got it for, a pretty good deal on great terms. I think I got a 10-year term, 15K down. The PITI is really low even after the taxes go up, as you know, in South Carolina, but it's still penciled out to about 750, 800 net cash flow.
Wow. So that lead came in. They
Mhm.
say, I've got a beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. This is not a junker.
Mhm.
And that I'm not paying, that's not a junker, so I could pay top dollar if you're open to doing seller financing. They've agreed as
Mhm.
long as they get 15,000 up front, which is the down payment they need in order to, is it to help them move?
Yeah, she's moving to Pennsylvania for a new job relocation. And she said she doesn't want to go there and buy anything, so she didn't need a whole lot. But I didn't even negotiate with her on the price. I gave her her price. But when you give, a seller their price, then, you got to work on your terms. So
Mhm.
I was able to do that.
And so no bank checks, no credit checks, no bank approvals.
Nothing.
Did you have to
Nothing.
bring her to the house? Did you have to say please like 10 times? Like,
She was super easy to work with. I wish I could clone her. She was highly motivated. She did her research ahead of time before she started reaching out to investment companies, and she was basically looking at the type of offers that she was going to receive. And she's like, well, it's kind of like I can get all the rest of my equity in 10 years, or I can take a low ball cash offer and basically get enough to move. So
Mhm.
she's like, it works for me that, I'm able to get what I need to get. I don't need to deal with realtors or showings or any of that other stuff. And I'm able to, basically be able to buy something when I actually know what I want to buy in the area that I want to buy it at, because I'm planning on relocating permanently. So yeah, it was really cool to be able to create a win-win. She gets what she needs. Obviously, we get a great deal, and it's a win-win for everybody.
Well, I love that. So on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most motivated in our scale, what would you rank her motivation wise?
I would say she was probably a 9. Um, she wasn't like a 10, like, where it's like she's in a super distressed scenario. She's kind of just like done with the area. She doesn't want to deal with the hassle of a realtor and showings and people walking through her house and stuff like that. We had one person go out to her house. We had a home inspector. That's it.
Right.
That was able to tell us that there was nothing wrong with the property at all, and that's what allowed us to basically be able to pay full price. But she was a 9 for a couple different reasons. Obviously, she's done with South Carolina. She wanted a relocation, but it was also just providing a convenience that kind of, plays off the fact that she was motivated, but she was also smart enough to do her research ahead of time, which made it incredibly easy.
Does she have a sister? Does she's got a house for sale or
Or a
something,
brother?
or a brother, or
I've been asking a cousin,
any other houses that she may have even?
Yeah, that was her only one, unfortunately. But I'm definitely going to be able to get a decent referral video from her for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we were trying to talk about too. Make sure that you get the video. If the day that she's walking out of the attorney's office or
Social
something like
proof.
that, just have her take a 20-second video of how amazing working with Steven was, made the process super easy. And that's some great social proof that when you're posting that on your own social media, it really helps because we've had people who ask myself and Jen, like, are you guys for real? I'm like, yeah, go check out my Facebook page. And then they come back like, oh yeah, I saw the story you did with them. Yeah, let's make a deal. And it was like, wow, like really worked.
It does work, yeah.
That's
And
really
if you guys
cool.
didn't catch it, Stephen, where are you living again?
I'm in Canada. I'm in Vancouver, Canada.
And this property he's talking about is in South Carolina. And so again, you can't use location as an excuse. So how are you planning on showing this property?
I'm gonna use Investor Boots. Actually, a company you put me in touch with, Jen. I did a call with Steve, their owner, yesterday. Kind of just walking through the platform and looking at all the service they offer. But Investor Boots is really cool. So you can kind of go on their website and you can get pretty much everything you need to buy a property virtually, which is really, really cool. So they're basically giving me, rent to own signs, like directional signs, stuff like that. They're putting a lockbox on the property. They're going to do a video walkthrough after the seller vacates, get me all the pictures and stuff I need. And then when I have, someone who wants to go see it, I'm going to ask for their ID, and then I'm going to get them the lockbox code, and they can go walk the property themselves.
Love that. Two things you want to do. One, I'd line up a cleaning company.
Mhm.
The minute she leaves, I send in a cleaning company just to go there, mop, and make sure everything looks beautiful.
Investor Boots can probably help you with that.
Yeah, they'll help you with that.
Mhm.
And then the one strategy that we've learned is I get their license up front, but we don't actually give them the lockbox code till they're at the house. And then with our team, we actually do a FaceTime with them while they're at the house. So, hey, pull me up on FaceTime when you're there. And then I'm going to give you the code, and then we'll be on the call with you to answer any questions that you have. Because two things are going to do. A, you're going to make sure that the doors are locked when they leave. I can tell you how many times people have not locked the door with our properties.
Yeah.
And also, too, you want to listen for the oohs, the ahs, or I hate it, right? Because if you're like, oh my gosh, this is where my truck's going to go, look at the garage. And they're like, oh my God, I love the kitchen. This is where I'm going to be sending them the application for screenthetenant.com. But if they're like, no, doesn't fit, doesn't, blah, 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 there's no need to do that. So many times we would just send them there. We would never know. So I love your process. I love that you're you're able to do this remote. So, and you're buying a house without ever seeing it. This might freak some of you out, but we do it all the time.
Freaked us out. That's why we only invested in our backyard for far too long.
Yeah. And now I don't like going to the houses because I'll be there all the time. And it'll take up too much of my time. And I can tell you how many times have we done that.
And Steven doesn't have a choice unless he's going to fly on an airplane every single time.
I mean, I could if I really wanted to, but I feel comfortable, doing it from my little home office, to be honest with you. I would rather do that. I could probably get more deals done not flying around, and just kind of trusting in the resources that I have, and using great platforms like Investor Boots is definitely helps, for peace of mind. But it kind of like wholesaling deals and stuff like that, like kind of takes the emotions out of like doing real estate, because you're not actually buying it to be in it, but you're able to actually like kind of see how things work and like what makes a deal work. And then I think it kind of prepared me for to be comfortable with just buying my own properties virtually.
Yay.
Awesome.
Well, we have a deal that we're working on not far from you in the state of Washington, just over the border. And I told Lexi, I'm like, hey, you got to chat with Steven
How did
about
we get
this.
that?
I don't know. I have no clue how that lead came in. I don't know if it's an old lead or if it's a new lead,
Okay.
but our CRM, I've got a lot of people from like 2022, 2021 still in there. And you said my son wants to get a new toy, and you put him on follow up, and he's just bringing up some of these old leads. And some of these people have sold their house, which we just remove them, and then some of them still have their house for sale. And I've got one in your area. And it seems like a cute area and they want to sell. So I was chatting with Lexi today about it. And so she might be talking with you about that one.
Well, I only asked Megan because we're currently only targeting like New York and Florida. So the fact that we're getting a Washington lead just blows my mind.
I get leads all over the place too. Because I mean, when you're doing sponsored ads, you're targeting where people are, but it doesn't actually take into account where their properties are. So
Well, that's how we did our Alaska deal years
Yeah.
back, was we were targeting North Carolina, and the lady has a house in North Carolina, but she's like, well, if you really want to help me out, buy my house in Alaska. And we're like, Alaska? She's like, yeah, it's in North Pole. And we're giggling, saying, ha ha ha, like Santa want to sell his house. I remember laughing about it. And then I didn't realize, like, okay, maybe I'm not a little naive, but I didn't know that was even a real place, like other than make believe stuff. And then it's like military bases, people live there. And then Bill, who's in our coaching group, he's the one that bought the deal from us. And that's how I even got connected with Bill. And then he's like, hey, I've been watching you guys. Like, I want to join and do deals too. So full circle.
Cool story.
Yeah.
Such a cool story.
So from that lead gets us even connected with Bill and Rachel
I know.
because of that one lady in North Carolina selling her house in Alaska. So it's just awesome. It's a really great thing. So what do you got we could take a look at? Anything good?
Let me see here. I do have one deal just outside of Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Let me open it up my CRM. I'll drop the address. The seller's asking for a big down payment, but the rest of the terms are pretty good, so I'm trying to negotiate with him on that. Sorry, I'm just letting my laptop load here. But I can definitely help you out in Washington. I'm 20 minutes from the border. I would love an excuse to go down there for the day, and go to Seattle and yeah, do some stuff.
I'm gonna text Lexi about it.
And then you were helping, I mean, I don't know if you want to share it yet. I don't know where you're at in the process, but you had a really cool deal where you were like helping a seller to then help find her a house, to then like you had like agents involved. And I don't know, can we talk about that, or is that still on lockdown?
No, for sure, that's done. That's pretty much all done. I actually am just closing today on her new property in Corpus Christi. So I had a seller coming into my CRM about a month and a half, 2 months ago now. Super distressed, motivation level 10. Like just completely done with Florida, in general. And she really needed some help. She didn't want to deal with realtors. She didn't want to deal with, any of that kind of hassle. So she reached out, and I built some really, really good rapport with her. She's a super sweet lady. And basically we put it under contract for a set price. I think it was 190. And then you know, we got some buyers in place because we were going to wholesale it, and it turned out that the property needed a lot more work than we originally thought. So, you know, we had it at 190, which looked like a great deal, but then we found out that there's a huge foundation issue and all the trusts are broken, and there's a bunch of just, yeah, really major underlying issues. So, I had a buyer who was serious enough to basically, you know, stay on board and still deal with all of those issues, even though they are pretty high risk. And I managed to get her down on the price all the way down to 125, which, you know, took some work. But how I actually found this buyer was reaching out to realtors in the area. So I basically just look and seeing what sold recently, kind of comparables to this house, and then I just called up realtors until I found one that seemed like they were pretty investor friendly and they seemed like they knew what was going on. But it took me, I think I called like 23 or 24 realtors, and I was like done for the day. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna call one more. I'm gonna call one or two more. And my last phone call of the day was the realtor I ended up selling the deal with. Um,
Well, I love that story because
Yeah.
like you talk to a bad realtor or a grumpy one or one that's not helpful. That's hard enough. You go through 23, like, but you just don't quit. Like, I don't know if you have it in your body, like in your bloodline or whatever it is, not to quit, but like you just kept going, and that was the difference. It was your last phone call when you're like, "No, I'm gonna pack it up. No, let me go ahead." So like you had that the devil and the angel on one side, and you stuck with it. So that's why I'm glad you brought it up because it's such an awesome
Mhm.
story.
And then she was in a scenario where she's like, I don't like realtors at all. She's like, I don't want to deal with a realtor when I'm buying my new house. I was like, well, I can help you find a new house. I was like, would you be fine if I put something on their contract and then basically sold you that contract? She's like, whatever way you got to do it, you go do it. So I basically then started calling realtors in Corpus Christi to help me find something either off market or something at a decent enough discount where, you know, I could save her some money, you know, kind of add some value to her so I could actually negotiate something down and she's not just getting something at retail just for me to make money for no reason. So I kind of negotiated something and put one thing under contract. It fell out after the inspection, and then we found something else that was actually a little bit out of her budget. So it ended up being that you know, after her solar loan and her roof loan and everything else, she was short on the money. But I actually had put her in contact with Al Nicoletti for a probate situation because she had a separate bank account. So she was, I think, about 25 grand short on this new house. So then I basically went back to the sellers and I'm like, hey, look, you know, this lady, she has this amount right now. Is there any way we can do some kind of seller carryback until she gets her probate money? I can loop you in on the email with her probate attorney so you know it's all legit. And then we can also work out like a worst case solution, say if, you know, it takes longer than expected. So she ended up putting down 95 grand actually today. And then she has the other, I think, 30 grand in a seller carryback. She has it on payments that'll last 3 years just in case she doesn't get that probate money. And then she gets the house she wants. She gets out of Florida and yeah, she's completely set up.
Buddy, you are like the most amazing man in Canada. Legit. Like that is like you have more moving parts in that deal, but you put it together.
And you just didn't, I don't want to say you didn't think it through because clearly you did, but you were also like, okay, guys, like I'm here, like I need help with this. And we were like, okay, cool. Like here's Al Nicoletti, like the best probate attorney in Florida. You guys need a probate attorney, Al Nicoletti. And or you're buying virtually, like connect with Investor Boots. And so like I'm just so grateful that you ask for the help because I think that stops a lot of investors too, is they try to do everything themselves. And you are almost like opposite, like, no, I can only wear so many hats. So like, I want to push like fast forward button, give me the elevator to success, not sitting here trying to figure it out and bump our heads. So kudos to you for like really just taking that to heart and making it happen.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely can't take all the credit. Like when I wanted to go reach out to realtors in the area to find a buyer, Joe's the one who told me to do that. You know, probate attorney, you guys told me to go to him.
But
Like
you
all
followed through
all
and
this
did
kind
it.
of stuff. For sure, but I couldn't have done it alone. Like I got pointed in the right direction. I'm basically just the vehicle goes and does the work. You know what I mean?
Well, and
So
I think from this experience, you've learned so much, then you've been able to put this. Now you have that feather in your cap. Now you're like, okay, well, have I done this once? Now I know how to do this, right? And so that's how you learn is by actually doing it. And that's why you know, the deal maker hat that you wear, right now it's a team, but right, but the deal maker hat that you put on, like you wear that to the T. Like just show me what to do, get the heck out of my way, let me go do that, and then be there if I have any questions. And you're the like A plus like idea of that, right? So yes, we did point you in the right direction, bud, but if it wasn't for you making that 25th call, because some of it, I could have told everybody go call,
I
but
was like, he flaps his lips a lot, but you know, the people who actually do what he says to do, that's where the magic happens.
yeah. So even though you don't want as much credit as you're getting, I'm going to give you more. Okay.
I appreciate it.
Because you really are doing amazing stuff. And it's really great to see because you've got other things going on too. You've got development projects going on in Mexico.
I do. Yeah, I have a 15 unit villa project just outside of Tulum. We're also offering financing on that. So kind of, everything it seems that I'm doing right now involves creative finance in some way or another. And yeah, I love it. So exciting.
And how are you doing this remote? Because you're in Canada, you're not really leaving your house, you're not going any of these places. I know you're going to come down to Florida because we're going to be hanging, but
Mhm.
I mean, you're doing this stuff remote. What's that been like for somebody who might be curious? Like, is it that hard? Is it easier, or what's that like?
It makes no difference to me. I have a guy there who's boots on the ground. He's Canadian as well. He's from Montreal originally. He lives down there. He's on the grounds. His primary house is on our development. So I feel really good about that. I feel like it's just if you have the right people and the right resources, you can make things happen no matter where you are in the world.
Mhm.
So true.
Well, we should make a list of like where are the most odd places we were when we made deals, right? Like I know I was in bed. I probably have a couple other things. I mean,
We were in Vegas when we did our very first one.
yeah.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
there's been other places too. I'm thinking of like in the beach, the
Yeah.
parks, like all of these places that we've been able to do deals. So if you have a home office or you're just sitting at Starbucks,
Or you're in the car line picking up your kid from whatever practice or school. Like
Mhm.
it literally, like when we say you just find the time, you just make it, it just happens. Like it's not ever going to be this perfect straight line of like clock in, clock out.
yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you, and I got to ask because obviously you've got family, you've got things going on.
The time difference is a bit, what is it, 3 hours?
Yeah, a time difference. So what do you think is your key to success? Because I know consistency is king, but what are some of your strategies that you're using that are making you do so well with this?
You know what? I think it's just my desire to keep learning and keep growing because I feel like you can't ever know enough in this industry, in this business. So it's just like, obviously consistency, but it's also kind of just like the desire to just keep growing. And then just, staying consistent, obviously, but then just being relentless. And I really kind of wear it on my chest, but I feel like I'm pretty fearless when I'm approaching sellers, when I'm approaching kind of obstacles and stuff like that. I take the emotions out of it in terms of, being fearful. And I feel like you kind of need to be courageous in some kind of way to really push past some of these obstacles. So it's just, yeah, it's consistency, perseverance, relentlessness, all those kind of things. But you don't need to be perfect with everything you do, like at all. Like I used to obsess about like, oh, well, I'm not ready to do this. I'm not ready to do that because I don't know this. I don't know that. It's just like, if you just go take action, you're going to figure it out. You're going to learn.
Yeah.
But I like to just push the ball ahead of me and go chase it.
Mhm. Yep.
It's a good analogy.
So you have the right attitude, the right mindset, and now once again, that's why I talk about even in our coaching, like we only want to work with A plus players who really just need to be shown what to do. Like I said earlier, get out of their way, let them go do it, and then be there to answer questions and then just give them the next step. And this is why because like you were in other programs before you came into our program. So I know that you've had some real estate experience. What do you think's been the difference?
I think the difference is definitely just I needed the right fit for me. So I was in two different programs, coaching programs before this. One of them basically was they didn't really teach you negotiation skills. They didn't really teach you how to talk to sellers. It did a little bit, but it wasn't really a fit for me. And then the other thing was a lot of just back end, just wrap deal stuff. So it's literally just looking at numbers and being very analytical and stuff like that, which is super helpful. And if that's a hat you want to wear, then all the power to you. It's not me. But I think what made me kind of excel with you guys is I feel like I relate to you, Joe, in a lot, and I feel like I'm trying to be wear those same hats that you do and that deal maker position. So I feel like it's like, yeah, like the other coaching programs were good. They taught me stuff, but it just wasn't the right fit for me because it I didn't have somebody that I could look at and be like, I want to talk to sellers like that guy. I want to be able to negotiate like that guy. I want to make a deal like that guy just did with that deal. So I feel like it was just like obviously everything in general and like I love like the model in the sense of, creative finance and then turn around and do rent to own. Like I love that. That's all great. But the thing that really sets it apart for me is the fact that I kind of found a mentor that I could relate to and kind of strive to be like and to make deals like them. And obviously Brittany and Lexi and Eugen with a lot of your back end stuff play a big factor. But if I'm gonna give someone their flowers right now, it's Joe. For sure.
Well, I love what I get to do. And, I think about I was in the car business for 20 years and I made this post the other day about I have Crohn's disease and I've had it for 30 years. And I will tell you what, for this last week, I've been getting my butt kicked. I don't know what I ate or what I did, but I've been having the worst time. I can't sleep. I'm in terrible pain a lot. Like today, I'm feeling a little bit better.
I didn't think he was gonna be here today.
She didn't think I was going to be here today.
I was like ready to rock this by myself. But
Yeah.
I'm very glad that you're feeling.
But I gotta say, because of me not having to feel like, because in my old job, I had to rush out the door, didn't care how sick you were. My boss did not care. It was like being almost like boot camp. And they're like, if you're sick, cool, be sick at work because we have a job to do. And that stress and that pressure, like I still have some PTSDs from it.
Oh,
Because
for sure. I was like, you don't have to. Like you can rest. And he like doesn't like almost like you don't know what to do.
I don't. And I'm so like wrapped in my head. So like the fact that we get to do this as real estate investors, and I could even do it from bed, even if I'm sick. And because there's something wrong with me,
Yeah, he's still in the CRM.
the first thing in the morning, I'm still in the CRM. I don't care if I'm sick or not. Like I'm still like, is there anybody I can message? Is there a deal in there? Because if I can make $25,000 lying in bed, or I could do it at the beach or in the backyard or at the table, like I don't care. I'm going to do this regardless. And because I'm a deal maker. And I love the art of making the deals. And I love the fact that this was what changed my life. That even when I'm sick, I don't have to worry about running out the door and being sick at work. Because I can't tell you how many years I probably abused my body
Oh,
by not relaxing and not treating myself the way I should in order to put a company in front of my own health. And that was bad. Right? My boss, great dude, he didn't give two craps about my health. We had a job to do at work, so you
I
better
have
be
to
there.
steal your phone and tell them like you're not coming in, and then take your phone so you can respond.
Right. So the fact that I get to do this now, I feel like I'm so happy. I am grateful. I look back at my coach who taught me 25 years ago, Ron LeGrand. Like if it wasn't for his teaching, I would never be able to do this now. We worked with tons of other great coaches too, not just him, but he was one of the first ones that was like, man, if I could do deals and things like that, like, oh my gosh. So this is why like we come here 5 hours on a Friday and we're in beautiful Florida. And it's sunny out.
Almost wrapping up. We have a half hour left. This is crazy how fast it
I just we have fun. But this is the point where I love to give back and just share and to be around guys like you and
Yeah.
girls in the group. I mean, holy cow, I feel so honored. And this what pumps me up because when we do our support calls, after I'm a mess. Like I can't go to sleep at night. Like I am so fired up after our support calls. I just get jacked. So I love it. Absolutely love it.
You would never know that you have stuff going on. Like if you didn't share about it, like none of us would ever know.
No, no, because my wife even tells me, she's like, well, if you make these little bit of looks in your face, she's like, I know it's 10 times worse of what's going on inside of you. But I don't know. We're a generation, I'm a generation X. We're like, my mom would always tell me growing up, you want to cry, I'll give you something to cry about. And it came with a backhand because that's how it was, old school growing up.
And
So
I'm a millennial, so I'm all like, be real, be transparent. Like you don't feel well, but like you're still showing up, you still, perform. And obviously if you weren't that well, you'd be resting right now. I'd be making
I don't know if I would be.
Oh, great.
I don't know if I would be. I think I'd still be here no matter what. I mean, that's just how I am. But once
It
again,
reminded me of 2020. He had a collapsed lung, unbeknownst to us, and literally sent to the hospital in our very first closing after going full time in real estate March 2020. It's now July or June?
it's June.
June, and he's in the hospital. And he's supposed to go sign. We're buying a house on a wrap mortgage. And the sell, I mean, it's back when we used to meet the sellers at the attorney's office. So I go collect the paperwork, masked up, whole thing, take the paperwork to the hospital where literally at noon, the governor's like, oh, you can have visitors. And it's 12 o'clock on the dot. Weird how the universe works. And I walk up there. We FaceTime with the attorney so he can sign the papers because this has now become our livelihood. And I was so scared for him, first of all. And then second, I'm like, I don't really know what I'm doing. It's always all you. But I really had to learn to like just trust the process and do what we got to do. And literally, like, whenever your back is against the wall, like that's when the pressure really comes. And like some people wait until they have no choice. And that's where like I encourage you, if you're not in that position yet, don't wait, but like put the pressure on yourself as if you have no choice. And I think that might change stuff a little
Well, I
bit.
think too, honestly, I don't think many people have never been as poor as I've been.
Yeah.
And so probably part of my fear is like, I never, ever will ever be like that again. And now that I've got a wife and kids, like it's never going to happen. Not on my watch, it's not going to happen. So yeah, if I have to do a closing, a lot of people like to have like, here I am closing at the attorney's office. Well, like, yeah, here I am closing in the emergency room in my hospital bed with chest tubes hooked up to me while I'm on the breathing machine. Right? Like that's what I had to do. And it's not glamorous. I looked like, oh my gosh, like hell roll over me. But I still was there, still showing up, still doing it. And I think that's the case. So me being here today, guys, thank all of you for being here today. But there's always some excuses why either we can do something or why we can't. I just don't listen to the ones that say I can't do it. I completely ignore them. I forget about it. I'm only focusing on why I need to do this. So if any of us are going through some things, maybe I don't want to, what are my family going to say when they see me posting that I buy houses?
The bears, right? Like Tom was talking
Or
about.
what about my friends? What are they going to think? Guys, none of those people are paying your bills. The 5 people that Tom talked about are the only ones that really worry about. And guess what? Even the ones like my family, they still don't pay my bills. So that's why I post and do all the things that I do because of that. Nobody's coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. Okay. I wish there was some lifeline that you could throw out. I'm like, oh, I just hit that and I'm a millionaire now and be able to relax and put my feet up, but that's not it. So you got to make it happen and you got to make it work for yourself. And so once again, being an A player, I think of sports. You look at any sport, those players are playing injured a lot of times, right? You look at the NFL, football, those guys are playing injured. Every play is like a car accident. They just keep on getting up and they just ignore it and they keep going. So it's the same thing for me, same thing, which keeps me motivated and being part of this even. I don't think there's any way in the world I'd miss this today, unless I was at the hospital.
Well, yeah. Luckily you're not. But I'm so glad you popped in, Steven. I saw you pop in on the gallery view and I was like, awesome.
Yeah, I missed a support call with Lexi, so I needed something here today. But yeah, no, I'm glad I hopped in too.
Yay.
Well, I know she's going to want to talk to you about that one deal that we're working on in Washington. I'll grab the details from her too.
For sure.
I think we're trying to buy that one at seller financing, which, what?
What are we gonna do with a property in Washington?
Same thing we do with all the other properties we have.
Rent to own.
Yeah, baby. So
Nothing like being live.
I love it.
Don't even have an LLC there. Nothing.
You know how it
Ay,
goes.
ay, ay. Yeah, good old Bob Bloom.
Yep. Let's get him. We're putting that man to work.
Oh gosh.
But so just thank you for sharing your story and your wins. Did you have a deal while we have you on to take a look at? You said you had one in Orlando. I know if you had anything else you were working on.
Yeah, I do have one in Orlando. Let's get it open.
What we got?
All right, it's taking a minute to load here. So it's actually a pretty big house. It's 6 beds, 4 baths. Guy's got a really good rate. He's got some equity, and that's why he wants a pretty big down payment. But I think I can get him down to a point where it makes sense to bring in private money to lock it up. I'll share the address in the chat here.
Yeah.
But he's asking 550. He wants 10% down, and he's willing to do a 10-year term on the rest of his equity. And he said he'll let me carry the mortgage until maturity. I think it's 2051 or something like that. There's a HOA there. It looks like it rents for anywhere from 33 to 34, maybe 3,500. And the total PITI is 2,600. But he does have solar panels, so that's another $200 a month.
So all in payments 27-ish,
Yeah, 28.
28. 6 bedroom, 4 bathroom. Geez, 3,500 square foot house. Built in 09. So my question is, how old's the roof? Because you know how these Florida roofs be.
The insurance.
Yeah, it's 4 years old.
There we go. So he had it listed for rent for 3,600. So here's what I look at when I pull up Zillow. I'm scrolling down. So he bought it in 2020 for 370. He's had it listed now for over a year. Between selling it at 600, dropping the price, keeps dropping the price up until February of this year. Now he's listed it for rent because it's not selling. He's gone back and forth from renting to for sale, listed most recently for rent, then removed. So what do you think it rents for?
I think a max 3,500, like very top.
Let's see.
But realistically, probably like 33 to get it done, maybe.
So I would say on the safe side, just to make sure, keep it at $3,000 when you're underwriting it. If we could get more, that's just like gravy, but it's probably really going to be $3,000.
Mhm.
I think you could probably get more than that, but I want to be on the conservative side. What's the price he wants?
He wants 550. I think I can negotiate on that as well, but I don't want to do it till I send someone to go out and see it.
Mm-hmm. I want to look at one more thing. Okay, so you want my thought on it?
Yeah.
If this sucker was plopped in my CRM. So here's one that's sold for 660. Is that in the same neighborhood even? But this one's got a pool. So there's a 5 bedroom, 4 bathroom, 3,200 square feet on Foxtail Bend that just sold February for 660. But it's got a pool. Big house, jeepers. It's very close by. What year was this house built? I want to see, make sure we're in the same thing. 2017, and yours is built in 2009. What term length is he letting you do it?
10 years.
Okay, so for me, I wouldn't send anybody yet. I would send pictures. Have him just sending me pictures, what I would do. And if I were to pay that 550 price, which honestly, John, I think is Tom, Bob, whatever his name is, I think it's going to be a little high considering the market's kind of softening. He's been trying to sell it for over a year, hasn't sold. And if there's no real estate commissions and no closing costs, because I would take care of both, I would always ask, you know me, what's the least you think you would take for it? And because he had it listed in March of this year for 549 and nobody bid on that. And
Mhm.
even if somebody put an offer for 525, he probably would take it. And then you got to pay 30,000 in commissions. So he's only going to net in the high fours if somebody bought it at 525, which doesn't look like he's getting offers for that. So just my mind frame of thinking, I would offer him, hey, like maybe I could start with a 5, but like what's the least you would take if there's no commissions and no closing costs?
Mhm.
That number. My big number too is okay. I think what you're asking is definitely in the range. I'll know more when we come out and see it, but we got to work on that down payment. I typically buy with no money down, and you're wanting 10%, which is like 50,000. Because if you got to pay back the money person and all that too, it just becomes more of like just sucking away your cash flow. So I would just, and this is where we put notes in our system like, hey, would you take 10 grand? And this is where I have Lexi. We've gathered his information by asking the question. So he made you the offer 550, 10% down, 10 years. He made you the offer. But
Mhm.
what we do with Lexi now is we're going to counter offer, say, I can't do that, but here's what I can do. If you want that price, I could do it, but I'm covering the closing costs and fees. I'd have to be close to like 10 grand down.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. I was
Then
also
I'd
kind of thinking of it for a wrap too. So like close on it with a wraparound and then sell it on seller financing again. Just because the escrow is so high on a lot of these Florida deals. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you're seeing that too, Joe.
I'm pulling up on PropStream. Do you know what his rate is?
I think it's like 3.5 or 3.6.
That's solid. How much equity does he have in it?
Um, so it's sec.
He owes 300.
Yeah.
Do Quicken Loans. Yeah, 3.6 rate. Boom.
So yeah, he had some decent equity.
Are there any rental restrictions?
No. There are for a short term. I think it's 30-day minimum.
Well, the only reason I'm saying this is because a house this big, any one of these folks who love pad split would be losing their mind of a house this size.
Right.
I'm not,
One of the big things that Pad Split tells you to do is don't buy an HOA, even if there are no rental restrictions.
got it.
Valid.
Yep.
Because I'm looking for those too right now. I wanna jump into that space as well.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure they're not an HOA. So yeah, this one here, I'm looking at the pictures on PropStream. Big house, holy cow. Yeah, if you could buy that with 10 grand down, I'd be saying giddy up and go do it all day
Mhm.
long. When we're starting to get to 50, because here's my thing is cost of entry, you're going to be 55 down payment. If you really want 10% down on a 550 price, you're looking at $55,000 down. You're probably talking closing costs on that being 10,000. So I've got to come up with 55 plus 10. I got to put an insurance policy on there. There's probably another 5. So all in, I'm already clocking 70,000. Plus, I like to set aside 3 months of payments before I do anything with the house. So now I'm looking at probably closer to 80 grand into the deal. And that's not including paint or anything like that.
Mhm. Yeah,
Just include paint. And that's a high cost of entry
I agree.
for a deal that's going to make you 3, 4, 5, 6, $700 a month, let's just say.
Mhm.
So for me, this is why we designed in our coaching thing that calculator. It'll help you analyze your rate of return and things like that on it pretty quick. But to me, that high cost of entry is what's going to kill the deal. I'd even tell them, listen, I could be flexible and work with you on the price. But the one thing for me, when I analyze a creative finance deal, you understand the deal is like the first thing I look at, cost of entry. The second thing is the monthly payment. Third thing is the term length. Fourth thing I look at is the price. But my cost of entry is the most important thing. And I could pay your price, but we just need to get that down payment closer to 5 to 10 grand down.
Absolutely.
If you could do that, it sounds like you're sitting on a nice one. Because still, 10 grand down, you're still going to probably need 30,000
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
by the time you add in the closing costs, the insurance policy, 3 months of rent, all these things. So yeah, I would definitely look into doing that.
And that's not even including if you want to pay yourself an acquisition fee, like I'm doing on my South Carolina deal. We basically raise enough capital so we can pay ourselves, I think 7 or 8 grand, just to put it back into marketing, and then we're still able to cash flow a decent bit. So
Want to talk about how you did that?
sure. Yeah. So I actually am teaming up with a guy in the coaching program as well. His name's Jeremiah, and he does everything in terms of raising private capital. So when he's underwriting a deal, he'll put in basically an acquisition fee in there, upwards of, maybe 10, 15 grand at the most. And that's basically just to pay ourselves first, put it back into the business in terms of marketing or whatever other expenses that we need to take care of, or maybe some personal money, whatever the case. But it basically allows us to cover everything we need to cover, and then also be able to buy a property and keep it, and not just wholesale it to make a quick check. So for this deal in South Carolina, our total cost, like our into the cellar, were about 15 grand, and we ended up raising 35. Obviously to pay the closing costs. I think we got 4 months of holding costs in there. We got a small budget to go in and paint the property, or not paint, sorry, clean up the property. We're not going to paint because we're offering it for rent to own, and our new buyers are probably going to end up painting anyways. So yeah, we ended up penciling out really well, and we still get to pay ourselves. I think it's like 75 or 8 grand.
Bam.
We're back in the business.
But I love that. So you got paid to buy the house without using your money, without using a bank, without credit, none of that stuff. Got paid to buy it. And now you're going to get paid monthly on a beautiful turnkey house. Like, this freaks me out because, like, you listen to this stuff, you're like, how can this even be a thing, right? If you talk to the Joe 25 years ago, my mind would have been exploding right now that we could even do this. So the fact that this stuff is happening and there's still these deals out there in real world stuff, I mean, it is just amazing. And they're everywhere. There's deals like this all around the country. So if you're watching this in one of the 50 states, or even in Mexico, or even in Canada, like, these properties are all over the place. You just got to connect. And that's why, like I said, we like Facebook so much, because we can find sellers all over wherever we want to target. Holy cow.
And there's guys like me, if you don't want to keep them, we'll buy them. Same thing with Joe.
Can you drop like your socials in here and everybody could go follow you?
Yeah, the best way to connect with you, whatever that would be.
Sure.
You got your Instagram or Facebook or whatever it is that you connect on. And what is your picture on Instagram? I've been always wanting to ask you that.
So it's actually one of my best friends. He passed away, I think 3 years ago, and he actually he painted that. So it's MF Doom. I don't know if you know who MF Doom is, New York rapper. But I just kind of kept that up there in his memory.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I absolutely love it. Well, Bud, you are a superstar. I am thrilled that you even popped in here today. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. I know, Lexi's probably going to miss you in class today. And it's so awesome because I asked her. I didn't even ask her. I apologize. She brought it up. She's like, I felt really embarrassed the other day at class. I was like, why? She's like, Steven asked me if a seller only had like 20,000 or 30,000 of equity and they were open to seller financing, what would you do in that situation? And she's like, I told him, would you sell to us for what you owe if we cover all the closing costs and fees? But I was a little embarrassed about it. He caught me off guard for a second. And I'm like, oh, I'm sure you did just fine. I kind of blew it off. She was laughing. She's like, I told him I'm going to get him back though. So
she turned red. She was red as a beet. It was so funny.
Well, she's planning on getting you when you get down here to Florida, because she lives right here in St. Pete. So watch out.
I can't wait.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Well,
Thanks for
thank
having me though, guys.
no,
Yeah,
absolutely.
thanks for
Thank you
popping
for
in.
popping in.
For sure. And if anyone has any questions for me, I drop my socials in there, Instagram and Facebook. Feel free to reach out anytime if you have any questions about, Jen and Joe's program or about real estate in general. I'm always happy to help.
Well,
You
thank
are
you.
a rock star, and we are so lucky to have you being part of our community. So thank you so much for coming. And shout out to all of our friends up north that are all cold.
Hopefully it warms up.
Yeah, we gotta get you down here where it's nice and sunny and get some skin on you, some
Sun on your skin.
sun on your skin.
Yeah, you can save the skin on me for another time, Joe.
We'll get you down here. We'll be fun. Don't you worry about that.
Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thanks, bud.
Thanks.
My gosh, what a day today.
Yeah.
We got some stuff going on, guys.
know. I love it how we line up. We try to line up 2 guests, and then I'm always hoping someone else in the coaching group pops in, and I would keep my eye out hoping that he would. So
Yeah.
super pumped about that. How are we doing? It is almost 3 o'clock. How are our leads flowing in? You're probably getting realtors reaching out. That's okay. You want to connect, network. You want to add people to your friends list. You might have people who don't have a house at all, and that's fine too. Just politely ignore, or no scam here, just someone trying to buy a house.
Yeah.
And find the groups that are starting to really hit. If you're still with us at this point, because it's closer to, time to log off. One of the groups that you should be posting in is some sort of Airbnb group, some sort of short-term rental.
Whoa, you're letting the secret sauce out the
If
bag,
they're
girl.
still sitting here at almost 3 o'clock, then these people are action takers, and they deserve to know that some of these groups that, guess what, guys, not every Airbnb owner is making money. Not every Airbnb owner is wanting to be an Airbnb owner, and they're waiting for someone like yourselves to go and post. And it's okay if you're even posting in the same group as somebody else, because you'd be surprised of how the algorithm works. There could be 80,000 people in a group and only like 100 people see your post. It's just the way it works sometimes. So go post into some of these groups, because sometimes these people want to sell and it will still work for a long-term rental. You've got to do your numbers, right? You got to run through a calculator or just do a little bit of comping, but that is definitely some of the groups that, because I say don't post in investor groups, but that is one where I think that you could really help some people out.
It's a legit gold mine. Every single state across the US has some type of Airbnb group. Florida Airbnb support.
SPR,
Yeah.
Verbo,
Texas, California,
Airbnb.
New York. I mean, you get into Montana, they're all there. And a lot of these folks, like you said, have an Airbnb that they either aren't making money on. Maybe they thought it looked great, then they're like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. And I can't tell you, probably our biggest deal that we've ever made for seller financing was a Airbnb going bad.
It was.
$100 down, 275 rate.
Yeah.
We had over 6 figures in just free equity on that deal. Plus we were cash flowing over $1,000 a month. So that turned into one of our best deals. And then years later, our renter ended up buying it. And that check that we got, holy cow, we turned another renter into a homeowner. We got a huge check and we made some serious money on that deal. And the guy sold it to us. They actually joined our coaching program too, go figure. But the guy sold it. He's like, it's an Airbnb and it's too big. It was like almost a 5,000 square foot house in the high end area in Rochester, New York. And he's like, I just want this thing gone. So this is what it is. So I would be looking at whatever area that you're buying in, whatever state it is. If I'm investing in Ohio, are there any Ohio Airbnb groups? There probably are. I'd be joining all of them. Landlord groups, you can. It can try for sure, because you're going to find some landlords who might not want to sell. Here's my challenge with landlords. There's 2 kinds. There's one kind I love, one kind I hate.
You don't hate, but
I do. I hate the ones like me. I hate the ones like me who are like, if I sell you this on seller financing, I want so much down. I want a high interest rate. I want this, blah, blah, blah. But guys like me, you don't want to deal with.
You would sell on seller finance unless
If I was in Texas. Yeah, in Texas, I surely would. However, I would love to find a landlord like my wife.
Or Steve.
Or Steve. What was my wife? When I first met Jen, she had her own house. I had my own house. Jen ended up moving in with into my house, her old house. Now she was an accidental
I was
landlord.
a terrible landlord. I was only getting half the mortgage paid at that point.
Right? But this was the point. She didn't buy that a house to be a landlord. So some of these landlords, like the accidental
Linda.
landlords, that house that we showed you where on here, the example we used earlier, she was a landlord, but she didn't buy it because she wanted to have a 86 house portfolio, right? Because all of those guys and girls, they want 10% down, 9% interest rate, blah, 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 like me. Okay. So get the landlords like my wife and don't
Tired.
get the landlords like me,
Mhm.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, good question.
That is a great question.
I can't believe how fast this went. Like really, truly. This was my first full 5 hours with you.
That's what I talk
Thanks for letting me hang out the whole time.
Well, that's what I talk about when I get on here. Like I had a slideshow presentation for the first one. I've never even opened it. Just love chatting about what works, guys.
Yeah.
And it's really is. So here's the number one factor in all your businesses. I'm going to drop a huge gold nugget right now. If you don't have leads, you don't have a business. The only thing that matters in the beginning is getting yourself leads. We've shared with you today the Blue Post. I am telling you that little strategy alone has made us whoa. I can't even put a number on it, but let me tell you, it's something where if you hit a lotto and you won that number, you'd be so thrilled you wouldn't even think it's real. From that silly little Blue Post. Okay. So get leads for free without having to spend money. You've got our opening script. Abby dropped it in the chat. This is the exact questions that we ask every single seller. One question at a time. Don't change the script. Don't change the blue ad. If you start doing that, throw it all in the garbage and don't do any of it. I'm just joking. Still do it, but it's not going to be as good. But going back, rule number 3, stick to what works. Don't stop doing what works. Use that Blue Post. And you know how I could tell all of you about the Blue Post and not care? Because you're only going to post into 5 groups a day. Facebook has like 10 million groups. As good as Joe and Jen is, I can't post into 10 million every day. Okay, so I want you to all help us by posting into these groups, 5 of these a day, 5 days a week, and for 30 days. And if you do that, you're going to have more people reaching out to you than you could handle. Promise. Now what you do, you program that script that we're giving you, those shortcuts into your phone, make it even quicker and easier. Don't sit there and caveman each little word and all like I used to do for years and years and years.
We were perfecting the script, I like to say.
We perfected all right. But do it the shortcuts. So I just hit Q1, right? Here we go. I'm just doing it again.
You're not on there.
Oh, not in the right spot. There you go. Q1, bang. All right. Took me 1 second to do that. Program those in your phone or whatever device you're going to use. So you're going to make it easier for yourself to even have the conversations with the sellers. Guys, I am trying to make this so easy for you because if you have incoming leads for free, you know the right questions to ask because our script makes the seller make us the offer. That guy told Steven, I want 550, 10% down, 10-year term because the script makes the seller make us the offer. Now at this point, I've got 2 options. Either say yes, well, I got 3. Yes, no, or counter offer. Hey, I could do the price, but I just need a better down payment. I need to be closer to here. And this is where the negotiating happens, guys, and analyzing the deals. But it just takes one step at a time. And guys, I will tell you, 25 years ago, if the Joe here could see the Joe back then, and I was saying, hey, just start posting. The minute Facebook comes out, join all the groups and do this, like, holy cow. So I am telling you from doing this from years, this is the best way to generate leads without spending any money. If you're going to change the blue ad, you're going to change anything about it, I'm going to give you one more secret. We call it blue because you're going to want to make the background blue. I've been doing so well with that bright pink lately. Let me tell you, like, wow, it's been working.
Pink is the best.
Pink just stands out. It pops on the screen. People see that and they stop.
Yep.
So if you're going to change it, don't change the words, change the background. Don't use the poop emoji one. That does not work. I tried it. Doesn't work.
You did try it.
I did try
Why
it.
would you try
Just to
that?
see what happened. I was split testing.
So how do you keep control of all the groups you're posting in?
I only do it in 5. Just post into 5. So like Rochester, New York, there's going to be Rochester groups, but then there's a suburb, the town of Greece. Town of Greece has a billion different Facebook pages too. Well, today I'm going to take the town of Greece. I'm going to post in a whole bunch of them there. And then here's the good thing, guys. If I post in a group and I happen to accidentally post in the same group 2 weeks later, and somebody was like, oh, you already put this in here once. I'm like, yeah, still looking. Haven't found it yet. Still looking. That's the worst thing that's he posted that here before. Yup, sure did. Still looking. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Don't make it hard, make it easy. But if you do this 5 days a week, into 5 groups a day for 30 days,
How many posts is that?
it's 100
There
in
we
a
go.
month.
So
But what happens is when we do the same thing with all of you next month, I want to see like, holy cow, Joe, I've got more leads coming in that I can handle. Oh my gosh. And your heads are exploding. This is what I want to happen to all of your businesses. Because if I do, if you're a real estate agent, you're going to get some listings because lots of people, you could get listings that way too. The deal doesn't work out. I've got a lot of agents who are also in our coaching group who they won't do a low cash offer because it's a turnkey house. They can't do seller financing because they need retail and cash. So a lot of our agents say just list it with us, and they do, and they get these listings. Okay, so that works great. I'm not an agent, neither is Jen. So for us, I'm like, well, then go list it
and
with
if
an
you're an
agent.
investor, don't become an agent. You don't need to.
Nope.
No need to. If you haven't done a deal yet as an investor, do not become an agent because that is just wasting more time. And I almost did it, so I can speak on it.
Mhm.
And I'm so glad I didn't.
Me too.
'Cause I also don't like rules. So
But these are the keys to your success. And this is why we love to just to share and give back, and to really just make it so easy, guys. And let's get you all a check. Sometimes that could turn into a fix and flip. Sometimes that turns into a wholesale deal where you're going to be linking up with cash buyers. Once you get a great deal under contract, like we did Dawn, I knew that deal was going to be so good. The minute I started showing this to my cash buyer friends, if I decided to wholesale it, I was going to get a $25,000 check. Well, the money comes wired today. But what would that do for all of you guys? These are scratch off cards that we don't even have to pay for because every one that comes in is not a winner. But when you do hit a winner, my gosh, these could be a big check.
I see Alyssa was here. She was the one who kind of gave that analogy, or Abby, maybe it was.
Yeah,
Abby.
they're like scratch off cards, and that's what it
Lotto
feels
cards.
like. So just get as many scratch off cards you are by getting these leads, and then speed the lead. If they come in, message them, just get it. You get them through that script in a handful of minutes. And then you're going to know what I've got here, and now it's time to go to work. And obviously, if you've got more questions or you want to know about how our coaching program works, and you're thinking about joining or something like this, the one thing I'll say, the reason why we have such high success rate with our clients in our coaching group is because we get to do this 5 days a week. Now, there was 100 of you on here today, but in our coaching calls, there's 15 people, and it's all open for everybody to talk about. On there, though, we call your leads for you. So if one of you brought a lead in, I see a couple of my clients even in here right now. I see you. I'm giving you all a shout out. But if
Bring your leads Monday.
but bring your leads on Monday, because I'm going to call them for you. Or Lexi will call them for you, who does ours. Or Brittany, who's been with us for 4.5 years, will call your leads for you and try to help you lock up that deal. And when you're around other deal makers who are doing deals and you don't have to have a huge marketing budget or ever leave your house, guys, you can see the success of what's happening. If you're tired of being on the sidelines and you're wanting this to be part of what you want to do, and it's 2025. Okay, time's ticking.
Not going to get any easier. In fact, they're going to take away these free organic leads probably in the next 7 to 10 years.
I hope not.
I hope not too. So don't wait, is what I'm trying to say. Like,
Yeah.
let's go post for free today. Think about the people that are waiting to see your post. That's what always helped me. Don't make it about you, make it about them, and just ask the questions. It really is that simple. Don't make it anything more than that. Post and then start messaging that script.
Bam.
Woo!
Where's that bell? Ring the bell.
Well, I'm trying to kill your ears this time.
Ring it. Man, I think that's a loud bell.
There we go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, everybody. So thanks for being here. Reach out if you've got questions. You're going to get the recording, and then we'd love to chat more. Love to see you on our support calls. We are here 5 days a week to help you get some deals.
And Abby, if somebody wants to join or talk to me, and when you get on one of these calls, you're talking with me about joining our coaching. Shoot, where do we have a link where they could click on that if they do want to?
Yep, I'll put that in the link or in the chat real quick.
Thank
Okay,
you.
cool.
Yeah,
So-
she's been dropping it.
Oh, awesome. I didn't even notice. All right, cool. So if all of y'all want to get on a call with me and talk about what our program looks like, it's like this. We just do it 5 days a week. And it's the best, the absolute best. So we're about getting results. And if we could help you, we'd love to. And not only that, guys, we're going to be doing this again next month too. So stay tuned.
Yeah, do we have that link? Okay, yeah, we are doing it May 9th.
Yep, May 9th.
Woo! I
Okay,
remember.
do you have the invite link for that too?
Yep.
Awesome. Let's drop that down below. Guys, get your sign up now. Because I've had people messaging me going crazy, like, where's the link? I can't, right? Let's get you in there now to make sure. So there's the link for the May 9th event that we're going to be doing. And we got special guests coming in every single time, guys. Tom Kroll, drop in the comments. Did Tom Kroll crush it today? Put crush it if he did too. Because Tom was like all about it. I know he always brings the awesomeness when he does this. So if you guys want to do that, we'll see you May 9th. And let's chat. Even more important, let's get you all some deals.
5:30.
5:30. Stick to what works. Rule number 3.
All right.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much for spending your day with us, having a great time. And you know what? We'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
See everybody.
Hi, guys.
See you, Andrea. Thank you, Abby.
Gabriel.
Michelle, good to see you. Gabriel. Avery.
Thanks again.
Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful day. Have a great weekend.